All right, and welcome to MLS Law Show. What is MLS going to stand for? We have so many suggestions, We're going to figure it out. But right now, I just want to say hi to everybody in the chat. Jung is in the chat. Iris, Wendy, I guess Farrell is here too. She's probably half listening. We got Josie in the chat. Welcome, everybody. Christine, welcome. Aaron, awesome. Hello, welcome. This is nice. Oh, Volstorm, hey, welcome. I say this is nice. We got like 21 people in the chat. I like talking to you guys. I've been talking to like thousands of people in the last couple of days at a time, and while it's definitely exciting, I feel like I've come home. To all, yes, even you, Farrell, to all of you guys. So the reason I started streaming was the James and Jennifer Crumbly case. Now, this is not James and Jennifer Crumbly. This is Ethan. This is their son. I'll give you guys a little bit of background if you don't know. But because this is the case that got me onto YouTube, I thought it was important to cover. So if you don't know, a couple of years ago in November, a young child named Ethan Crumbly shot up a school in Oakland County, Michigan, which is the county I live in. It's in Oxford. So if you've heard the Oxford school shooting, that is Ethan Crumbly. Now, subsequent to his activities, his parents have also been criminally charged. Ethan has pled guilty to, I can't remember how many kids were killed. I think it was 4 kids, and then a bunch of others were injured, but I might be way wrong. But anyways, he's pled guilty. So now the question is, what do we do with this juvenile who is currently 16, was 14 at the time? What do we do with him? What do we sentence him to? So in 2012, there was a U.S. Supreme Court case, Miller something v. Miller or whatever. But it basically said you can't just automatically send kids to jail for the rest of their lives. And so Michigan has then passed a statute since then. And there's been a bunch of Michigan cases as well. This sort of kind of rounded this issue up. But it's if the state wants to incarcerate a juvenile for the rest of their lives without the possibility of parole, they have to bring a motion. The defendant has to file an answer, and there has to be a hearing. And that's essentially what we're doing here today, except it kind of turns into a mini trial because you're looking at aggravated factors and all kinds of other stuff. Specifically, what you're looking for, there's like essentially 4 factors. And it's weird because these 4 factors are considered in all cases. However, the presumption is that life without the possibility of parole is too much for a juvenile. The state can overcome that burden. They have the burden of proof by showing clear and convincing evidence that, in fact, it is appropriate given the circumstances. There's a bunch of cases that said it should be, the most severe cases and things like that. But the court is going to assess whether or not the offender could be reformed, protection to society, disciplining, punishment of the wrongdoer, and deterrence from others. So those are the 4 factors, but the court has to be convinced by clear and convincing evidence that it's appropriate to sentence this kid to life without the possibility of parole based on those 4 factors. So that is what happened today. Now, this started at 8:30 a.m. My time. And since we had business and a bunch of other stuff and I had work, I wasn't able to stream it. And I thought I would get to it at some point this weekend, maybe tomorrow. I would do a stream, but it didn't finish. And tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. my time, they will continue it. So I'm hoping to get through day 1 today so I can bring you day 2 tomorrow live starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. So that is why I am going tonight. And it's going to be a long one. It is 10:30 p.m. my time. I imagine this is going to wrap up around 3 a.m. my time. But I want to get through it. I want to watch it all. I want to be able to comment. I am going to start it off at 1.25, and I may go faster. I may go slower as we go. And of course, I am here to entertain. So please pop in your questions, offer your comments. They will be much appreciated. Why doesn't? Yeah, I know. You guys just came from Discord where you can reply to specific comments and drop pictures and stuff. YouTube doesn't allow that. But you guys are free to chat in Discord. By the way, if you are a new member, there's a lot of people in here that I haven't seen yet before. But I appreciate it. There's a lot of new subscribers, I feel. A lot of new members. If you are subscribed, awesome, welcome. If you're not a member, why not? Why aren't you a member? Most, if not all of my member content is actually in Discord. So when you become a member, you get access to the link to the Discord where all kinds of shenanigans ensue. In fact, Jung and Wendy and everyone else, I think we're just in Discord streaming some sexy texting from another case in Texas that the Broken Baker and Mo and the Deep are covering. So, and Pharaoh was in there too, I guess. Wendy's new, right? Wendy, you're new to Discord. I think you just jumped in today. So welcome. Woo. All right, let's get going. So this is Oakland County, Michigan. This is the county that I'm in. This is a different courtroom than where James and Jennifer are going to be tried, but it's the same building. This is my lucky stream because it's daytime for me. All right. Well, welcome. Awesome. Where are you from? The other side of the world where it doesn't exist. Are you in pretend land called Australia, perhaps? That was for the good Dave, not you, Dave. Yeah, it was for me, not Dave. I got it. Cool. And that woman there with the long black hair, she's actually a very good defense attorney. Can't remember her name. I always forget because you guys know me. I'm horrible with names. And that is Ethan Crumley sitting down. So let's get going. If it's too quiet, too loud, too fast, too slow, let me know. I will try to speed it up as much as I can to try to get through it. There are going to be some breaks and pauses that I'm going to fast forward through. We'll go from here. It's kind of weird looking at it at 1.25. I'm going to jump forward until the court gets going.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Thank you, Mark. Case on behalf of the people.
Honor David Williams on behalf of the people.
Paulette Michelle Lofton on behalf of Mr. Ethan Crumbley, standing to my left.
Amy Hawk on behalf of Ethan Crumbley. Good morning, Your Honor. Deborah H. McKelvey, court-appointed lawyer, guardian ad litem.
That's correct, because they're both incarcerated, or all of them are incarcerated. They haven't spoken. They can't send letters to each other. They can't talk to each other or anything.
At least two minor witnesses testifying in this case. I will note that to the media that's in the courtroom, when the minor witnesses are testifying, you're not to video record or photograph their faces. I will allow you to have the audio recording of their testimony, but you shall not video their faces or photo their faces, and so that should not be done throughout this case. I will note that the people will identify for the record before a minor witness is called, and so that way you are placed on notice. With that being said, to those in the
I don't actually know this judge. He's a newer judge. I've never been in front of him.
And I'm going to
before you guys ask any questions about him,
please maintain composure. If you do need to step out of the courtroom, there is a composure room outside of this courtroom where you all can go and try to compose yourselves and return to the courtroom. However, I can't have any outbursts because we need to make sure that we protect the integrity of these proceedings. And so I will ask you, if you need to take some time, please feel free to take some time in the composure room and return to the courtroom if need be. I will also note that please do not record these proceedings using your cellular phone. If I see anyone with their cellular phone out and it appears that they are recording these proceedings,
yeah, he can talk to whomever. The only reason why he can't talk to his parents is because there's a rule about inmate communication, and since his parents are currently inmates,
thank you. The court will take judicial
that's why they can't communicate.
Thank you, Judge. We do have prepared a exhibit binder for defense as well as the court. In speaking with defense,
yeah, he has. Well, remember, he was 14 too, right? So, I mean, he's in the middle of puberty. He's going through changes. So,
admissibility for exhibits 1 through 62, and as the court stated, I will notify the court prior to extremely sensitive information and photos, images being broadcast on the screen in the presentation of our case.
I agree. I watch a lot at high speed. And it
thank you.
sounds weird
That being
when
said,
you're.
defense
It
and preliminary
sounds
issues or statements.
so
Yes, Your Honor, that is
slow
correct. We also have an
when
exhibit binder
it's
for the court when the
normal.
court is ready. We would be admitting defendants exhibits A through W.
Thank you. Are those also stipulated?
They are.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. With that being
Nope,
said,
has nothing to do
people's
with that.
use
Just
stipulated to
inmate
people's 1 through
communication.
62.
Yes, Your Honor, I would just ask the court to note my previous objections that were filed in the motion and the court ruled on them.
Thank you. The court notes your previous objection. The people's exhibits 1 through 62 are hereby admitted as evidence. Defense exhibits 8 through
This
W
was
are
this
hereby
morning.
admitted as evidence. That being said, any other preliminary issues from defense?
Your Honor,
It started
I know
14
this is very
hours
different
ago,
from a
Farrell.
trial, but we are asking the court to consider allowing Mr. Crumbly to be taken out of all the chains and handcuffs.
Thank you. Respectfully, I'm going to have him still in the chains because this is considered an evidentiary hearing. And so this is not a trial. And so he will remain in chains. However, he can have one hand that's unhandcuffed so he can take any notes or communicate with counsel.
Perfect.
I am going to do a stream about Megan Imowitz
Yes.
too, who was
I will
an
take
Oakland County youth, 18-year-old that was just sentenced to killing her father. Apparently, while she was in jail, Ethan's mother was a good source of comfort to her. So I'm going to try to get her on, see if she'll be willing to talk about Jennifer Crumbly.
Take findings from both the people as well as defense.
Yeah, I like her hair. It like flows. I don't know.
Thank you. That being said, any other preliminary issues from defense?
Your Honor, I plan on using the PowerPoint, the TV in my opening. So I know we tested it yesterday. We should be good, but it may just need a moment once.
That would be unlawful, Maddie.
Thank you.
With that being said, people, do you wish to present an opening statement?
We do, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may.
Your Honor, my name is Karen McDonald and I represent the people of the state of Michigan.
I'm going to slow this down.
The hearing today is the most important legal proceeding in the lives of nearly everyone in this courtroom. It is incredibly important for the defendant. His life is at stake. But everyone else is here in this courtroom today because this defendant made the decision to kill 4 other people and to take their lives instead of his own. Injured several others and terrorized hundreds. So the hearing today is just as important to these victims as it is to the defendant. And it is important to this entire community.
November 2000.
Almost all of us have come to believe that a juvenile sentenced to life without parole.
No, sorry, I was just answering. November of 2001 is when the shooting was.
Should be exceedingly rare. And I believe that. I embrace that.
I don't like her.
I want to be clear that we acknowledge
I can
that
go
we
on
bear
a
the
rant
burden of
about her
proof,
for a while, but I don't
and
like
we have
her.
a heightened standard
She's-
when we ask for a juvenile to
she
be
brings
sentenced to
political
life without
charges.
parole. As this court knows, you must consider the mitigating factors set out in Miller versus Alabama, and we also embrace that. There has been a misconception that charging this defendant as an adult and charging his parents,
Yeah, it is.
somehow
Actually, it's Karen
inconsistent.
McDonald. Okay,
that is not true.
let me go on a little rant about this prosecutor. Her name is Karen, and I thought she was going to be a good change for the county, so I voted for her. Never again. That was a mistake. She is very political, and she is very much a Karen in every sense of the word, and the term, and the phrase, and the moniker, and everything. She is a Karen.
They are charged for doing 2 different things. This defendant has already pled guilty to killing the 4 victims who died, shooting 7 other victims with the intent to kill them, and terrorizing everyone else who was at Oxford High School that
This
day.
will be about 5 hours
He's the only one
if
who
I
pulled the
played at
trigger.
normal speed.
The parents are charged with involuntary manslaughter for their gross negligence in buying the obviously troubled son a gun, for not securing it safely, and then for not doing anything
See?
about it
Has
when they saw the
nothing to do
defendant's
with
drawings
Ethan,
on the day of the shooting.
lady.
They are not
We're
charged
talking about
for being bad parents, and no one is saying they pulled the trigger. What we're saying is they had an obligation to the students who
Why are they talking about James and Jennifer Crumbly? Why are you talking about James and Jennifer Crumbly? This is Ethan.
died, and their gross negligence resulted in those students' deaths. Neither one of them gets a pass because of the acts of the other. The defendant
Let's
does
make a
not get a
political
pass
statement
because his parents
during
were grossly
A
negligent.
serious sentencing
He
case.
is the one who
for a child.
researched and planned and carried out the shooting. And they don't get a pass because they gave their son a gun that he used, knowing he was a danger to
You're
use.
not
it.
even in the courtroom. It's
Each
not
of
the same
them
case. It's
is
not the
only
same
being
judge.
held accountable for their own actions.
I didn't invite anybody, but if anyone wants to come on, let me know. I just wanted to do this tonight, and so
It's important to be candid about what we do and do not know about this defendant. No one can tell us what he will be like in 40 years. None of us have a crystal ball, and we are not going to present any witnesses who will say there is zero chance of possible rehabilitation. No one can say that for sure. But this hearing is not just about the defendant's potential to be rehabilitated. It starts and ends with proportionality. The court has to consider the Miller factors, but also every facet of the offender and the offense, and that's what we will present to you in this hearing. This is an offense unlike any other in this country or state has ever seen. Not just the number of children who died, but the way the defendant killed them, the amount of research and planning and preparation that went into it, and the way he carried it out, the picking and choosing of who would die. The video of the shooting doesn't have audio, but you will have no trouble interpreting the defendant's demeanor as he kills people and kids in that school. The way he walks up to them and fires at point blank range, the way he takes a shooter's stance in the middle of a hallway to kill Tate Meir. And this is an offender like no other. The video of the defendant torturing a 1-day-old baby bird shows that he is capable of a level of violence that most humans are not. And he takes joy in it.
Yeah, they're fairly small courtrooms.
And he
They're not
recorded it.
the largest.
The way he researched and planned the shooting, the way he thought through the weapon he wanted and
He's the
how he
prosecutor
got
for the
it.
parents as well. She's
The
the
way
elected
he researched
prosecutor.
and knew that Michigan does not have a death penalty.
She's like the grave
And
lady.
that he
of
stated
Oakland
over and
County.
over, I know I'll spend the rest of my life in prison. And one of the most extraordinary things that makes this defendant different than any other mass shooter in this
The
country,
parents have a
as
different
far as
judge.
we know and can
Much
tell,
better judge.
is that he decided in advance
I
that he
guess.
was not
I don't know.
going to
It's-
kill himself.
I don't know this judge, but a
And
good
he
judge.
researched response times to make sure that he surrendered before the police arrived. And he did not because he wanted to witness. He stayed alive because he wanted to witness the suffering he created. When the United States Supreme Court and the Michigan Supreme Court talk about the rare case and the defendant, this is the one, Your Honor.
I don't know if he killed the baby bird or if he found the baby bird, whatever, but they make a big
Finally,
deal out of the baby bird.
we seek to present this evidence to the court in the most respectful way we can to the hundreds of victims in this case, the parents who lost their children that day, and those that are here with scars and bullet holes in their bodies. Your Honor, there is only one way to do that. It is painful and gut-wrenching, but the way to honor victims is the very same thing, Your Honor, that is essential to this court making its decision on whether or not this sentence of life without parole is proportional. Your Honor, this is it. We must tell the truth. Our witnesses must tell the truth, and they must tell all of it. We must have the courage and strength to listen and view the facts despite how horrifying it may seem. That is what we are called upon to do, and it is the only way to do so with the utmost respect that these victims deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Aaron, if I just have one moment.
Yeah.
For that.
Absolutely.
Good morning again, Your Honor. I want to first go over the law that we must use during this hearing. We're here today because of the case of Miller versus Alabama. That's a U.S. Supreme Court case from 2012. They held that juveniles facing the most serious penalties must be individually sentenced, and courts must have the opportunity to consider mitigating circumstances. Those are chronological age, family and home environment, circumstances of the crimes, not the facts, but the circumstances, incompetencies associated with youth, and the possibility of rehabilitation. We also look to Montgomery versus Louisiana, a U.S. Supreme Court case of 2016. A lifetime in prison is a disproportionate sentence for all but the rarest of children, reserved for those whose crimes reflect irreparable corruption. 2021, People versus Bennett. They state that nearly every situation a sentencing court is asked to weigh in on the appropriateness of a life without parole sentence will involve heinous and oftentimes abhorrent details. The fact that a vile offense occurred is not by itself enough to warrant the imposition of life without parole. A court must undertake a searching inquiry into the particular juvenile, as well as the particular offense, and determine whether this is the truly rare juvenile for whom life without parole is constitutionally proportionate. And most recently, in People versus Taylor, the Michigan Supreme Court held in 2022 that when a prosecutor seeks to impose life without parole for a crime committed by a juvenile, the prosecutor bears the burden to rebut a presumption that life without parole is a disproportionate sentence. The standard for rebuttal is clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing means that the evidence is highly and substantially more likely to be true than untrue. Your Honor, this hearing is not like something that we are used to. Usually when the prosecutor and defense stand before the court, we're here for a trial. And in that scenario, the prosecutor has to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. This hearing is distinctly different. Mr. Crumbly has already pled. He raised his right hand. He told this court that
the judge
he
can
was
still take it
guilty
under advisement, but
of committing all 24 counts against him.
ideally, yes, he's sentenced.
We are here today because the people filed a motion for life without parole following that plea. We must move away from the trial mentality and into a sentencing phase.
So for all of you who came late, so Ethan Crumbly pled guilty, so there is no trial. However, when you're a juvenile and the state wants to sentence you to life without the possibility of parole, the presumption is that that would be too much for a juvenile. And the state has the burden of overcoming that presumption by presenting clear and convincing evidence that it is the best interest of society, punishing the wrongful actor, and deterring others and things like that, and that there's no chance of redeeming this child. He can't be reformed. So the court has to be convinced of that for the state to overcome the presumption. And that's what we're doing here today.
The facts of this case are difficult. They're unpleasant, unnecessary. The images that you will be shown are not something you are ever likely to forget. But through the evidence, through the witnesses and our experts, we believe that the court will agree that the people are not able to meet their burden
Catch up to us right
in
about here.
rebutting the presumption against a life without parole sentence. The experts and witnesses that will come before you will not give you an excuse for Ethan's actions. They will give you an explanation as to how Ethan ended up with a weapon in his hand on November 30th of 2021. As Jillian Peterson, a nationally recognized expert on the psychology of school shooters, concluded when called by the people at a Daubert hearing in the case of Jennifer and James Crumbly, there's a common misconception by the public that mass shooters are evil monsters who simply snap and commit a shooting one day. At the end of this hearing, we will be asking for the imposition of a term of years, because it will be clear to you that 15-year-old Ethan Crumbly is not one of those rare juveniles that is irreparably
We do have
corrupt
a couple of people
and without the
testifying.
ability to be rehabilitated.
A couple of
Thank you very
children
much.
testifying.
Thank you. People, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Judge. People call Lieutenant Tim Willis. We have a PowerPoint presentation.
I'm going to speed this up again.
Absolutely.
Too fast, let me know. I'm
And
just
typically,
bringing it
if
at
you could, please press
1.25.
the witness stand. You're then going to stand in the witness box, face my clerk, please, one, sir. Okay.
I guess I should put a banner up, huh?
Please raise your hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to make to this court will be the whole truth? Yes. Thank you, Ms. Epstein.
Sir, if you could, please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Timothy Willis, Willis.
Thank you. People, your witness. Thank you, Judge. Sir, when you're ready, will you please state and spell your full name for the record? Oh, sorry. Excellent. Thank you. Sir, I first want to ask you how you're employed.
I'm a lieutenant with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office,
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
over 27 years.
What's your current assignment?
I'm a lieutenant in the a detective lieutenant in the Investigative Forensic Services Division.
Okay. Sir, can you tell me, please, what your general job duties are?
So I oversee, excuse me, I oversee our computer crimes unit, our warrants division, our fugitive apprehension team, and our special investigations unit.
Now, you've been a lieutenant since 2016, is that right?
That's correct.
Sir, I want to direct your attention right to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Were you working on November the 30th?
I was.
Do you recall where you were when you were notified of the shooting in Oxford High School?
I was in actually at the prosecutor's office discussing another case.
Tell me, please, about what time were you notified?
I think it was about, the day was kind of crazy, but I believe it was around 1 o'clock.
And when you received the notification, what did you do?
I left the prosecutor's office, immediately made a phone call to try to confirm the information. I got confirmation immediately. I then got into my detective, which is just a Chevy Traverse with just some lights on it, and proceeded directly to the Oxford High School.
When you say proceeded, can you tell me about that drive, please?
It's a little, honestly, it's a little blurry. I don't recall all of it. I do remember the route I took, and I remember going up M24, and it was chaos. There were cars, police cars, emergency vehicles, and personal vehicles, all flying to that scene, which was kind of shocking to me. I mean, I
And he
typically
was
expect
charged
lieutenant
as an
to do
adult,
that, but,
and he pled guilty
once I
as an
realized
adult. But since he is still
I
a
actually followed
juvenile,
a civilian car to the scene,
they
and I
have
realized it was
to-
an off.
let me explain this. So if you're charged as a juvenile, you don't go into the typical criminal justice system. The whole thing about being charged as a juvenile is about getting the kid help, reform, counseling, education, whatever it is. It's not a punishment thing. But he was charged as an adult. That's why he can get life in prison without the possibility of parole. But they still have to go through this step in order to get there.
Duty officer that came from home.
Was it before his child?
Go to law
As
school.
lieutenant in charge of the special investigative unit, you arrived on scene.
Or
Or to say that you were one of the ranking
Get
officers.
a
is that
paralegal
right?
degree, I suppose.
Yes.
Okay. Is that how you came to be the officer in charge of this investigation?
Yes, it's understood at the sheriff's office that major crime scenes will be handled usually by the special investigations unit, and the fact that I was the lieutenant of it, it was how I became the OIC in that case.
Now, can you tell us, please, what does it mean to
Duck
be OIC or officer in charge?
So the officer in charge of the investigation, basically, especially with one this size, hands out assignments, follow-up detective work, be it interviews with
Hey.
witnesses, collection of evidence, or determining what evidence needs to be taken and analyzed forensically or otherwise. They also work with gathering, putting together reports, reviewing all the reports, talking with the prosecutor's office, and help assist in determining charges.
So, for lack of a better term, you were running the show as far as the investigation is concerned.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Not even closer.
Now, there's a massive amount of evidence in this case. Now, is it fair to say that you reviewed all of that evidence, at least in a supervisory role?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of your duties as lieutenant in your division, you also supervise the computer crimes unit. Would that be right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, what do the computer crimes unit detectives do?
So they handle any electronic evidence that we may take as a course of an investigation, and then they forensically analyze it, meaning to hook it up to their systems, to obtain images, pictures, videos, recordings, texts, a lot of different ways to get into either computers, phones, or tablets.
Okay. And now, you're aware that the defendant's cell phone was seized when he was arrested on November the 30th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was the computer crimes unit that conducted that forensic analysis?
Correct.
Okay. So when we received our presentation today, we refer to evidence found in the defendant's
You
phone,
know,
the
I
computer
don't
crimes unit
know.
conducted the physical extraction.
Yes, sir.
He's a new judge,
So I want to take you right to
and I'm not able to pull the docket up because he is a
tell
juvenile.
us the names of those who were killed.
But I could probably find out.
Excuse me. Tate Muir,
New word, Judge.
Hannah St. Juliana, Justin Schilling,
Take a moment, sir.
Tim, we've never done anything like this. It's okay.
Madison Baldwin. I'm so sorry.
Who was wounded?
Yeah, it was 4 children killed.
Phoebe Arthur, Elijah Mueller, Riley Franz, Kylie Osage, John Ashudo, Molly Darnell, Aiden Watson.
The person who committed these murders and attempted murders in court today.
Yes.
Please tell the court what he's wearing today.
He's sitting next to the counsel. He's wearing orange jail uniform.
Or with the record reflected identification defendant for this hearing.
So reflective.
A detective at the Oxford High School is equipped with surveillance cameras. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That covers both interior as well as exterior footage.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, there's over 90 cameras in that school.
Yes, sir.
And they were operational on November the 30th.
Yes, sir.
Now, as part of your investigation, your duties as the officer in charge, did you review the surveillance footage of the interior of the school on November the 30th?
Judge Rowe.
I did.
I
Yeah.
don't know him. Never
Now,
practiced in
you
front
also
of him.
reviewed eyewitness statements and things of the like.
Yes, sir.
Based upon that investigation, are you able to tell us where the shooting started?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Lieutenant, all these exhibits have been admitted. I'm going to give you a binder for you to refer to.
Okay.
First, I'll direct you to the screen here. This is People's Exhibit 1. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is a map of the layout of the Oxford High School, right?
That's correct.
The highlighted portions, what significance is that?
So the
He became
highlighted portion is
judge
what's referred to
in
as the 200
2001.
hallway, and that's where the entire shooting occurred within that highlighted area.
Now, this is a zoomed portion of that, and we have exit doors identified. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So door 7 is on the left next to room 256, 249, then moves on to door 6, door 5, and door 4.
Correct.
So where did the shooting first start?
The shooting began, the defendant exited the bathroom just above room 258 there on your left. He made a left-hand turn out of that bathroom and began shooting.
You know, I'm going
So-
to attend the next Oakland County Bar Association. I'm going to get a picture with this judge, and then I'm just going to
Is that-
share it with you guys. You all seem to be liking him.
Are you able to see this now?
I can.
258 right here.
That's correct.
Okay. And the bathroom is signified here with the laser pointer.
That's correct. He
Wicked.
exited that bathroom.
You need to
Turn left.
you need to watch some of my stuff, my playlist on the Crumbly case, and then I'm going to actually do a restream of the preliminary examination. But I've covered the Court of Appeal stuff, and it is absolutely
shooting.
nonsense. I agree with
Now,
you.
sir, he was in the handicap stall before he exited the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is this photograph from the handicap stall in that bathroom?
Correct.
And these are been identified as the defendant's items.
Correct.
That's not going to happen. And he's a politician.
A miscellaneous homework papers or work papers from school, a hardbound journal, leather journal, some wires from
Yes, she's going to.
power cords from computers and things of that nature.
Did you examine those papers found in the backpack?
Yeah, the assignments, yes.
Okay. Tell us what of note, if anything, was discovered on those pieces of paper.
I believe there was 93 pieces of paper somewhere in that area, over 90. And on those over 90 pages, there was over 50 images of guns drawn.
Now, there's no evidence that any teacher or administrator saw those particular pieces of paper. Is that right?
No evidence, no.
Okay. And you said there was a handwritten journal.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's People's Exhibit 3. That's been admitted. Have you read that entire journal?
I have.
Ethan had 2 journals.
Now,
One was really
journal
bad that
were
the
to
parents
be
didn't know about. The other one was fairly
photocopy,
normal
how
that
many
the parents
pages would it be as
did
part
know
of
about.
The actual written portions.
22.
Okay. And out of those 22.
But again,
the
this
first
isn't the parents'
written page
case.
Has a drawing of a rocket, am I right? And a
But it's going to
Yes.
impact them a lot.
Now,
That's
the
why I
remaining
wanted to cover
21
this.
pages with actual content. Can you tell me how many of those 21 pages refer to the school shooting?
Every single one of them.
Were you able to identify that journal as being written by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
How's that?
Several reasons. It was found amongst his items there. His name was written throughout it. Later we'll see another assignment where we've seen his handwriting on, and that matched the handwriting in the journal.
You know what?
It also
going-
references events that
I'm
occurred
gonna
at the
ask
school
him.
with the deer head weeks prior, the bird head prior, the fact that his father purchased a Caltech. So
So you're able to tell from the overall context of the passages that it was in fact the defendant and he did in fact write.
yes.
I'm going to refer to portions of this journal, and feel free if you have written notes in front of you to refer to it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
We're going to start with page 22. of Exhibit 3. Looking at the screen, sir, can you tell us please what the defendant wrote?
Yes, he wrote, excuse me, I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon I'm going to buy a 9mm pistol.
Now, further down on page 22, can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
Yes. Ready and the 9mm ready. Then I walk behind any girl, pretty in parentheses, and shoot them in the back of the head. I will then shoot anyone I see, aiming for the head until I have to reload. I will then find a full class.
Lieutenant, the defendant indicated he wanted to aim for the head and then turn the firearm onto classrooms.
Yes, sir.
First, I'm going to refer you to exhibits 4, 5, and 6. Those are the autopsy protocols of the murdered children. Sir, you reviewed these?
I have.
Now, out of the 4 murdered children, how many were shot in the head?
Of the
3 of those individuals were shot in the head. Yes.
I think you're muted.
Oh my God, it
Looks
was
like I
me
can't
that was
hear you.
muted. I'm like, hey, are you muted? Hey, how you doing?
Good. I was
Have you
watching.
been following any of this?
I didn't even really recognize at first what it was. I guess this kid, went to a school.
So, a real short recap. So the kid has, he's kind of a loner. He's got some depression issues and some other stuff going on. And when the schools were shut down and everyone was online, he kind of took it hard. One of his kids moved away. His grandfather died and his dog died all within like 6 months. Like his only friend moved away. And then his parents were struggling to kind of find some interest for him. One of the things he expressed interest in was shooting, right? And so they would go out and they get a 9mm handgun and they take him shooting to a range a couple of times. And then in November of 2001, he's one day he's looking up ammunition on his phone. The school calls home. By the way, and it's ridiculous that like the school counselor calls home and she's like, "Oh, hey, nothing wrong. Your son was looking up ammunition. We just thought, no worries. Just wanted to let you know." And that's the message that's left. And then the next day, apparently, he's drawing on a math sheet like guns and shooting people and stuff like that. So that's when they call the parents in. So they have a meeting with the parents and the principal and all this stuff. And then they're like, the school's like, "Do you want to take them home?" And the parents say, "No, we got to go back to work. Can you just, are you good keeping them?" And they're like, "Yeah, that's fine. We'll hang on to him." He apparently has this journal that they're talking about, wanting to shoot up the school, and the gun in the backpack. Like teachers are carrying it around and bringing it around and nobody's checking. So the parents leave. Then he shoots up the school. Meanwhile, while the parents leave, they're like texting their friends and saying, "We got to get him some help. Maybe, the parents have horses." And so they're like, "Well, maybe we can get him out to the horses. He can ride the horses. Maybe that's some interest and stuff like that." They're working on this stuff. In the meantime, the kid goes start shooting up the school and kills 4 kids, injures like 15 others. And the shocking thing is that the parents are charged, James and Jennifer Crumb.
Yeah, I think I heard about that. The parents got charged.
Yeah, and so that's what actually brought me to YouTube to start streaming these things, because I started the first live I streamed was their preliminary examination. And so the Ethan is now 16. He's pled guilty.
Yeah.
And he was charged as an adult. And so in Michigan, if the state wants to put him away, life without the possibility of parole. And under the Miller standard from the U.S. Supreme Court, Michigan has adopted some statutes in other cases. They basically, it's the presumption is that it's not appropriate for a juvenile, but the state can overcome that by showing by clear and convincing evidence that there's no chance of reform. He's a danger to society, deterrence, punishment for the crimes, for the heinousy of the crimes and things like that. So this hearing is all about his sentencing. Should he be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole?
At 16.
So that's what at 16. Yep, at 16.
That is tough.
I know, right? Even given everything that went on, at 16, that's still tough to face, right?
Yeah.
So this morning, 8:30 local time, they started this hearing. And I was going to cover this, but like another day because we had your business and all that.
Yeah.
But it didn't finish. And it's continuing tomorrow at 8:30. And so I'm like, well, I'm just going to stream it tonight. And I'll get a few hours of sleep, and then we'll start it again in the morning. And so that's what we're doing. But Karen McDonald is the prosecutor in this case. She's my local prosecutor. I voted for her. I don't like her at all. I didn't know what I was voting for. And she is heading up this case and the case against the parents. And of course, the first thing she says is this big political statement about the parents. And we're like, but we're not here for the parents.
Yeah.
So basically what we're going through is how heinous this crime is, and how bad it was, and whether or not this kid could ever be reformed, whether or not society is better with him locked up for the rest of his life, and all this stuff.
What are they charging the parents with?
They're charging the parents with involuntary manslaughter, which is like,
On what
you know,
basis?
you accidentally pull the trigger, right? And but okay, yeah. I mean, again, there is no
making
basis
sense,
because you have an intervener, right? The intervener of the intentional wrongful acts of Ethan is the intervener, and I don't get it. They're hanging their hat on a very narrow thing, which is, were they in fact the straw purchasers of the gun for Ethan? That's the only thing that I can rationalize this with. If there's evidence that they were in fact straw purchasers of the gun, then maybe. But even then, I think it's a stretch.
Yeah, that still is quite a stretch.
Right? So that's where we're at
because
right now.
Even if they bought it for him, they still didn't buy it for the purpose of him to carrying this out.
Right. Well, and they point to Instagram photos that say, look at this, look at this new gun that I just got my baby an early Christmas present. And then he posts a picture. He's like, look at my new gun I just got. Okay. I gave my daughter a car when she turned 16. It's registered in my name. Yeah. It's insured in my name. It's her car, right? Yeah. No, it's my car legally, right? She's allowed to use it when I allow her to use it. But it's her car, right? She talks to, this is my car. It's not really. She, you know, she can't do whatever she wants with it. But
if she goes out and runs a red light and kills somebody, you're not going to get charged with manslaughter.
Well, who knows? If it's in Oakland County with Karen McDonald, you never know. I mean, but that's the insanity of the parents being charged. And the reason why I wanted to stream this hearing is because I knew she was going to make it a lot about the parents, and I knew there's going to be a lot coming in about the parents. And so, and again, the whole reason I'm on YouTube is this case, and I have my own cameras. They're going to be in the courtroom. I've already talked to the clerk. We've got it worked out. I'm going to have my own cameras in there. And so I really want to cover the entirety of this case. And this is the first time we really had to see the evidence against Ethan himself directly, because he didn't have a trial. He pled guilty. Yeah. So this could be a preview of some of the evidence we're going to get in the parents' case as well. So this could be interesting. So I'm going to go for the next 5 hours. It's a 7-hour video, but there's some cuts and stuff. I'm just going to go plow through, get some sleep, and then start in the morning.
Yeah, I probably won't hang out for 5 hours.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But welcome.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
And then out of the 7 wounded, an additional 3 were shot in the upper extremities, neck, face, or head area. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, he also wrote in the passage about wanting to turn the firearm into the classroom. Did you find evidence in the school that the defendant actually did that?
Yes, sir, we did.
Yes, the parents are currently in jail on like $500,000 bond, $250 each, $250,000
forensic lab
each.
Who processed the scene. That is a rod that indicates the direction of travel from a fired round. So as you can see that
NMG, this witness right now is the lead investigator. After the
fired round went through that the little steel barrier outside the door. 247.
This is classroom 244. What are we looking at here?
A similar thing, but this time it went through the glass.
This is office 224, and this is Miss Molly Darnell. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. And there's 3 rods through that door, indicating 3 rounds penetrated.
Right. So that's the question, right? And I have to imagine the defense is going to have some sort of expert on this.
Yeah, that appears to be a round that didn't penetrate all the way through the door, but was obviously shot at.
And then 2:20.
8:30 a.m. Eastern time.
Again, we have an additional.
I'm going to start the stream again.
Round that was fired through a door.
Finally, classroom 215.
Yeah, we have 3 more rounds fired into the glass partition.
No,
outside of the.
I don't believe a
or
child
like,
should
in the
ever
classroom,
be
I should say.
Now, Lieutenant,
incarcerated
it's true
without the
that
possibility
each
of
these
parole.
6 classrooms were occupied by children hiding at that point in time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to refer back to page 22 of the defendant's journal
No, because it's not a criminal enterprise.
Yeah.
report, what the defendant wrote.
So no, it wouldn't
I
be a
will
RICO
continue
thing.
shooting people until police breach the building. I will then surrender to them and plead guilty to life in prison.
Baxter, how was the defendant apprehended?
He
Wendy, real quick, thank you very much for the gifted memberships. Is it 5 gifted memberships or did I miss one?
Yeah.
5 gifted memberships. Monty G, Carlene, Andrea, Composer C. I think you've been a member before. Digger 420, Jen B. All got gifted memberships. I think that's all of them. Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Wendy. Wendy is the best.
She did 5 earlier too. So
Oh, she did 5, so we got 10.
yeah.
That's what I thought.
Merps, Turf, Genitals, Taste of Venom, Salvador Dali, Brandon White.
Salvador, how come he keeps getting free memberships? You got to pay your own way, man. Going forward.
And my account's old enough I can't get gifted memberships on mine. So
Really? That's not
yeah,
good.
I think the branded accounts, at least the older ones, you can't. So, and I've had my YouTube account for 17 years. So
Well, that's just. I mean, I feel like they should reward loyalty, right?
yeah, you would think.
I don't know.
At least they dropped down the requirements for monetization.
Yeah, they did that. Are you monetized yet?
No, I'm only at like 370 subs. I've
My
got the
account's
hours,
like
but no subs. So
5 or 6 years old, but I didn't really produce any.
I
Some
just started
things in
putting
there.
anything out, and I haven't put anything out of substance in like 2 or 3 months.
I want to know
Just
kind
haven't
of.
had time.
I just want to know what my oldest video was. I think it's like 5 years ago.
deputy's arrival, he placed his the gun on a garbage can behind him, got on his knees, and put his hands straight up in the air.
So that was directly after he executed Justin Schilling and Keegan Gregory ran for his life. Is that right?
That is correct.
Is there any evidence that the defendant tried to run?
Not at all.
Did he try to fight?
None.
So, in fact, he did a complete surrender, like you wrote.
Absolutely.
Now, at that point, the point he surrendered, was there anybody else left to shoot?
No, I mean, at that point, he had, after Keegan Gregory ran out of the bathroom, there was no one left in the bathroom. He came out. The hallways were obviously clear except for law enforcement coming down the hallway. And that was, so there's no more victims for him to.
But at the time,
5 years and
open
3
the
months
bathroom
ago, I
door,
posted my
they
first
see the
video.
gun on top of the trash can.
I think my first one
They're not
was
acting. In fact, you
in
can see them.
2007. It might not even still be up.
Refer you to page
But it's
21
like
of the defendant's
some
journal.
lightning storm in town, just lightning crawling across the sky. It looked really cool.
Mine was advices for people entering into lease agreements, stuff like that.
So in the margin there, it says, I wonder what life in prison will be like.
And then throughout this page, the defendant write a list of items that appears that he plans to take on November the 30th.
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
It says 1 9mm pistol, extra mags. And then to the right, it says half blood, and the word underneath that, it says fuck. And then 2 to 5 Molotov
You're not in
cocktails,
Texas, are you?
No,
1 to 3 powdered, I believe it's NOS flares, pair of gloves, a hat, jacket, mask, knife.
Now, Lieutenant, I want to take you back to the photograph of the defendant's backpack in the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned these cords, these wires. Did that cause the investigators concern when they initially appeared on it?
Yes. So
They thought it was a pipe bomb. He didn't have a pipe
To explain,
bomb or any
our first
improvised
step is
explosive.
to identify, locate the shooter. That was done. Once
No,
he was
he hasn't
in custody,
spoken.
we also looked
Very
for secondary
little.
shooters and
Didn't
any
really give a
additional,
reason.
type devices. But we also try to identify victims and sweep the rest of the building. During that sweep, that's when this was discovered. On or around that time, we also became aware of a YouTube video that the defendant made throwing Molotov cocktails. There was some concern by the officers who approached that there may be some
I have
secondary device in that
No
bag,
opinion of
Second
this
device
judge.
an explosive device.
He was, I don't know, he was appointed in 2001. We were doing all Zoom stuff. I didn't have a lot in Oakland County, so I've never been in front of him. I have no opinion.
So we notified the Michigan State Police Bomb Squad. They came in to X-ray it.
And of course, this all occurred before anyone ever examined the journal. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, he also wrote about a hat, a jacket. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In reviewing the video, did you discover the defendant changed his appearance before the shooting?
Yes. Prior to going in, he has a gray hoodie on. his backpack,
They
no
want us to
hat.
see your
He
cap.
comes out. It appears that hoodie was just flipped inside out. He dropped his backpack and he's wearing a black knit cap.
Gonna make him mad.
Now, page 21, the defendant indicated a date and a time, and then read the passage.
His short little stubby legs are trying to scratch me.
The date is 11/9/2021 as of
Good job.
2:13 p.m. I want the world to remember me.
Oh, well, they will.
Yep.
Now, we talked a little bit about how computer crimes is the division of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office responsible for forensic examination of visual.
Mind you, they went through. So part of the
and
evidence
cell phone
against the
was seized in
parents,
search.
they said, well, he sent text
Yes, sir.
messages to his friend, the one that moved away, that he was going to like shoot up the school.
Now, understanding that
They
you're not
printed
personally
these out,
a computer
and they were like
or cell phone
5 foot tall
forensic
if you'd stack them all
examiner,
up
you did
on
review
top
the
of each
entire
other. And they're like, what? He sent this
down,
one
right?
text
Yes.
message.
Now,
Really?
these will
You
uncover
expect a
in the
parent to
see
text
that
uncover,
one
in the
text
course of
message?
Reviewing that cell phone extraction, a text message thread between the defendant and another juvenile, who we will not name. And that text message thread in particular was over 20,000 texts in total. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
If it would
20,000.
be printed out, it would be over 5,000 pages.
Correct.
But first, for the record,
During the
Judge,
preliminary exam for the
counsel,
parents, they literally had them stacked out
the
and
full
printed out.
file extraction. That's on a portable hard drive. Should either party want to refer to it, for the court to do it.
Thank you. So noted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, in the course of this investigation, Lieutenant, were the defendant's parents' phone seized and searched as well?
Yes.
Okay. So we also have exhibits 16 and 17 for their cell phone extraction should either party or the court need to review that, Judge.
Thank you. So noted.
By the way, if you want to ask a question, you don't need a super chat. Throw a
Lieutenant,
question,
the
question mark in
exhibit
front.
18
I'll grab
is
it.
Isolated.
And if I
portable
don't
hard drive
answer it,
of that text message thread that we
repeat it,
recovered.
because sometimes I don't see them.
It's between the defendant and the other juvenile. Is that correct?
Yeah, so a parent can own a gun and a child
And
can
you
use
get
it,
the opportunity
especially
to
for
read the text
hunting or
message?
any other
Yes.
reason. They just can't own it, right? They can't have unfettered
Referring
access
to
to it.
The
But
slide. This is
yeah,
a text
absolutely.
message from March 17th, 2021, sent at 12:41 a.m. to 12:46 a.m. UTC -4. And for the record, every text message has a date and a corresponding page number to Exhibit 18. And this time has been converted from UTC to Eastern Standard Time. Is that right, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please tell us what the defendant wrote here.
This is why when you die, you need to be remembered for a long time. Doing something that will make people think about you until time ends. Unless you do something that will make people remember you. Like people remember King Henry or Cleopatra or even Hitler. If you want to be remembered forever, how would you want to be remembered? As a smart and heroic person or someone who massacred people and scars other people's brain of your life?
At that point, the other juvenile replied, smart and heroic, probably. And then, how about you?
Then the defendant replied back, not for me to say.
Okay, so this was in March.
Yeah, well, remember, he's going through puberty too, folks.
Yeah.
This theme of wanting to be remembered.
He
is
went
that
in
repeated
at,
throughout the
like-
defendant's journal?
Yes, sir.
Just 15
Moving on
years
to page
old.
19. Can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
Killing myself is too much of a pussy move.
Killing myself is too much of a pussy move. People will just forget about me and I will have never making an impact in this world.
Macon.
The
That's what
only
that
way
is.
is to shoot up the school.
Further on down page 19, can you please read what the defendant wrote? Start with I'm going.
I'm going to rain fucking fire down on this school. I will cause the biggest school shooting in Michigan's history. I will kill everyone I fucking see.
And finally, page 19, bottom.
I want to be remembered through all of history.
There's no evidence that the parents ever saw
18,
this, too. I
defendant's
want
journal.
Yeah.
everyone to remember that. There's no evidence that they even knew this
Page
existed.
18, the defendant writes, could you please read that passage?
I just saw a group of girls sitting down in the hallway. If I had my pistol on me, then I would have not hesitated to blow both of their brains out. I would just hope their parents will feel with sadness and distraught. When I shoot up the school, I hope that every parent of kids I gratefully murder will be so sad that they kill themselves. I want all of America to see the darkness in me. I want to impact the world with this. I'm going to record the shooting so when they show the video in court, everyone can see their children and friends dying. I want for the parents to see their kids burn to ash and bawl their eyes out. I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison, rotting like a tomato.
Sir,
Gee.
that page isn't in there, is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a drawing right underneath that.
Yes, sir.
Tell us please what we're looking at.
It's a drawing of a hand extended, firing a round into the back of presumably a young female.
What did the defendant write about that?
The first victim has to be a pretty girl with a future so she can suffer just like me.
Lieutenant, who was the first person shot?
Phoebe Arthur. Excuse me. Phoebe Arthur.
And do you know where she was shot?
In the face.
I'll move now to page 17. There's a part here that's redacted, and redacted the name of a different school shooter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You please read the remainder of that passage.
He is my idol. I want to do what he did. I want America to hear what I did. I know that rarely only shootings have happened in Michigan, so that means I will cause the largest school shooting ever in the state. I'm not going to kill myself. I will surrender to the police. I wish to hear the screams of the children as I shoot them.
Yeah, I don't think
All
he
I need is
intended
my
for his
9mm
parents to be charged.
pistol,
Yeah.
which I'm currently begging my dad for.
Oh yeah,
Lieutenant,
So-
the defendant actually eventually.
we can give, I guess, a
Oh.
little warning here. This testimony is going to get really graphic. All right, so we're talking about a school shooting. We're talking about children being shot. This is going to be graphic content. Maybe I should put a warning in the description.
Obtain a 9mm pistol.
Yes, sir.
Okay, first with instruction.
Yes.
And you,
Wait, at this point, does it matter if they wear gloves?
as well as evidence.
Well, potentially for the parents' case.
For the record, is that People's 19?
That is just thank you. Sir, what is Exhibit 19?
It's a 9mm semi-automatic pistol.
Now, is that actually the murder weapon from November the 30th, 2021?
It is. It was a weapon used and a weapon recovered that day.
When was that gun purchased?
The Friday just prior to the shooting.
So that would have been November the 26th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And that was purchased from a firearms store in Oxford?
Correct.
Who was the registered purchaser of that firearm?
James Crumbly.
That's the defendant's father?
It is.
Were you aware that the defendant was with James Crumbly when that gun was purchased?
We came to know that. Yes.
Now, sir, you were here when the defendant pled guilty on October the 24th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And so you heard his statements in court.
Yes.
Is it true that the defendant stated that he actually gave his father money for that gun?
Correct.
And he actually picked out that gun?
Yes.
Did you uncover evidence that this defendant posted pictures about that firearm on social media after it was obtained for him?
Yes. Those were recovered off his phone.
Now I'm going to show you what's already been as 20. This is a post from the defendant's Instagram account. Can you please tell us what the caption is on the photograph the defendant posted?
Just got my new beauty today. Heart eye emoji. Sig Sauer 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer.
And that was taken November the 26th, 2021. Is that correct?
See, this
Yes.
is what they used against the parents. Just got my
This is
new
another
beauty
post.
today.
That the defendant posted to his Instagram account on November the 26th, 2021. Is it the same caption?
It is.
Again, is this the same weapon that we've identified as the murder weapon, Exhibit 20?
Yes, sir.
This
Now,
is
another Instagram.
this is not the trial. This is essentially the sentencing phase for a juvenile. They're trying to get him life in prison without the possibility of parole. And so they have to present a bunch of evidence that is the best, really.
Post. Defendant
Overcome a
posted picture
presumption
November
that it's
26th,
not good for a
2021.
juvenile.
And same caption on this photograph.
Yes.
What do you know about this particular picture?
He has some, it appears to be some knowledge of how to handle firearms. His finger, which is very important when handling firearms, is outside the trigger
You
guard.
would hope
He's
that
lining up the
parents
sights,
teach their kids
um,
how to properly handle firearms,
You're
right?
trained with those kind of sights specifically to
fake-
line them up three in a
Doesn't
row.
have his finger on the trigger.
If you think of them like three, equal
Well,
light
that's
on
the
equal
proper way to
sides,
walk around with it.
equal amount of lights on equal sides.
You're not ready to shoot.
So
You
that's
don't put your
correct
finger on the
way to
trigger.
use that
Exactly.
firearm, am I right?
Yes.
And finally, Instagram post that the defendant posted on November the 27th,
Quite the
the next
spread
day,
there.
2021. What was the caption on this picture?
Took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to the new sights. LOL.
Now, in the extraction, this
Oh, it's
forensic
not bad.
extraction of the
I don't
defendant's
think they shot
parents'
at
cell
25
phones, we
yards.
Find evidence that the defendant's mother posted about going to the shooting range with the defendant as well.
Yes, we did.
All right. Now, this is from Jennifer Crumley's Instagram, and this was posted November the 27th.
No, because I was all
2021.
wrapped
What
up
did the defendant's mother post?
in my own
Mom
head.
and Sunday testing
I
out
didn't realize
his
this was going on.
new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye.
And this is another picture of a target.
Yes, sir.
Same caption referencing his new XMS present.
Correct.
Again, November 27th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Finally, on her Instagram, what is this?
That is the this pistol along with those magazines. A picture of him.
And what's the caption here?
Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye.
Now, in a review of Jennifer Crumley's Instagram stories, was there a short clip of the defendant training with a firearm?
Yes, sir. There was.
And in fact, throughout this investigation, there's evidence uncovered of the defendant training with different firearms.
I don't know where it is.
Yes,
It's
there was.
somewhere. It's making noise.
Now,
He
this
was
picture
walking
right here
behind
Jennifer
you
Crumley
earlier.
posted. This was just
Was it?
3 days before.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Mine's just
Yes,
back
that's
here
correct.
licking himself.
First, I'm going to show you a clip from Jennifer Crumley's Instagram story. This is from June the 22nd, 2021. What's the post that Jennifer Crumley wrote?
Ethan and James R. Crumbly both got handguns this week. Testing them out at the range.
Now, you mentioned that evidence was uncovered that they were both training with firearms.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as.
Yeah, as far as I understand, there's been no behavioral issues with him in prison or jail, rather,
since
Oakland County Jail.
I'm going to show you a video from November the 26th, 2021. This is what the defendant posted. Is this correct?
Yes.
Oh,
I swear I'm hearing something.
Somebody's in your attic.
I believe we have the television, the court's television is frozen.
Where was her interview? I've been reaching out to her mother.
Just give me one moment, please.
Julie, if you're watching, I messaged you and emailed you.
I can hear this cat licking like through my headphones. Like,
You know what? I bet you it's the court. It's got to be the court because I'm hearing the same sort of thing. But mine's nowhere to be found.
you might be hearing mine lick because I can hear mine licking. Like, I have my headphones on, but I can hear him over here.
I keep thinking the cat's
This
behind
was
me.
posted November the 26th, 2021, and the defendant actually posted this clip. But before I play the clip, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, because it's a juvenile,
I can't make that out.
Okay.
Chris.
I'll let it play, then you can tell us.
and it's a massive murder.
Oh, hello.
We're looking down the barrel of the gun, the weapon used in
In the shooting?
the murder. Yes.
Well, hopefully his eye's not behind it.
Now, I'm going to show you a video from November 27, 2021 of the defendant and his mother, Jennifer Crumbly.
This is not court TV.
For the record, which exhibit number is this?
You want to see L and C words in court TVs? It's shit. This is not court TV. I'm still going to cover the sentencing, but I was hoping to have
So we see the defendant with a gray sweatshirt,
Julian
Yes.
and Megan
and that's his mother walking next to him.
on
Yes, sir.
with me.
And the defendant has a target, paper target in his hand. Is that right?
Yes, sir, he does.
And next to him, has that been identified as the murder weapon that was bought the day prior?
Yes, correct.
So why is this really relevant?
Um,
I mean, he's practicing with a firearm like kids do.
he knows
every
how
day
to
where
do
I'm
it.
from.
That makes it more
Um,
vicious, I guess.
He's inserting the
Yeah.
magazine into the, which is also known as the clip, into the
I don't know
pistol
why this is relevant.
and chambering
honestly.
around, basically loading the gun.
The issues. Again,
Doesn't have any help with him there. Is that
the presumption is that life without the possibility of parole would not be good because he's a juvenile. To overcome that, the state must prove by clear and convincing evidence that the child cannot be reformed, that due to protection of society, disciplining the wrongdoer, and deterring others, that life without parole is appropriate. So those are the four factors.
right?
That's correct.
I don't know why this is relevant to any of that.
Yeah, he's practicing. There's kids that do this every day.
Yeah. I wish my kid would, have a
I need
better
to go to
hobby
the
than
range.
Well, yeah. I mean, well, we go shooting and stuff, and we hunt and things like that. But you know, it's better than what
Watch
other kids are
the
doing.
defendant shoot this firearm.
Take your kids hunting so you don't have to hunt for your kids,
Tell me
right?
what comes to mind.
Yeah.
The most interesting thing to me is that obviously this is the first time he just bought this gun, so presumably this is either one of the first times, if not the first time, that he shoots his gun. He understands the basic concepts of shooting: two-hand grip, arms extended, bringing the sights up to your line of sight.
And you already mentioned the photograph of him lining up those 3 sites.
Yes, sir.
The defendant retracts his target.
Yeah. So the last round, obviously, after it's empty, the slide locks to the rear. He removed the magazine and retracted the target.
So what are we seeing right now?
Now he is assisting his mother
I agree too.
with her turn at shooting
Shouldn't
the
be without
weapon.
parole.
Now we say assisting. Is Jennifer
Give him
Crump
life,
how to use it? Or is it
Parole in
Jennifer Crump?
25 years.
Yeah, it's clear. I mean, it's evident by the video
right? 'Cause
that
he's not necessarily
is-
going to get out.
teaching her what to do.
Yeah, and by the way, this is the same court, not the same judge, but the same court that sentenced Megan to essentially getting out right away. MG Law, I don't know if you know the Megan Imowitz case. She's
Yeah,
an
if you
18-year-old
remember-
in Oakland County. She got into a fight with her father and threw stuff at him.
One
of
is the one
things
that
she
like
was
threw the cleaning stuff
the
on
lie.
him. And,
Yep, the
Yeah.
lie, and he ended up dying from the
Her,
burns. yeah.
he loaded the gun, racked the slide, did everything, and he's kind of walking her through the steps now.
She was in
That's
for
called a
18
slide
months.
release,
He
what she
sentenced
just
her
did
to
that
1
moves them
year.
forward. And now she
Let her
appears
out.
she doesn't know how to properly grip the pistol.
Comparing shooting stances, who is the more experienced looking shooting stance?
Yeah, experience and more confident looking shooting stances, even for sure. Pardon me, the defendant.
At this point in the video, the defendant's mother actually calls it.
Yeah, I went to
retrieve the magazine.
not my school, but I
Yes.
went to a different
So
school
she sets the gun
for hunter safety.
down when she's done, whereas the defendant, properly unloaded it, left it down.
There's multiple times throughout the surveillance video that shows.
We saw his
that's what
target
makes the
already.
defendant
You know,
Yeah,
it was
see,
a
here's the
12-inch
she's
spread.
still
Not
unsure about
bad.
how to grip the firearm. She's putting her thumb around her wrist, and he's showing her, no, your thumbs forward. 2 hands on the gun, thumbs forward.
Parents' trial should be somewhere in November, December, maybe January. I've been in talks with the court to try to figure out when that's actually going to happen, because I will have my cameras in the courtroom. Yeah, and she didn't testify, but that seems like what. Don't give me any Megan. I'm going to watch
Yeah.
the sentencing, and I'm going to
What's been admitted as Exhibit 25.
talk to him.
Speaking of videos that depict the defendant training with firearms, in the investigation, the video was uncovered from a different shooting range. In
Yeah, it's-
September of 2021.
The parents is $250,000
Father,
each.
Is that correct?
Yes,
it's excessive.
You're right.
25th, 2021.
yes.
You do criminal law, right?
No, I don't do any criminal law, actually.
No.
No.
So here's the thing. So if I have a client with a warrant and I call the court, I'm like, oh, we got a warrant. Okay, I'm going to walk him in tomorrow morning, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So they don't get arrested and all that stuff and spend the night in jail. We walk them in and that's no big deal. Well, these people had a warrant out for them, and their attorney was in Florida, like on vacation. And she's like, all right, I'm coming up now. Just hang tight.
Yeah.
Well, they went and tracked him down and arrested him and said, oh, you guys were hiding and fleeing. And they're like, no,
Yeah.
we had, our attorney was coming up. Their attorney even emailed the prosecutor and said, hey, I'm walking him in tomorrow morning. I'm on my way up from Florida.
Jeez.
And so then they used that in their bond hearing and saying, well, they were trying to hide, they were a flight risk. So they said that 250,000, and they've tried to amend it like 4 times and they can't get it
Yeah.
amended.
So who are we looking at on the
Stupid.
video right now as I turn it on?
That is
I mean,
the
that- to
defendant
me,
in
that's
the
a
black hat,
candor
gray
of a-
sweatshirt,
candors
and
of the
father,
court.
James Crumbly in
Right?
white
Prosecutor,
sweatshirt.
prosecutor knew that the attorney was coming up.
Oh, I didn't see those emails. I don't
Yeah,
know what
right.
emails you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Well,
BS.
I'm sure you are you
Yeah.
able to rent firearms to shoot as well as occasionally purchase firearms?
Yes, you can.
Yep, I absolutely will. I have one. I've got 2 more to get. I've already
Point they have a
talked to
basket
the
moving in the
clerk,
rain, is that correct?
and
Yes.
we are all set to go. And I'm testing my camera now out in my shop to see how the zoom quality is and the control
Earlier you
and
mentioned
everything.
the Keltec pistol.
Yes, sir.
Is that the one you were using the other day?
Purchased a Keltec
Yeah,
pistol
yeah,
in
yeah.
June of 2021.
Doing
It looks
you
pretty
weren't
good.
working.
Okay. So there's appears to be a
Yeah,
pistol
yeah.
in Gene
When I was
Keltec.
on Baker's 8-hour
Yeah,
stream.
Before the 9mm used in the murder.
Yeah, and he
was
sent me a link to that, but I
Correct.
was in the
So
office. I was
presume
like,
that
oh, it was a
Gene
fun
Kelly
stream to
brought
watch.
He
22
was
caliber
so
Keltec
drunk.
semi-automatic pistol to shoot.
He was
Yes.
so bad.
Here's there's a second firearm.
Like an
on the
hour and a
table
half
for
of
shooting
trial
range. Would that be a
coverage
firearm that
went
you
into
might-
an
I
8-hour
believe- yes.
drunk marathon.
Again, who's stepping up first, the shooting lane?
The defendant.
I am adorable, aren't I, Corn Pope?
There's nobody showing how to use that firearm, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, we'll save Megan for another day.
This is admitted as an exhibit, so in the interest of time, I'll pause it right here. But again, when reviewing the defendant's shooting stance, as
It's not 25,000. It's 250,000 cash. No 10%.
Oh, yeah, that's fun.
Well, I guess if they went to a bail bonds, but they don't have enough collateral.
Page 16 of this defendant's journal.
Their house is not $500,000 house. You know, cars, horses. Their horses have been sold.
I plan on dumping Jeffrey's head in a bathroom to hope the stench will reek. I hope that people will talk about it for the rest of the day because I want the attention. However, I do not want to be caught, as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible.
Okay. I want to ask you the next few questions if you're thinking about the entire context of the journal, the text messages, and the entire investigation. So the defendant wrote, I plan on dumping Jeffrey's head in a bathroom. Did you uncover, and the investigators uncover, what he was talking about?
Yes, there was an incident where a
Wrong case, Josie.
bird head
Wrong
in a jar of
case.
fluid
Way
left
wrong case.
by the defendant in
Oh,
the
good Lord,
same
the camera
bathroom that he
work.
exited the
Jeez.
day of the shooting. But it was prior to
Okay.
the shooting.
Okay, so if I'm correct in understanding, and this was November the 11th, 2021,
Yes, November 11th. Correct, sir.
from the context of this passage where he says,
Where are we going here, cameraman?
obviously this is before November.
This is the
22nd.
Yes.
high school film class here.
And you did come to learn that someone at Oxford High School did uncover a decapitated bird head containing a jar of fluid.
So
from
far,
the
it's going to be a
bathroom.
second day. We don't know if it's going to be a third.
And writing about how he actually did that, what he's talking about.
Yes.
And this theme is continued on throughout the journal and the text message. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In more detail.
Oh, were you talking about the
So-
other Dave in the room, Corn Pope? I just adopted the compliment for myself.
So
Judge
later
looks
on,
young.
when we get into May of
He is. He was just appointed in 2001. He's been practicing for about
Your-
That's
10,
in 2001.
15
That's like 20
years.
years.
I'm sorry, 2021. He was a prosecutor before that for
Okay.
about 12 years.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
That
Mhm.
bird head looked. I don't know birds all that well, but it looked more advanced in age. It looked more like an adult bird than a
certainly different than
Yes.
picturing a bird
Yes, it
casually.
is. The parents'
the hatchling. Yeah.
Page 15 of the defendant's
trial should be
journal.
November.
This is
This
how
is the sentencing
the defendant wrote.
for the shooter.
So during the passing time of third to fourth hour, I went into the bathroom and I wanted to dump the bird
Hey,
head on the
Danielle.
ground and keep the jar, but there were people waiting, so I put the whole jar on top of the toilet paper dispenser.
In fact, that's where that jar was found.
Yes.
Further on down page 15.
He's only 33. I don't know if that's
So now I'm pissed because I want to do the shooting with a 9mm pistol as they are effective for killing. But right now, all I got is a puny 22 LR Keltec that I don't know where my dad hit it.
Underneath that passage, what do we say?
The
He
defendant
was
draws
prosecuted
two
for 6
separate
years.
rounds or bullets. On
So
the left,
maybe he's
a
that
22 LR long rifle. It says kill range 25 meters max, and then a 9mm Parabellum kill range 100 meters.
Now, Lieutenant, the police officer for 27 years, you're obviously familiar with firearms.
Oh, he went to my
Yes,
law
sir.
school.
If you could please tell the court what's the difference between 22 millimeter, 22 caliber, and
There's some in the chat
most
really
glaring
like this judge.
Difference
I know,
is the
they're simping
size.
for him
The
hard.
9mm
I'm gonna go get a
caliber is
topless
much,
picture
much,
with
much
him.
larger round. It has more, not to be it has more impact. It does more damage.
Which round, comparatively speaking, 22 to 9 millimeter, is more likely to penetrate a classroom?
Yes, I'm going to
Oh, the 9
continue
millimeter.
tomorrow morning.
The
I'm going to actually
22
put the stream up now or shortly.
I'm not a gun expert, but 22s are designed for target practice with paper and/or very small game hunting.
Okay, I was
Where
wondering
the
if he was
9mm
going to get to
is
the game
essentially a
hunting
combat
because you can't shoot things with the
Police
22.
officers,
Yeah.
soldiers, their sidearm, commonly carry 9mm handgun.
Correct.
Okay, they wouldn't carry a 22 in the combat.
Absolutely not.
Now, in the course of this investigation, you and the detectives uncovered internet search history of the defendant on his phone. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did you find evidence of the defendant researching different weapons and ammunition on his phone?
We did.
We'll start with November the 29th, 2021 at 2:07
This
p.m.
was the first phone
the
call
defendant's
from the
Google search?
school. He was
His
searching
Google search was
ammunition.
type of 22 bullets.
And Your Honor, for the record, when we have item 1, item 12, that signifies the particular search in the exhibit for the court.
Thank you. Salute.
Thank you. Now, item 12, on November the 26th, what did the defendant search?
Sig Sauer P365.
Okay, and that's 4 days before the shooting?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, item 23, on November the 24th, what did the defendant write?
The 24th, he wrote 9mm types comparison. He searched that in Google.
Now, everything that we have here in quotes that's bolded on the side, those are the defendant's actual words that he typed into Google on his phone.
Yes.
Now, we have a few different items redacted for privacy purposes. Can you tell us what the defendant searched on November 23rd, 2021, which is 1 week before the shooting?
Used firearms, redacted firearms, and range.
And what about the next search, item 34?
He typed in used guns, redacted shooting goods.
Now, November the 10th, 2021, 20 days before the shooting, what did the defendant search?
What is a Molotov cocktail?
And moving on to item 62, November the 9th, 2021, which is 21 days before the shooting, what did the defendant write?
How deadly is a 9mm pistol?
October the 4th, 2021, item 99, what did the defendant write?
How many yards away is a 22 effective?
When you see in type or text the decimal point and the numbers 22, that signifies a 22 caliber.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the text message thread, did you find evidence of the defendant's desire to own, possess, and use firearms?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to direct you to June the 14th, 2021, 5:34 p.m. to 5:47 p.m. Can you please read to us what the defendant wrote?
Yes. We went to the store. That place is fucking cool. They close soon, so my dad will go up there and do it tomorrow. My dad even said I could get a revolver if I wanted to, like a snub nose one. Yeah, it's just more money. No, I'm not getting both.
And that's in reference to a Derringer and a revolver?
Yes. Also, for 100 rounds of 22 LR, it's only $15.
Sir, what's LR signify?
Long rifle. And it's only $40 for 50 rounds of 9mm. Every type of ammo there is stupid expensive, expect for the 22. My dad said I can get a gun like this if I want to.
And then he sent a YouTube link.
Yes.
Okay.
The only thing, though, is that I don't really want to spend $300, but it's worth it, I think.
And Lieutenant, I think it's worth noting that we have quotations, and those are the actual words of the defendant text. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, June the 15th, 2021, 9:58 p.m. to 10 p.m. What did the defendant text?
Also, I went to the gun store today and got the Derringer, but it was on a delay, so I won't be able to actually have it until a couple more days. I paid for
And he
it,
can get
just
life,
don't have it
but
yet.
with the possibility of
hyped.
parole.
My
And
dad
I'd
is
be okay
also
with
most
that.
likely going to get a gun. It's a handgun, 15 rounds, so I will have 2 guns to shoot. I don't know the type, but it's cool looking handgun. It's a magazine.
Okay. May I approach the Judge?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 27. I'll hand you this first.
Can I have
Please bear with us. Sorry.
God, we would never make it these days. We used to like draw guns and stuff in school.
I know,
It's
right?
like-
We did all the
like-
time.
Draw a little like murder scene, people, whole wars and battles on paper, and
Well, you know
Jeez.
how many kids in that school were drawing the same
Oh,
thing
yeah.
that he was drawing. He just
Exhibit
happened to be
27.
a
Right here. Please tell me what
It
that
is
school
is.
shooter.
yeah.
is the Derringer pistol reference in the messages.
Tell us, please, what is that?
So a Derringer is a small firearm, a 22 caliber weapon. This actually has it's 2 shots. So after 2 shots, you have to eject the cartridges and reload.
Okay, so the capacity of that is only 2 rounds at a time, and then you would have to reload,
Yes,
and the bullet themselves would be very small.
correct.
Okay. And that was purchased.
It's kind
in
of a cool
June
little gun.
2021. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes,
Okay, and is that what the defendant's referring to in this text message that we identified as Exhibit 18?
yes, it is.
Okay. Now, looking at 28 here.
Look at White Boy Rick. What did he
tell us,
go
please,
in?
what
He
is
was
Exhibit
like
28?
18.
This is the Keltec
Younger,
22
17?
automatic.
Okay, that was purchased
I think
by
he just went in
James
again,
Crumley
though.
in June of
Down in Florida
2021.
or something.
Yes,
Okay, now that's a semi-automatic handgun,
it is.
but it doesn't have the same sort of power as a 9mm. That'd be right.
That's correct.
And that's because of the type of caliber bullet.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to show you 2 more text messages
I will be right
and
back.
then 2
All right.
videos.
Okay.
So moving on to June the 29th of 2021, 2:42 a.m.
All right, Chad. Let's see if we can get him to.
Thing is, I had like
Heated.
over $1,000 before the Derringer, but now I only have like $800.
What about July the 29th, 2021?
He says, I want to get the Glock now. The only thing is they're like $500 and 9mm is expensive AF as fuck. Shotguns are cool. Yeah, but
Referring to Glocks.
but Glocks are lightweight and shoot fast. It's like my type of gun for safety and not to shoot at the range. Kel-Tecs are really fun to shoot. When I shoot my dad's last time, I barely got any kickback.
From the context of these text messages, it's apparent that the defendant is actually paying for those firearms.
Yes.
Now, moving to August the 10th, 2021. Can you please read what the defendant wrote?
I got my Derringer back and some more ammo.
About August the 19th, 2021.
He
So, The
posted.
defendant sent a video to
Yes.
his friend?
Yes,
Okay.
he did.
And then what did the defendant write?
Shoot that Sunday.
And then August the 20th, this is just after midnight, another video was sent.
Correct.
And what did the defendant write?
My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL. Just kidding. Not just kidding. I know gun safety, so it's no problem. Now it's time to shoot up the school. Devil emoji, and then a series of JKs, which reference just kidding.
I'm going to show you those videos I referenced.
I'm only going to pull up chats of people that agree with me.
It's the only way to do it.
That's right. You have to agree with me or say something funny.
Sure.
I'm wondering if this kid's like dyslexic. I was like, some of his handwriting, he had a lot of misspellings that make me think he's got some issues there, which
Yeah,
could
I
then
mean-
lead to bullying and depression.
This is
And
Exhibit 29.
He was definitely
This is
like
text
somewhat
message
socially
conversation,
awkward,
June
Yeah.
kind of a
16th,
loner, didn't have
2021.
friends.
Yes, sir.
but
This appears to be the defendant's hand with the Derringer in his hand.
Yes.
But there's thousands of kids out there.
He's
yeah.
dry firing it, meaning
Okay.
there's no rounds in it. He's just cocking the weapon and pulling the trigger.
yeah, the dyslexia can really give you the feelings of inadequacy for sure. That you can't spell simple words.
That was a video of the Kel-Tec. He slammed it down to insert the magazine and then hit the slide release to move the round forward, or to move the slide forward.
When we say the Kel-Tec, we're talking about what's been admitted here.
Yes.
Exhibit 28.
Yes.
Okay, Lieutenant, now I want to direct your attention to page 14 of the defendant's journal.
Okay.
Can you read the passage?
So I'm very optimistic. Every night, I'm not sure, awake. Every passing minute, I think about how many potential people will die.
I think about how I'm getting closer to prison and how many potential people will die. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I got to. So I'm very optimistic. Every night, I'm not sure, awake. Every passing minute, I think about how I'm getting closer to prison and how many potential people will die.
Okay, now further down the page, what did the defendant write?
The
I
security
don't know about
guard, so
this
no
deal,
one
but I know it
knows
involves
that
getting you subs,
put the
right?
bird head in the bathroom.
Yeah.
It just amuses me how I can cause people to talk about what I did, and it makes me happy. Once I do
I
the
was
shooting,
playing with
it
the
will go
button of
down
my
as one of
shirt
the
one
biggest
day,
school
and she
shooting in
wanted me
American
to
and
unbutton
Michigan.
it.
Now,
like,
okay,
oh, well,
that kind of
But I
deal.
have to wait for
Like
like a drinking
prison,
stream or
going to
something.
prison.
So
is this a theme that you found throughout the journal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you also uncover, when reviewing the defendant's internet search history, was that
Comes
theme
the
present
cat.
there as well?
They're trying to show one that he planned it extensively,
Difference.
and two, I think they're using this to tee up some stuff against the
November
parents.
29, 2021. This is 8:45 p.m., which is the night before the shooting. It's item
And if you
5,
want to say this has
223,
nothing to do with the parents, then just go
He
right
Google
back
searched,
to
what
the
is the worst prison
prosecutor's first
sentence you can
statements,
get in Michigan?
and all she talked about were the parents
Nine.
He
in
wrote,
this hearing.
what is a life sentence for a 15-year-old?
That's what he actually searched on his phone in Google.
Yes, that's what he entered, correct.
And this was 1 week before the shooting.
Yes.
What about item 11?
What is the sentence for a 15 to life?
Again, that's 1 week before the shooting.
Yes.
Moving on to item 12, again, 1 week before the shooting. What did the defendant search?
He searched, what is the legal age to be sent to prison?
And what about item 13, also 1 week before the shooting?
Michigan Youth Correctional Facility.
Okay, and there actually is, in the state of Michigan Department of Corrections, there's one facility that houses youthful offenders. Is that correct?
Yes.
Item 15, again, 1 week before the shooting. What did the defendant search?
What prisons are there in Michigan?
Moving on to item 16,
Has anyone ever been executed in Michigan?
he searched that 1 week before the shooting.
Yes, he did.
Item 17,
What states have the death penalty?
again, a week before the shooting. And
Yep.
what about
Yes,
item
sir.
19? It's redacted. And what part is redacted here?
The name of another school shooter
I will be right back. I think my 4-year-old is
What did he search?
crying.
Okay.
is
I'll be
redacted,
here.
sentenced to death.
Now, what about item 22 that he searched 1 week before the shooting?
He searched, what is the maximum death penalty?
And November the 6th, 2021, so 24 days before the shooting, what did the defendant search?
Is Michigan a death penalty state?
I'm going to refer you
I have
back
no
to
idea what this
Journal,
cameraman
page
is
11.
thinking.
Tell me when you're ready to read that passage.
You know what? I don't get this either. I've been trying to figure out how to get the membership link on the app to work for my channel. I don't know how.
I started making a plan. It was a plan to kidnap, rape, and kill her. I talked to
Redacted name.
find out where she lives and found out she lives a 5-minute walk away from me. I made this plan to break in the BR bedroom at night and kidnap her with an industrial-sized garbage bag. I would then take her to my basement where I would torture and rape until I slit her throat alive.
He's 14.
I was
Phil.
so close to executing the plan, but fortunately, my friend, Redacted, stopped me very calmly.
Now, this plan that he referenced, that was
Are
regarding
you
another
leaving,
student at
Lefty?
high school.
Yes, it was.
And did this come through in his text messages to that other juvenile as well? I'm going to show you
Yes.
some of those text messages. This is May the 12th, 2021, 11:23 p.m. And this is in reference to that same individual that you wrote about in the journal.
Yes, sir.
Tell us, please, what the defendant wrote.
Kidnap her, then tie her up, then rape her, then torture her, then kill her, then dissect her, then take her eyeballs, then bury the body.
May the 20th, 2021, he was still writing about this.
Yeah, he quotes, I'm not going to get caught, man. I'm going to bring my gun just in case. Full air and pellets. Basically deadly. But I have full plan on how to kidnap her. It's just super risky.
Now, you uncovered evidence in this text message thread of the defendant's desire and discussion of committing violent acts towards other individuals as well,
Yes.
specifically towards children in this portion of the text conversation. This is March the 16th, 2021. Please tell us what the defendant wrote regarding drowning children.
Just looking them in their eyes as they look back at you while they know that their entire life is about to end so young. The best feeling. But stick your fingers into their eye sockets and push down so they scream in pain
Jeez.
and drown their lungs with water. Just thinking about the torturing and the screaming and the way their and the way their legs flail in the air as they cry. It fills the void.
This theme of violence towards children, this continues, is that right?
Yes.
This is again March the 16th, 2021. Can you please start with the first text message that you wrote?
Whenever I see a little kid about a year old or a little more, I want to pick them up and run off with them and then torture them before throwing them off a cliff.
What about April the 25th, 2021?
I will kill any innocent. I don't care who I kill. I will kill who I feel like killing. Age, gender, I don't care.
May 13th, 2021?
I don't care about innocent. Killing the innocent is the same as killing the bad. It's both satisfies.
I'm going to direct you now to a text from February 21st, 2021. Of course, this was months before the shooting. This is in the midst of a discussion about wanting to stalk and kill people. What did the defendant write about that?
Scary thing is, I like being this fucked up. I don't know if you do. Some people don't, but I like it. I like being like this, which is fucked up. And then he responds to us, same. I love the darkness. It feels good. Knowing that you're different from society and not some mindless human like all the others. We have the ability to stuff that other people think is wrong, and we can tell ourselves that it's okay. But I want to do bad. It satisfies me.
Again, that was written in February of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this time I want to direct you back to the defendant's journal, this time at page 8. Starting with
Last
can you please read that?
Last night, I made a plan on my phone of what I'm going to do. It's printed out in fifth hour. Never mind, the colored printer in my hour is out of paper. So I'll just have to plan. I will just have to have the plan on my phone.
Now, this kind of, from the context of the rest of the journal, it's apparent this passage is referring to the school shooting on November the 30th.
Yes.
Okay. So, was evidence found on the defendant's phone that he downloaded a map of Oxford High School?
Yes, sir, there was.
And then was evidence uncovered that with that map, he actually modified it and marked that map up on his phone?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct you to the screen here. And this picture, this was found on the defendant's phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so we have certain portions here with different colors.
Yep.
We have
Yes.
blue markings on the exterior of the school with a purple circle. We have black lines. Can you tell us, first of all, what do these blue lines signify?
Those denote the exits at the school.
Now, this was actually found as modified on the defendant's phone, meaning that he's the one who actually put those drawings on there.
Yes, sir.
And what about this purple circle here? Does that signify anything?
It denotes the area where the murders began.
Okay. And again, he put the severed bird head that he called Jeffrey. He put that bird head in this bathroom right here, adjacent to room 258.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the same bathroom that he exited before he began the shooting.
Yes, sir.
And that's contained within that purple circle there.
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, the evidence showed that this occurred, this download and this modification occurred November the 10th, 2021. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to the defendant's internet search history at that time. So specifically, the first text here, November 10th, 2021, he entered into Google Oxford High School layout. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's November 10th at 11:10 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And then based upon the cell phone forensic data, we know that he uncovered a clean copy of this map, but then modified that some minutes later.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the searches he conducted directly preceding that. So when he downloaded the Oxford High School map, that was item 19. The search directly before that was item 20 on November the 10th, 2021. And what did he search there?
What is the average response time for a shooting?
Okay. And directly before that, what did he search?
How many police do schools have in Michigan?
And directly before that, what did he search?
Do school resource officers carry guns?
And then finally, right before that, what did he search?
What is a school resource officer?
Okay. So the order of events is that he started with what is a school resource officer, and then he continued until he obtained and modified this map. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That was a full 20 days before the shooting.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna move
That's
Page
correct. Michigan has never had
11 of the
a
journal now.
death penalty since it's been a state. Last state execution, we were a territory, and a guy's head came off during a hanging in Detroit. And they
I
said,
killed
"All right,
8
no more."
infant baby birds by slowly torturing them until death. If I would have never thought of the brilliant idea of shooting up the school, then I probably would have become a serial killer.
M, thank you very much for becoming a new member. Welcome. If I missed something, let me know. But we have a link to the Discord under the membership tab, which is where we do all of our membership content. So check it out. Let me know if you have an issue getting in there. But that's where we do everything. And thank
And
you.
I don't know which one's worse. LOL.
That's page 11. I want to direct you on page 6. This theme of the birds continues. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Last time I had my mental breakdown, my parents were out of town. I murdered an entire family of 5 newborn baby birds. I drowned them and burned them alive while we all screamed. I cut one in half and stuck the head of its brother in its stomach. I have completely lost my shit. My grades are falling. My parents hate each other. We have no money. I have zero help for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking
Oh.
school.
Well, you can't get
Why
off
does-
if you don't tell anybody.
Journal
Yeah.
torturing and killing baby birds. Was evidence uncovered that he actually did that?
Yes, there was 2 videos found on his phone of where he was torturing
I
baby
don't know
birds.
why it says
There was
new
also
member.
a discussion in that same text message conversation about that.
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to a text message from April the 17th, 2021. you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
I want to take the axe and chip a baby bird, chip a bird in half.
Okay. April the 25th, 2021. What do you write?
Shoot it, torture it, dissect it. I want to chop it in half with an axe.
And that leads to a discussion with another individual about catching and killing fish.
Yes.
What did the defendant write then?
I want to kill it while it's alive so it can feel the pain.
Now, May the 1st, 2021. What did the defendant write?
Also, there is a baby bird's nest right next to my house with 5 baby birds in it. I can also reach them. 3 double emojis. Tomorrow, I'm making my move. I will get video and pics. I can't wait till tomorrow. There is 5 and they're going to die anyways. I want to take something heavy and break its beak. I can't wait, dude. I'm so fucked up. I'm going to break its beak, then chop its head off. I'm going to take so many vids and pics.
The next day, May the 2nd, 2021.
This is the
conversation.
sentencing
This is
phase
text
for
messages
Ethan
to his
Crumbley.
Go ahead.
friends.
I want to hear it scream.
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
This is a text message to his friend,
Yes.
and his friend didn't say anything to anybody.
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
like, good lord.
But yeah, so this is the sentencing phase for Ethan Crumbley, the Oxford school shooter. Because he's a juvenile, the state has to overcome the presumption that life without parole would not be good for a child. They're trying to get life without parole, so they have to show that that's what would be appropriate here. So they're going through everything.
First bid, though, I want to torture it. And it's so young, too. Like it's just born and already going to be killed. It's like 2 days old. I'm going to snap the beak off and then chop its head off. Then take out its heart. Then chop it into pieces. And also take out the brain. Then smash it into little bits. I'm so fucked up, I like it. Jeffrey Dahmer got the good idea. Only thing he did wrong was get caught.
Also, on May the
What,
2nd,
Dahmer's being
2021,
referenced?
4:33 in the afternoon. What did the defendant write?
I want to kill another bird so badly. Or baby bird. I can reach into the nest. They're not safe.
The next day, May the 3rd, 2021. What did the defendant text?
During third hour, all I thought about was ways to torture the bird. I'm going to film this like a documentary. My dad is pulling out of the driveway right now. I'm going to wait a couple minutes, though, just in case he comes back.
Okay. You said there were 2 videos uncovered in the defendant's phone,
Yes.
and then the defendant texted about what he did afterwards.
Yes, sir.
Okay. May the 3rd, 2021.
I just
Very graphic, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just finished. The vid is too long, so I can't send, but I can send pics right before I throw it out. Pictures were
And
sent.
then you sent pictures of that individual?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please continue.
I cannot wait to show you the vid. It's so fucking disturbing. And as I don't even remember saying half the stuff. Like I talked to the bird like a little child while torturing it. I can't wait to show you, dude. It was so fucking fun, dude. This is the
The thing is,
Oh, I'm sorry. Thing is, the vid ends halfway through, so you don't see the good stuff. I put a drill in its stomach and skull. I also shot the gun at it a couple times in the stomach and in its head. I also chopped it in half with the axe. I also smashed its head with the hammer at the end of it, and at the end, and its eye bulged out, just like Glenn's.
what's Glenn in reference to?
The TV show The Walking Dead.
Okay, Eric Crenshaw.
Yes.
Okay, continue, please.
Like the eyelids came apart, and I could see the bird's eye. There are still 3 birds left. I was originally going to try and stick a toothpick up its ass, but I couldn't find any. God, I can't wait to show you the vid. It's 8 minutes long. Like I couldn't stop laughing my ass off when I rewatched the vid.
Lieutenant, you've reviewed the evidence on the defendant's phone. You've reviewed these 2 videos he references.
Yes.
For the record, Judge, the
Sorry
court
for
can
this
review
officer watching
the
that.
court's order. Those are exhibits 37 and 38.
Thank you, so noted.
I'm not going to show you any images from the torturing, but I'm going to show one still shot of what the bird looked like prior to the defendant committing these acts. Now, so we understand what we're going to see. This isn't a full-grown bird, am I right?
That's correct.
Tell me how old it. Obviously, you're not a scientist. You didn't study birds, but can you give us an idea of the age of the bird that the defendant tortured?
Yes, I mean you'll see it's pretty apparent it's a hatchling or recently born baby bird.
Okay. And for the record, this picture is before he began the torture. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is exhibit 36. That's still shot from the video that the defendant took. And this is right before he began what he described.
Yes.
No, again, we're not going to play the video, but we do need you to tell us what's in it. Can you please tell us what you saw?
Yeah, all right.
The video has the defendant in a shed, and he takes the bird with a pair of kitchen tongs, removes the bird and puts it on a workbench, and then like he referenced in his message, he talks to it like a little child, calls it, "Hey, little buddy," and things of that nature.
With that sort of inflection in his voice?
Yes. He He uses initially he grabs a small butane lighter, torch lighter, and lights it on or burns it twice to watch it squirm. And you can hear the bird squeal, the baby bird squeal and chirp. He then takes a knife and tries to saw off one of
Depends
the
on
legs.
if the parents knew about
He
this.
breaks the
stuff or
leg,
not.
but he doesn't saw all the way through it. He then grabs a flathead screwdriver and tries to take off one of the wings with it. He jams it in and tries to wiggle the screwdriver so the wing comes off. Periodically, he would pick the bird up and place it in the water, replace it in the water to see if it would drown or move or what it would do. The bird would lay motionless for a while, and once it would start moving again, he would move on to the next area of torture. One of the last things he did was take a drywall screw, about a 3-inch drywall screw, and impaled it. Obviously the little bird has a big belly, and he states he wanted to see what was on the inside of it, so he impales it, continues to hammer until it's all the way through the bird, picks the bird up with it, twists the screw, flicks the bird off.
This video is about 8 minutes long,
Yes.
and you can hear the bird audibly chirping for.
I don't want to hear this.
Yes, it appears the bird is alive. Basically the entirety of the video, all 8 minutes.
And the video did cut off about 8 minutes. Then he took the second video,
Yes,
and that was much shorter.
yes.
Yeah, I doubt the parents.
This video,
knew any of this stuff.
the head was already separated from the bird.
How
And
do
he
you
took it,
hide
wrapped
this
it,
though?
8 minutes
and
long.
smashed the head and beak.
We talked a little bit about how the bird appeared to be alive. The defendant was speaking to it at that point, right?
Yes.
Yes. He was saying things like, "You're alive. Let's go, champ. You're still alive. You're doing it, right?"
Yes. How does that wing feel? How does that broken leg feel?
We'll let you know.
He was enjoying it.
We'll let
Squeeze that
you know.
bird between his fingers. So,
Yes, he did.
you've been an officer for a very long time.
I'll have to put a timestamp
Never.
in this.
It's obviously the torture's disturbing enough. The commentary throughout, the inflection, the knowing,
I'm
the
gonna
prior
focus on
passages
my
and the enjoyment
notice of
this
deposition I'm
brings the
drafting.
defendant is, you can't put it into words.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I'm sorry that you haven't watched that. You got to describe that. We'll move
They're not gonna
to
play it.
Additional text messages with the defendant discussing.
Are they not going to play it? That would be good.
You read what the defendant
Please
wrote
don't.
on May 3rd, 2021.
Yes. Also, most serial killers get their damage from their family or accidents, but I have no trauma from my past. I was just born this way.
And then May 13th, 2021, the defendant's still talking about the bird, correct?
Yes. This is what I meant the other day of how I need a recharge to kill again. Now tomorrow, I really want a bird, but I want it to be alive when I chop its head off.
It was May 13th, 2021.
Yes,
That was 10 days after he filmed himself torturing the one we just referred to, is that right?
correct.
Okay. Now, the following week, May 21st, what is the defendant text?
God, I want to kill right now. I hit a bird yesterday 2 times, but it flew away.
Not that I'm aware of.
This continues even long after that video was taken.
No.
Yes, sir.
June the 30th,
Injuries.
2021.
Anything.
What did the defendant text?
There have been no baby birds to torture in for a long time, and I'm getting that feeling where I need to kill again.
Again, June 30th, 2021 at 12:30 a.m. What did the defendant text?
I like killing the big birds, but I like the killing of the baby birds more. Mostly because they're so young and they had a whole life ahead of them, but then I took it away. That is what I like. And also they're helpless and they scream when you hurt them.
This is
November
only 2 months
11th, I
after the
believe,
video.
2021.
Torturing the bird.
Yes.
This theme talking about the innocence, babies, this continues throughout his phone, continues throughout his journal.
They're
Yes.
texting. They're talking about the
Page
texting.
6 of the defendant's
They're
journal.
no longer describing the video.
Can you read us? We're going to go page 6 and then page 3.
No,
Can you
let
read
me
us
tell her.
what the defendant wrote? Page
Yes.
6.
Fucking N-word bitch. If I kill myself, then people will not care about me and I will be forgotten within half a lifetime. That's why I'm going to cause the biggest school shooting of this decade and the only real one in Michigan.
Now, further on page 6, what did the defendant write?
Not sure if I'm going to kill myself during the shooting, but I also want to react on how the world reacts on my shooting. I'm probably going to live the rest of my life in prison. I hope I can talk to someone, though, so I don't take my anger out on other prisoners.
Page 3 of the journal.
Yeah, like that's gonna happen.
I don't care about my grades no more. I'm about to shoot up the school and spend the rest of my life in prison.
Now, further on that page. Starting first.
First off, I got my gun. It's a SP 2022 Sig Sauer 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow. I have to access the gun and ammo. I am fully committed to this now. So yeah, I'm going to prison for life, and many people have about 1 day left to live.
You wrote, I have access to the gun and ammo. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, if I didn't say that. I have access to the gun and ammo.
Now, it's apparent from the context of these pages in the journal that we're getting closer in time to November the 30th.
Yes.
Right? Because he obtained the SP 2022 Sig Sauer 9mm. And that's the actual model number and caliber of the murder weapon, right?
Yes. the
You
one we showed.
obtained that, thank you. You obtained that on November the 26th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Now we're on page 2. Please tell us what the defendant wrote there.
I was just looking up some bullet calibers in ELA and got called down to the office for it. I wasn't even scared. I was almost about to say I'm shooting up the school.
Okay. He actually did get called down to the Oxford High School office on November the 29th, 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. ELA, that's the class that he was in that day?
English language arts. Yes.
On November the 29th, the school administrator called Jennifer Crumbly, his mother, and left her a message about the defendant looking up bullets while in class. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, continue on page 2. Can you please read us what the defendant wrote?
This is the last passage I will write. It's currently 29/11/2021, 1:23. Exactly.
Is the friend
1
that
day
moved
before the
away?
shooting.
They haven't
Shooting began at
identified him.
12:51 p.m. on November the
Lives in
30th,
another
so
state.
he's literally correct, exactly 1 day before. the
I don't know anything
Yes.
else.
Now, on November the 30th in the morning, you learned that the defendant was called down to the office again. Is that right?
Yes.
And you know why?
Yes. A teacher saw concerning written words and drawings on his assignment.
I will refer you to exhibits 39. So, in the morning of November the 30th, a teacher noticed the defendant with this paper in front of him, and she took a picture of that paper and emailed it to administration.
Yes.
Okay. And then the defendant was subsequently removed from class and taken to the counselor's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But by the time he got there, he had changed this drawing. Is that correct?
Yeah. So it appears the teacher took a picture of it, sent it up. He was prior to being called down to the office. He he modified it.
Oh, he being the defendant.
The defendant. Yes.
What's significant to you in this photograph, this picture?
There's a picture of of a pistol, which is very similar to the murder weapon that we showed earlier. There's an image of a body with bullet holes and bleeding from the head on it. And then there's obviously a bunch of different writings reference his life is useless. The thoughts won't stop. Help me.
And then once he was caught,
Yes.
he modified it to this. This is exhibit 40.
Yes.
What do we see here?
He scribbled out the firearm and the drawing of the person who was suffered the bullet wounds. Scratched out some of the sayings that he had written. Wrote on there a video game this is. I love my life so much. OHS rocks. We're all friends here. Harmless act.
Now, from your review of the surveillance video from November the 30th, 2021, and right now we're talking about before the shooting started, the defendant was called down, was taken from his room, his classroom, to the counselor's office at 9:14 a.m. on November 30th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And a counselor named Sean Hopkins called Jennifer Crumbly on 9:24 a.m.
It's a good question, Farrell.
Yes. She returned
Why the
that phone
school
call at
officials weren't
9:27
charged
a.m.
either. If the parents are
Yes.
charged, then
Both
the
James
school
and Jennifer
officials
Crumbly
should
then
be
had a
charged.
conversation amongst themselves and arrived at the school at 10:37 a.m. and shown to Mr. Hopkins' office where the defendant had been waiting. That was at 10:40 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
They had a meeting in Mr. Hopkins' office until 10:52 a.m. when the defendant is seen on the surveillance video leaving the office and going back to his class.
Correct.
You never
The
know,
defendant's
Natal.
parents
That's why I
left the
say
building at
there should always be
10:53
the
a.m.
possibility of
and drove
parole.
away in the same car. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, even before the defendant was
This cat.
seen with this math worksheet, even before we sent down the office, he sent one last text message. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I do want to make a note so we're clear. The individual that the defendant was texting, that we've been referencing the text message conversation, that individual.
Yeah, we just
did not
went through a
have
trial
access
with
to
that
his
in
phone
Florida, right?
From at least
Was it
October the
Florida?
30th, 2021. So any text message sent to him after that date was not read or received. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So I wanted you to read what the defendant wrote that other juvenile, November 30th, 2021, 8:21 a.m.
Hey man,
Yeah.
times have gotten rough ever
I
since
agree
you
with
left.
that.
I don't know if you are dead or you moved away, but I hope you're doing well. I'm about to do something really bad and there's no turning back, so I'll probably never be able to see you again. I hope the best for you. I'm sorry for anything I've ever done.
Okay. And so we know he was removed from class at 9:14 a.m. But he had sent this about an hour before that even happened. Okay.
Yes.
And in the entire text message conversation that we identified as Exhibit 18, the defendant never tell the other juvenile his plan to shoot up the school. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What time? The shooting started at 12:51 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, in a minute, I'm going to play the surveillance footage. I'll ask the court to instruct me to not broadcast.
Well, they were
because
definitely in a
I
better
also wanna let
position.
his families know that-
The school.
that we're gonna play that
Yeah.
footage.
To spot this stuff, or to search
This
the
time this would
bag
be
and
the appropriate
remove
time to
him.
step
Yeah, they
out.
should have searched his
Not
bag. I
wish to
mean,
review this
finding
video, as well as to those
that,
of the media,
you know,
please do
assignment
not
with that
broadcast
should
this
be
or
enough cause to
photograph
search
this
his
in any way,
bag.
shape, or form.
They,
You may continue. Thank you, sir.
The school said that they thought he was more suicidal, self-harm than homicidal, but still searched the
Still.
bag.
Just take me a moment.
All right, let's jump a bit. I think we have a minor witness. I think that's what they're doing. Oh no, this is
No,
the
the show-
video of the shooting itself, walking through. We'll broadcast this. There was some video where they had audio only. They won't show the video. I was just kind of skimming through this before I went live.
Find stimulus, meaning
It's the hardest part for them. Training protocols. Is that right?
yes.
And you've talked to the deputies who were on scene that day. You were on scene that day.
Yes.
What was the hardest part for them?
So they were trained to drive right on an active shooter situation.
They have, but I
Drive
don't
right
know
up to
the
the door.
outcome. I haven't really been following this case. I've
Of
been
the
more
school,
following the parents' case, but I thought
and rush in and
there was going to be a lot of
listen, look.
information relevant.
find stimulus, meaning gunshots, screaming, things of that nature. So you saw the officers when they came in and they kind of went down the hall, then came back and made a left go up. That was because of the wounded in the hallway outside of the bathroom. And they went up there, got whatever information they could, and the young
He's still
victims
in
there,
jail. He's not in prison.
you know, are
and the
pleading
jail has
for them
less
to help.
resources. So, but once he's in prison, he should have
Yeah.
more.
and we're trying to push past that. And fine, because he's someone actively killing in the building.
Yeah, he'll stay in the juvenile facility, presumably, until he's 21.
I know,
Take a moment, sir.
all right, I know those officers, and the most difficult thing for them, and something we weren't prepared for, is how do you push past a child that needs help?
I agree. Is it Moni or Mani? I don't know how to say your name, but I agree.
So that was the most difficult part, was bypassing hurt children who needed help.
Thank you. To show you some screenshots just so we can identify those who are visible.
You don't have to, the date as the,
Yes, again, there's going to be sensitive information shown on the screen. Please do not video record this or take any photographs.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Well, we said video record, but why are they turning the sound off? If you were a parent, would you be sitting in the courtroom? I feel like I would just be at home.
Officers noticed he
Yeah,
had
I wouldn't
toilet
be.
paper.
I wouldn't be there.
Yeah. Upon arrest, officers noticed he had toilet paper tissues in both ears.
So he made his own earplugs before he committed the shooting.
Yes.
Mana?
Going to admit, but
Short
that's not
Moni.
today. The
Moni.
in-part
Moni.
Reporting of the defendant, that's judge, that's 42, the booking room and interview room video of the defendant. You've seen those videos.
Yeah, they were just showing the
And so the
shooting
motion
itself
that he was
from the
transported
surveillance
high school
videos.
substation.
No.
Now, as the officer in charge, you're also given updates on the defendant.
Wendy H, are you leaving us?
In jail for the last 20 some months.
Yes.
I'm going to talk to you. I think if the defense wants to submit all the records, that's fine with me. I'm going to talk to you about one specific incident.
The one with the black hair sitting next to him is his attorney. His mother is in prison right now,
Security on the
or jail rather.
jail
waiting
tablet
her own
portal
trial.
that inmates are allowed to use. Can you tell me about that, please?
Yes. So he was given a tablet
People that were crying were the
to use
Victims.
parents of the victims. Yeah.
GED. You know, there's several reasons that they're allowed to use it for, and he was able to access the internet on it and immediately went to a website that we know to be about real death killings.
So this is a website. We're not going to name it. And Detective Growski from Computer Crimes will be here later to testify in more broad terms about the forensic download. But the website, the particular website that he immediately looked at, he bypassed security on the open time jail tablet. That's the same website that he had reviewed hundreds of times before the shooting.
Yes.
And that website features
Good night, Wendy H.
videos of animals being boiled alive, school shootings, things that people upload to that website,
Yes. Real life torture, death.
executions.
Yes.
And that, for the record, that's Exhibit 44. It's a cell-right export from the extraction of that particular tablet. And that indicates also that the defendant, after he viewed that, it was 38 times, he deleted the search history after.
I don't believe they would.
At some point, another juvenile got a hold of that particular tablet, and the other juvenile.
Might be watching it on
Yes,
YouTube.
the other-
Something happened?
The other juvenile was after the defendant was done with it, they gave it to the other juvenile. The other juvenile was Instagram living from inside of his room. Our investigators became aware of it, and that's how we tracked it back.
The defendant was interviewed about this incident, and he's the one. He admitted to being the one to put in the password.
Yes,
He admitted to he admitted to not being able to resist himself to go on that particular website.
that's correct. He was asked about it. Obviously, was concerning that he accessed the internet, so a investigation was conducted. And he admitted to accessing the tablet improperly, and then when asked about what websites he looked at, he told the sergeant
Yeah,
what he looked at and said,
it's minor, hasn't been
"Didn't want to try to stop
identified.
but I couldn't."
That's all I
According
know.
to the software that forensically examines the tablet, this occurred January 22nd, 2023.
I believe
sound
that's
right?
correct. Yes, that sounds right.
So now we are 16 months past the shooting, and he's still looking at the violent content.
Yes.
Earlier, Lieutenant, you mentioned that this scene was like nothing you've ever experienced, nothing you've ever encountered. Just if you could, kind of give us a picture of when you got to the scene. First of all, how many people called 911 that day?
It was over 100, like in the immediacy directly after that incident.
How many first responders arrived on scene?
We're somewhere over 500 first responders showed up.
And over 100 paramedic EMS personnel?
Yeah. Yes.
Tell us a little bit, if you could, paint the picture for us of what it was like when you got out of your car and you realized that this was a school with children who were shot.
So when I arrived, there was still kids walking down the road, some without coats, some, they were what I found to be, because I'm
Yeah, I
not
don't
from
think
that
I'd be
area, I don't
there
patrol that
either.
area, but it was the reunification point was the Meyer Super Center there. And so I'm passing all these kids, and obviously that's, again, you see somebody, especially a child on the side of the road, you stop to help. So past all those, we get to the school, and it was chaos. It was officers, being directed to, search for additional victims. There was just,
Is that what they said?
I've been to a ton of crime scenes where, that have been horrible, and you look,
I don't think that's what
you
he
do your
said.
job, and, you meet with the officers, and but there was, in this case, it was just this, you looked around and everyone was just, I don't know if bewilderment is the best description, but everyone was just confused and sad. I mean, it was just
That was 500 police personnel. That's off duty and on duty, right?
That's right.
You described earlier a civilian was an off duty officer.
That's right.
Multiple examples of that.
Yes,
At
we
least I'll
have
have
several
one
of our
person in the stream if everyone else
officers that work
bows
for our
out.
agency that are
All the way
in that
to the
community.
end.
They responded to the same.
They know these people personally.
And when they're clearing, looking for an active shooter, they're not supposed to stop at home, are they?
No, you don't until the suspect's in custody. I mean, I know it sounds callous and awful, but especially the layperson, but you can't allow an active killer to keep killing.
Are you involved with peer counseling and trauma support?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about the impact this has had on first responders who are at.
This
All right.
cat.
Yeah, mine's attacking my foot.
Mine's walking across the
It's hard to talk
keyboard.
about how we suffered when I know.
Mine took
There's been
out
a
my
lot more
whole
suffering.
mic and everything and headphones one day.
Jeez. Just like minimize my screen and
We had several officers that were not ready to come back to work.
why do that?
Those are officers who've been to homicide scenes.
Yeah.
They've been to child abuse scenes.
Those, I mean, as
We
bad
have
as it
about
sounds, most
3
a lot of
hours
times they're
left,
not
I
right. They're
think,
awful, but you can make sense out of
Maddie.
it. It's something you've witnessed before. What
Maybe
This
a
made no
little less
sense.
because we're going faster.
Thank you. Before we get across, what we're going to do is take about a 5-minute break. Who is overseeing the deputies? Defendant, court will stand in about a 5-minute recess, but nobody please rise until the defendant has exited the courtroom, please.
He's looking like he's putting on weight.
Yeah, I may have to head on to bed now.
Yeah, no, thank you for joining me.
But yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
good. Yeah.
I keep going with this, and then, like I said, tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. we're going to pick it up where it left off,
Yeah.
where it leaves off, and see what we all have here. But the reason why I really wanted to do this is because I want to know what they're going to present in the parents' case,
Yeah.
and on the parents. So,
Yeah. I just don't see how they, I mean,
I mean, it all sounds bad, but how again are you going to pin this on
Yeah.
the parents?
there's other crimes you can hit them with. If it's truly a straw man purchase, you can hit them with something
You
there.
can hit them with
but-
that. You can hit them with contributing to the delinquency of a minor, child neglect, all kinds of stuff. But
Yeah.
involuntary manslaughter, I don't see it.
Yeah.
Shit, how many press members there are?
All right.
But I will
Thank you, Marquise.
probably be in chat tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm in the office all day, but since I was out in court a lot this week, I've got a lot of catching up to do tomorrow. So
okay. All right, well, sounds good. Thank you. Have a good evening.
thank you. You too.
Enjoy your
Good
cat.
night. Good night, everybody.
I'll let Michelle Lofton on behalf of Mr. Crumbly.
You have on behalf of Ethan Crumbly. Deborah Shelby on behalf of Ethan Crumbly.
Thank you. With that being said, you may all be seated. With that being said, Lieutenant, you are still under oath, sir.
Yes.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Your Honor, I do believe that my cross will go a little longer than the noon hour. Should I just power through or try to stop around noon?
Yes, we'll take a natural break whenever this witness is done. We'll take a very brief lunch break and then we'll continue. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Lieutenant.
morning.
Is they? Oh, they might have
You're the
a
officer in charge of
vest
this case,
underneath.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And because of that, you're responsible for making sure that all of the investigations are done that need to be done, correct?
Yes.
And you make sure that all the physical evidence that can be collected is collected.
Yes.
And most importantly, you go over all of the evidence before turning it over to the prosecutor's office, correct?
Yes.
That's interesting. He's still looking it up, huh? Well, I think that's relevant to whether or not he
Also
is
involved as the
redeemable.
officer in charge on the cases of James and Jennifer Crumbly, is that correct?
Yes.
And in that case, the parents, both James and Jennifer, are charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, correct? Is it-
Hey.
I'm
half
sorry.
Irish.
Yes.
You would agree with me that the investigation that you did into Ethan
Welcome,
Crumbly
welcome.
and the facts and circumstances around his home life and childhood led you in the direction of then investigating James and Jennifer. Is that fair to say?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. Would you agree with me that the investigation that you began into Ethan Crumbly and the facts and the circumstances around his home life and childhood led you to then investigate James and Jennifer Crumbly?
I think that's fair. Yes.
Would you agree with me that it's not often when you're investigating the actions of a single defendant that you would get a subpoena to search the defendant's parents' phones, bank accounts, work emails, HR accounts, contact people that they're having affairs with, reach out to every single neighbor that they have ever lived next to, even outside of the state of Michigan. You would agree with me that that's not common.
Yeah, no, that's not common.
Now, I want to go over some of the evidence that was found in your investigation. I want to first talk about the interviews that were done with the neighbors of James and Jennifer. Your Honor, most specifically Exhibit E in my binder.
Thank you.
Would you agree with me that most, if not all, of the neighbors and landlords that your office spoke with were not fond of the Crumbleys?
We're not fond of the Crumblies.
I don't, but I can give you my good.
We got a few new people, so I'll pause it real quick and say what's up. So Ethan Crumbley, the Oxford school shooter from November 2021, pled guilty as a juvenile to killing 4 kids and injuring a bunch of others. His parents are also being charged. They are being charged with involuntary manslaughter. As a juvenile, he cannot be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole unless the state overcomes the presumption that it is not good to sentence a child to life without the possibility of parole. So this hearing is to determine whether or not it would be appropriate if the state can overcome its burden and these factors that are scrolling across the bottom, whether or not the child can be reformed, protecting society, disciplining the wrongdoer, and deterring others. So the purpose of this hearing is to do that. This is essentially a sentencing hearing, but it goes on all day today, yesterday, Thursday. It's going to continue Friday morning. I don't know if it's going to finish Friday morning, but we are watching what was streamed earlier Thursday to try to get caught up and keep it live. And I'm very curious on this because I've been following the parents' case, and I want to know what kind of evidence they might be using against the parents. So this line of questioning is going to be very interesting to me anyways.
So just to recap,
Thank
you
you.
would agree with me that most of the neighbors, most
They're
if not all
talking
of the
about
neighbors
in
and the
my
landlords
Discord.
that your office spoke with were not fond of the Crumblies.
Yes and no, if I can explain.
Sure.
I don't think most of them really knew much about him, but the ones that did know some things about him had a negative interaction for the most part.
So there was interviews done of neighbors in Washington. Your office was able to confirm that Ethan was living with his parents while they lived there. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Okay. And he was somewhere between 4 and 6 years old. Is that correct?
I think that's correct.
The judge decides. No jury, just judge.
Yeah, it seems to be correct.
And you spoke with, or your office spoke with, the landlord in Washington. They called them the neighbors from hell, and that they still owed him money. Correct?
Yes.
Another neighbor in Washington stated that James would scream at Ethan and a stepchild on a regular basis, and Ethan was always crying. Correct?
For the
It
parents,
says usually crying, but
parents'
yes.
defense is that there's an intentional
Another neighbor in
wrongful
Washington
act
said the
that
Crumblies were always yelling
they
and screaming
didn't
from
do.
inside the house, calling each other names and always cussing. Sometimes they could hear Ethan screaming and crying too.
I'm sorry, where's that at, Miss?
I believe it's in the second set of the investigative reports. It's still in that same section.
No, Baker, we're in the future.
I see it, yes.
And that in that same interview, that neighbor felt that both parents were too hard on Ethan. She witnessed Jennifer smack him and drag him multiple times into the house by his arm. Correct?
Yeah, smack him, the little boy on the butt, correct. And then drag him into the house by his arm, yes.
Your office also spoke with neighbors in Lake Orion when the Crumbleys then moved to Michigan. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, they did.
Roughly 2013, so Ethan would have been around 7 or 8, correct?
Trying to do the math. Yes, I think you're correct.
Math is not my strong suit either. Your office spoke with a neighbor who had actually babysat Ethan when his parents went out a few times. Is that correct?
Yes,
And she told your office that James and Jennifer would also leave Ethan home alone with the dog and the ferret and wanted the neighbor to come and check on him. Correct?
I'm assuming it's correct, Miss, because it's. But I'm just trying to keep up with you so I can
I
see.
understand. Absolutely take your time. If you need a moment to review that, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Okay. Do you know what page that's referenced on?
Unfortunately, I gave my copy.
Oh gosh, all right.
Would you like this copy, Ms. Lawson?
That's okay, Renna, but thank you.
Yes, this is defense counsel. This is cross-examination of the state's first witness.
I see it. Yes.
In the-
I'm sorry.
That's okay. And in that same report, the neighbor
In the
stated she
Miller
was shocked
hearing,
because parents would leave him home alone
Jennifer
at night.
Crumbly or Ethan Crumbly. It's late.
He has the highlighted copy. Let me just look at this different page.
I'm sorry, Miss, is this in Orion or is this in Washington? We're referencing
It's not a horrible defense.
Lake Orion.
She's trying to blame the parents. So she's kind of in the prosecutor's pocket right now because it's best for her client.
And can you repeat what you asked, please?
Sure.
I hate
The
the
same
idea.
neighbor that you just
The whole reason I'm on
agreed with
the
me that she
YouTube
told-
right now
She
is
told
because
Jarvis that
of
James and
the
Jennifer would also
Crumbly
leave Ethan
charges.
home alone with the dog and the ferret.
That's why I
They wanted the
started
neighbor to come
streaming.
and check. My follow-up question was, the neighbor was shocked that the parents would leave him home alone at night.
Yes.
You spoke with another neighbor in the same complex in Lake Orion, and he stated that the parents were always yelling at each other. I'm specifically speaking of page 5644.
Thank you. Correct, Miss.
And he remembered a fight in the summer when he had his window open and he could hear them arguing about one of them having an affair or cheating.
Yes.
And he could hear things being thrown and a lot of yelling and screaming.
Yes.
That's all from that section. Thank you.
Thank you.
You also spoke to an individual from a bowling alley that Ethan Crumbly played on a league or a team there. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall the discussion with that individual stating that when James and Jennifer would come to watch Ethan bowl, they were unlike most of the other parents. They would drink a couple pitchers of beer.
They're going to be tried together. They weren't sharing an attorney. They were two attorneys were in the same firm, and that was a big issue early on in the case. But
I
those
actually
two
have a copy
attorneys
of
have
that, if it
actually
would be easier way.
separated their firms,
Yeah, quick try.
Yes.
and so now everything is fine. They're different firms, different
Thank you.
attorneys,
me
but
know
that
what
was
you
the
think.
initial issue. But they will be tried together if trial even happens. It's now at the Michigan Supreme Court. But I imagine it's going to get bounced down because the Michigan Supreme Court likes things to happen first at the trial level. And my cat is playing with golf balls.
I read it. Yes, you're correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
also
agree.
stated the parents were loud and obnoxious, correct?
Yes, it does.
In your extensive investigation into what Jennifer and James did to occupy their time, it was clear that horses took up a majority of their time. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yes.
And
I
from
hate
speaking
that
to
argument.
individuals at the barn, it was clear that Ethan was not there with James and Jennifer when they would spend hours there, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that from looking at the text from both James and Jennifer, that even on the day of the shooting, the horses were a top priority for them.
Yes.
I want to talk about a video.
See, this
that
is the case where
surfaced from
the defense attorney is actually arguing things that I can't stand because Jennifer was at the horses. She wasn't even at the horses. She was messaging the horse training lady saying, hey, we need to get Ethan out here, get him some equine therapy or whatever. That's what was going on the day of the shooting.
5-1 Diner. Are you familiar with that video?
Yeah. Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Okay. And at some point in your investigation, did you or the officers under you go and actually speak to the owner and operator of the 5-1 Diner?
Yes. Yes, they did.
And at some point, did you become aware of a video that actually made its way onto TMZ that showed Ethan falling pretty significantly?
Yes.
And do you
You're
recall
very welcome.
In that interview with the owner that she recalled that incident as well?
One second.
It should be page 5724.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Oh, right.
Well, and so are a bunch of other random people that aren't even parents. Anyone that's had contact with people that do bad things, right? It's a very bad.
Can you repeat your
First
question,
one.
please?
Absolutely. Do you recall that in the interview, the owner of that diner recalled the incident where Ethan fell?
Yes.
And she told detectives that when Ethan started back working after the pandemic in February of 2021,
Yeah,
that he
it's,
complained of headaches and stomach aches and mentioned that he was not sleeping well.
That is correct.
The best interest of her
And
client,
she also then
Ethan,
talked about
is to
this
put as
call.
much
She told
as she
detectives that she
can
wanted to
on
call
the parents.
911, but James and Jennifer said that Ethan had not eaten anything that day. He just needed to eat, and that they did not
They
want
didn't
him to go to
know,
the hospital
Sweetie.
to get
They
checked
had
out.
no clue any of this stuff was going on. That's
Yes.
And
that's
she
the
did not call
point.
911. Is that your understanding?
It's my understanding, correct.
You also had investigators meet and interview all of the teachers that Ethan had while in Michigan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the general theme of those conversations was that James and Jennifer were not very involved in Ethan's education?
That's fair. Yes.
Your Honor, I'll direct your attention to Exhibit D.
Yeah, because Dad would say, "Sit down and do your homework and quit whining. Why aren't you turning it in? Go do it." But he wouldn't do it for him, so that's not being involved.
I'm going to first draw your attention to the interviews that were done at Bailey Lake Elementary.
Okay.
In the interview there, the teacher recalls giving Ethan extra assignments to be completed at home. Extra reading assignments were not being completed, and that Ethan continued to struggle.
Yes, that's true.
That same teacher also stated that parents were never volunteers, never attended any of the events.
That's what she said, correct.
And she recalls when Ethan was leaving the school district, the parents didn't even reach out to her. Ethan was the one that told her, "I'm not going to be in school anymore."
Yes.
I now want to talk about the interviews of the teachers. I believe it's Blanche Sims Elementary School.
Okay.
Isn't it true that the teacher told the parents at parent-teacher conferences that Ethan needed help reading, and the teacher felt that they were not reading with Ethan, gave them the impression that it was the school's responsibility?
How many teachers out there have had the same conversation with hundreds of their students' parents?
Yes. Nancy thought to herself, you could read it. You can at least read to him at home. Yeah. And she states that, yes, you're correct.
Don't forget
Now
to
let's
hit the
move to
like
Oxford
and
Middle
subscribe
School.
button if you're
It's
not
correct in
subscribed and you
speaking
haven't
with
liked
the
it.
teachers there,
Be
that it was
greatly
indicated
appreciated.
that
Tell
Ethan
your
never had
friends.
trouble with peers, even though his parents were not present much.
This is,
We're talking about Oxford Middle School. Page 5467.
with the phys ed teacher.
Correct.
Yes, the phys ed teacher said he always participated, never had any conflict with his peers. And he never met his parents.
I
never
got my
had
horse
any
from a
contact
horse
with them.
rescue.
Moving
And
on
my
further
wife, too.
then to page 5469. Isn't it true that a teacher reported that Ethan didn't interact with other kids and he struggled with logging onto the system?
Speaking of dysfunctional children, welcome, Baker.
Good morning, all.
How are you?
I'm tired. 6 hours is not enough.
What time is it there?
6:48.
It's better than what I got going on. It's 1 a.m.
Yeah, it's these long days. It's just I
You got
understand
trial?
why
You got
people
trial
burn out.
today too? Are you covering a trial today?
Yeah, we're gonna pick up. I believe they're trying to get the wife in, or then they're gonna arrest
Okay, very cool.
in the Lopez
Guys,
case.
check out the Broken Baker. He's covering an interesting case out of Texas with a lot of sexy texting. So I want to try to cover the sexy texting part of it on just an independent stream. But welcome. Let's see.
I have to
Yeah.
ask. This is the one with the parents are guilty of their
Not
kids'
guilty.
crime.
They've been charged.
Yeah, but where they claim that because their kid did something, they're guilty.
Yep.
That's
This is the case.
That's the cart before the horse thing, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah. So this is the sentencing phase essentially for the child who's 16 now.
Yeah.
And what they have to do is the state has to overcome a presumption that it's not good to sentence a child to life without the possibility of parole. And they're trying to say that this is so bad that he needs to get life without possibility of parole. And the defense is right now cross-examining the first witness and essentially putting all the blame on the parents and saying, look, it's not my client's fault because he had shitty parents. And
Yeah, he did. They didn't read with him in middle school.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, that's enough.
It's-
But I imagine there's going to be more and more and more of this because apparently at one point he texts his parents and says, I'm seeing ghosts in the house. And the parents say, okay, cool. We'll see you in a couple hours. Things like that. but it doesn't really have a lot of context. So I'm hoping to get more context as to what evidence they might be presenting against the parents in their trial, which will probably happen towards the end of the year, if not like January next year. And I will have my own cameras in the courtroom. So if you feel free to super chat or join, become a member, because all of that helps getting my own cameras in the courtroom, which is going to be much better than this mess that's going on with cameraman focusing on binders and whatever else he's doing. So yeah, that's the case.
I just thought it's weird legal standard that because your kid is saying stupid stuff as a father of 2 kids, they tell stories.
They do. They tell stories. And then to hold anyone responsible for the intentional wrongful acts of a third party is amazing to me.
Yeah, it's weird.
All right. We'll keep going here. I have
submit his
one
report,
that I am
yes.
testing, Julia. I've got to get 2 more, but so far so good. The one's working really well. If you watch the Baker's drunken 8-hour stream, that's the camera I'm using when I joined in my shop, testing it out in the Zoom and features and all that.
I have
I'm going to
to
direct your attention to page
preface it.
5470.
It was not only the baker who was drunk on that stream.
There might have been a little drinking on my part.
Again, these are still interviews with people at the Oxford Middle School. Isn't it true that the teacher stated, it's obvious that parents were not involved, no contact with the parents until the end of the year. This specific teacher emailed the parents when their child needed extra help with math, that Jennifer sounded interested, but then never followed through.
Yes, that's correct.
You know, I'm going to put a link to your channel in the
All right, I
chat.
then want to move to high school. Isn't it
I
true,
should have
after
done that
speaking
with
to one of the teachers
MG Law,
that
who was on
there
earlier.
was an assignment, and I'm looking at page 5590, and then the following page that does not have a number on it.
Okay.
So specifically, the interview, 9th grade teacher. Yes,
So pinned it to the top.
Thank you so much.
Okay, yes.
So
And
go
she
check out
asked
his
the
channel.
kids what their physical
Jamie.
health was like. How would you rate yourself?
I sent her
How
a
would you
link.
rate yourself
Probably
socially,
sleeping.
and how would you rate yourself emotionally? And she recalled that Ethan's response was a little bit different. He stated, I wish my parents were home more.
Yes.
I will have to check. And when did you send it?
I want to talk a little bit about his report cards that are at the beginning of Exhibit D. You would agree with me that for the semesters 2021 into 2022 year, Ethan had C's, D's, and E's.
Yes.
And if you look at the report card from middle school, which is that first page 433, you would agree with me, as of 1 of 20, he had all A's and B's.
I'm not seeing that, miss.
Page 439.
Okay, that's why. All right.
That would be the report card for January 28th of 20.
January 20th, 20. Yes, all A's and B's.
In all the conversations with the teachers from the multiple schools, it was clear that Ethan was not a problem child in school, correct?
That's correct. Disciplinary, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
Really no misconduct to report until the end of November.
Correct.
I'm sorry, what year?
2021.
Thank you.
I want to take some time to go over the journal. I know that you went through specific portions with Mr. Keys, but
Okay.
I think there were some important portions that I'd like to take a look at.
That's nice. Matisse Adams is working the course.
So mine are numbered by page. I don't know if it would be helpful
What's
to
that?
use my exhibit binder.
Matisse Adams is working in court. That's nice.
Yeah, I know, right? I did find the email. I emailed you back, by the way.
Is exhibit Q.
Oh,
She's
I
a
don't
good
know.
defense
Mine
counsel.
are
I
not
can't
pages
remember
of the
her
journal.
name,
Mine are
but
pages of discovery
she knows what she's doing.
that the prosecutor does.
all right.
I apologize for making you fumble with so much paperwork.
It's okay. What is under what tab, miss?
Exhibit Q. I'm going to start with page 775, which I believe is physical page 2.
What you believe is what? I'm saying.
Physical page 2,
Oh, got it.
775 at the bottom.
Okay.
You would agree with me
Yeah,
that
I
on
did
that
see
page it
that.
says,
I reached out
I
to her
wasn't
and
even
her
scared.
mother.
I
Hopefully,
was
I'll have them
almost
on. I'm going to cover the
about to
sentencing.
say, I'm shooting up the school. I don't care about anything anymore, except I will very much miss my cat Dexter. He is the only thing I have ever loved in a long time. You agree with me that he wrote that?
Yes.
At the bottom in very large font, it says, please forgive me, correct?
Correct.
I want to
Yes,
go to the next
paralegals
page,
would be
page
doing that.
776. Looking at the 4th line down, you would agree with me that Ethan writes, I am actually hoping that I get sent down to the office. That will show them that I have given up, and they will keep an eye on me. It will make them see that I am a possible shooter, and so when I do my shooting, they will have something to put for motivation. I have already stopped doing school, so once the school sees my photos of guns and gun ranges on my Instagram, then they will know what's up. Oh man, my hallucinations are really kicking in. I started seeing weird stuff last, it's supposed to be week, and now they have gotten worse. You would agree with me that's contained in Ethan's journal.
Well, they should be
Yes,
way
I would
ahead of
agree.
me. That's their job, right?
9th line down in the 2nd paragraph, my dark side has now taken over. Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
I want to go to the next page. Mine does not have a set of numbers on it, but it's just the next page in the journal. Would you agree with me that that page states
Well,
the
go to
following?
bed.
Over the weekend, I actually felt warm for once. I woke up from a
Been in
good
here
dream
stirring
at
up
12
trouble.
o'clock p.m. after 13
She
hours of
has to
nonstop
go
sleep.
and simp for
I
lefty.
put on the Walking
lefty.
Dead and pet my adorable cat.
Yeah,
At
he
that
said
moment,
his
I said
parents
to
didn't
myself,
know about
why
any of this
can't
stuff.
everything just freeze right here? I had just hoped that everything could have ended there and not a second longer.
Yeah, my
Now I'm
mods
back
are
in
awesome.
school and back down
Cat's
the drain
awesome.
again. Is that an accurate reading of the journal?
That is.
They might not be as loyal as I would like, but they're
A
awesome.
little bit lower on that page, 8 lines from the bottom. Ethan writes, I am genuinely surprised right now that none of my teachers have contacted my counselor or sent me to the office for not doing my work. Would you agree with me that that's what it says?
Yes, I would agree.
We'll go to the following page, 778 at the beginning. If you agree with me that Ethan wrote, I just want to go back to the good days when I didn't have a worry in the world. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
A little bit down on that page, another juvenile is named, and it says that person is gone, so I have no friends. Would you agree with me? That's the 5th line.
Yes, I would agree.
10th line down, Ethan writes, I talk to no one. I have very little talks with my parents, and sometimes talk more to my cat Dexter than people. I rarely talk to when I open my mouth, I hear my jawbone crack and my cheeks hurt. I have no life, and I unfortunately cannot read, and no, I think it says future. Would you
Yes.
agree with me?
I would agree.
4 lines down from there in the sentence, in the line that starts laughing. Would you agree with me that Ethan then wrote, I haven't had a real laugh.
He's been
in 4
evaluated,
years.
and to
I
my
haven't
knowledge, he
felt
doesn't have
genuinely
any
happy
underlying
in 4
mental health
years.
issues of
Everyone
any
hangs out with
significance.
friends, girlfriends. They go to parties and have fun every day of their lives. I can feel the evil around me, and even dogs sense it. Do you agree with me?
I do.
That's the argument that he was crying out to help to his
Then we're
parents
looking
and
at 2 lines
everyone
down from
else,
there,
and no
begins
one
with
was
all one
listening
of
to
my
him.
teachers has to do is send me to the office, and I will tell them about the bird head, and I can get help. One call, and that can save a lot of lives. My evil has fully taken over in me, and I used to like it, but now I don't want to be evil. I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, so I can't
my
get any
mods
help.
and Cat
Would
are
you agree with
awesome.
me that that's what he wrote?
I would agree.
They follow
The
me
following
around.
page, the very
everyone
last
else's
line, would you
channel.
agree with me that Ethan wrote, I feel like I'm in a time loop of sadness.
That's how I read it.
Check
correct,
if
yes.
you're alive.
I'll go to the next page, 780. 3rd line down. Do you agree with me that Ethan wrote, I'm pretty sure that my crush does not like me, to what I thought before. I will never ask her out, and it makes me know more that I will forever not feel the love of another human being, and not even I can love
How
myself
old was
as I
this
hate
simp?
myself,
16?
probably more than
18?
some people already do.
He's 16 now. He was like 14 at the time, or like just turned 15 at the time. I think his birthday is like October, and this was in November, so he just turned 15 at the time of the shooting.
So normal 14 years hormonal thinking turned into this break.
Yep, pretty much.
That is
Um,
accurate.
the stuff he
9
writes in
lines
his
down from the
journal
end
is
of that
just
statement.
like
Would you agree with me
himself.
that Ethan wrote, I sometimes even regret
He does send some text messages and stuff to a friend of his that hasn't been identified.
about doing the shooting.
'Cause he's a
If I
minor
don't,
living
though,
out of state.
then what is there for me? One line below that, I don't eat at all. I had a frozen food breakfast burrito for dinner last night. Maybe if my dumb fucking parents didn't get rid of our couch,
There's no
buy a brand new
mistress.
TV and couch set, we
Not
could
that I'm
have
aware of.
food. And my 45-year-old dad doesn't have to do DoorDash. I'm on the verge of losing it again. I have so much stuff compacted in a tight space, and it's about to explode.
The parents were very strapped for
That is
cash.
accurate.
The dad was doing
Please
DoorDash. The
turn
mom
off your
was working for a
device.
real estate office.
Make-
Someone's phone is going off.
I want to turn now to page 783. It's a few
But
pages down.
isn't that just normal 14 years old again? The girl you like don't like you back. Your parents don't understand you. I will never be loved because I'm
I'm
just
starting in the middle of
a
the page
teenage
that begins
dirtbag.
with fucking college.
Okay.
Oh God, college. You apply to 5 colleges hoping to get accepted into one. Then you get accepted. You get to find out how much it costs to attend. Then if you can go, you really only have 10 major choices out of hundreds that actually leads to a good life. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, you're doing bad in a class. Well, fuck
There's
you.
no
Still get to
evidence
pay
of that.
us for our 2-hour lectures and for the 15
But it's
by
a good
10 foot
story.
closet we house you in.
Huh?
It's a good story.
Yeah, but there's no evidence of that. The most that they have is that the mom met with her boss like at a lunch restaurant or something. It's like, okay, well, that's what real estate agents do. So I don't understand the problem.
Oh, you have to give out because you ran out of money. Well, fuck you again. You're going to owe us a debt that's going to take half your lifetime to pay back. Do you agree with me? That's what he wrote?
I would agree.
I want you to flip to page 790 if you could.
Okay.
I'm going to go about halfway down the page. 10th line down. I barely made it through 9th grade mentally as my depression was rough. Then I made it to 10th grade and I have fully lost control. How the hell am I supposed to make it 2 more years when I have already lost my breaking point? This morning I woke up to my mom having one of her worst rants about how we have no money and can't pay the bills. This just furthers my desire to shoot up the school or do something else. I have no happiness or optimism left in me as I am a burden to my parents. Do you agree with me? That's what he wrote.
I would agree.
All right, that is all of the journal that I need to go through. Now, your office spent an appreciable amount of time speaking with all of the staff who interacted with Ethan from Oxford High School. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your understanding that on November 29th, the day before the shooting in first hour, Ethan's teacher, Ms. Kubina, noticed that Ethan was looking at pictures of bullets on his phone and that she sent Pam Fine an email about that, correct?
Yes.
Cam finds
correct.
voice
We're
message.
gonna
Play the
draw
voice
attention to
message.
Exhibit C.
Thank you.
And that following
Hello.
school on the 29th,
Welcome.
she was thinking about Ethan and went to look at some of the assignments that he had turned in that year. Do you recall that?
I'm sorry, miss.
Oh, I apologize. Speaking still of Miss Kubina,
No
do you
doctor.
recall that in her interview, she
Part of the
discussed
stuff
that
they're
after that
using
incident
against
with
the
Ethan
parents.
looking up those things that morning, she went back to the classroom and tried to
Every
look at some of the previous
14-year-old
assignments that he
is
had turned.
depressed.
Yeah, I know, right? Is this kind of the thing?
It's
they're trying-
I'm sorry to say, but that's annoying me. I know what they're fighting for and all of that, but again, it's read into the record as this is such an unusual thing. A 14-year-old who believes his parents are bad, who feels like no one understands him. I can remember being 14 years old when we stopped fighting the dinosaurs and waded through the 10 feet of snow. Our parents were just as stupid as modern parents are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, everyone goes through this.
Yeah.
And they're using it against them. They're using it against the parents. And it's not a justification for this because there are billions of people out there that don't shoot up schools, right?
Exactly. It's like we bring in this expert in border patrol culture. Yeah, but there's tens of thousands of border patrol agents who don't fix marital problems in the way he did, our friend Burgos.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
And isn't it true that she actually found an
A little
index
plug
card
for
that
your
Ethan
channel.
had filled out at the beginning of the year, and Ethan had
It was
drawn
a
a
dual
picture of
stream.
a person holding a.
What's that?
It's a dual stream.
Well,
It's
that's
the
true,
Burgos. Yeah.
Well, you also finished up the penalty phase.
Yes.
gun in front of a brick building, correct?
Yes.
The gun was erased, but she said you could still see it, correct?
Yes.
She passed this information along to the dean and the counselor by email, and that email was sent that same day on the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
Following that email, is it your understanding that Pam Fine brought Ethan down and discussed that it was inappropriate to look up bullets at school?
Yes.
And in that interview, is it your understanding that Ethan disclosed that he had just been at a shooting range with his mom?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that Miss Fine left Jennifer a voicemail about the incident, but Jennifer did not call back, correct?
That's my understanding.
And in your investigation, you even found a text exchange.
I'm
following
thinking
that
around
call between
November,
Jennifer
December
and
for the
Ethan, correct?
parents.
Yes.
and
Where
the
Jennifer
child
tells
is
Ethan,
expected to
try not
testify
to get
against
caught,
his parents.
correct?
Yes.
Now, the following day at 8:45, Miss Fine tells you or tells someone in your office that she receives an email from teacher Alice Karpinski, correct?
That's correct.
That Ethan was watching violent videos of a guy gunning down people while in class, correct?
Yes. Can I
Yes,
reference that
page
somewhere?
300
Thank you.
in Exhibit F.
Thank you.
Didn't understand anything and just want to. Yep. Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, everyone goes through that.
Exhibit F only goes to 218.
And with the school official, if the parents are at fault, then the school officials are. I don't think either one of them should be
I
held
apologize. That is the text
criminally
message section.
responsible.
I need you to direct your attention to Exhibit
yeah.
C.
See?
What's good for one is good for the other.
And what page was that again?
Yes, we are looking at the email that she actually sent. I believe it's page 300.
We had the same at my parents' house. We had always, all of us 4 kids, always had a friend staying
It
over.
be a different page because I'm looking at 2 sets of discoveries.
Because
So let me just ask the
If
question
there's any
again.
problems, then,
Because I
well,
don't know
we had a
specifically
spare
if you'll be
bed.
able to find it.
So,
Okay, sorry.
That's all right.
My parents
So it's
just
your
said, yeah, come
understanding
on,
that
you can stay here.
The following day, so
Some
we're
of
talking
those
about
who
November
maybe not
30th now.
Had
At
enough to
8:45 in the
eat
morning,
or
Miss Fine
get a
receives an
shower
email from a
often enough.
teacher.
So we had people living all the time.
Right. The Anthony River case. Why is Baker up? Baker's up because it's morning in his land.
It's 7 a.m. So why are you not in bed?
Right, Indigo? Well, it's 11 o'clock for her. So she's got a couple hours yet. She's in Texas, right?
I agree with you.
All right.
Yeah.
And in that email, she is
she's
telling
in-
them that Ethan
near-
was watching
near the
violent
case we're following
videos.
now.
She's just leaving the club.
Yeah, it's my recollection that it was
Jungmin, no, in 2
someone,
hours I'll be going
a
to the
person
gym.
shooting people, but it was a movie. It was a movie. It didn't appear to be a real life event or something of that nature.
Right,
I think that's my understanding of it.
Okay. So a video of a movie or some sort of scenario where someone is being shot, correct?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that that email
I'll
was
be
not
right
just
back.
sent to Miss Fine, but it was also sent to Mr. Hopkins, correct?
Yes.
And who is Sean Hopkins?
He's the school counselor.
Because I knew Farrell will be here,
It
C-Swept,
does
so
not
I needed
appear
to
that
take
action
my
was taken
sleeves
just based
off
off of that email.
to show
correct?
off the gun show.
That's correct.
So that's at
I have
8:45
to win her
a.m.
back from
And at
Lefty.
9:32 a.m.
Can I go back real quick?
Absolutely.
So the action,
Sleep
there was
well,
human
Roseman.
action with the defendant, no, but there was, I think there was
Rossman.
discussion about it.
Rossman.
But he wasn't pulled down to the office immediately following
You're
that.
correct.
All right. So 9:32 a.m. Another email is sent, and it's my understanding that that
Indigo.
email is sent to Pam, Nick, and Sean. They all receive an email from yet another teacher. I believe it's Becky Morgan, and that's the picture of the assignment that you were previously shown. Correct?
Yes.
So in your multiple interviews with Sean Hopkins, he told law enforcement that he was alerted
They're
to a
small
problem
calibers.
by Becky Morgan, who was Ethan's math teacher, correct?
Yes.
And he went to retrieve Ethan at 9:14 a.m. and then takes him to the counseling office, correct?
Yes.
So you're understanding that his backpack with the gun in it was left in the classroom, correct?
That's my understanding.
Now, the document that you were previously shown that caused the concern, it's your understanding that by the time the actual assignment got brought down to the counseling office, Ethan had altered or crossed out the most worrisome things that were on that page, correct?
Yes,
I believe he crossed out the words "help me" and crossed out the gun, correct?
I think that's correct. Yes.
So according to the timeline that was provided by the prosecutor's office, which you would agree with me, that sometime between 9:14 and 10:45, James and Jennifer come to the school, they meet with Ethan, and they're in that counselor's office, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that in that meeting, Ethan discussed that he was sad about the argument
Possibly,
that he had
John.
with his parents, correct?
I don't recall that exactly. I don't know.
Do you recall that he mentioned his dog dying?
Yes, yes,
They
How about
do
his friend
now,
going away for a
Darcy.
lengthy period of time?
yes.
But
And he
what
told
if
him
your
he had no one to
child
talk to.
steals the gun?
I don't specifically recall that.
Yeah, it's and
Do you
again,
recall,
it's punishing the father for the son's crime. Isn't that what we're always talking about? You can't punish, or you can't punish your child for the parent's fault. And now we're doing the opposite. We're punishing because we have this long-standing that every man makes his own wrongs and have to pay for them. And now all of a sudden, and we talked about it with I believe we mentioned this because someone was going in on our stream yesterday and talking about, and I said, this is another example, in my opinion, of politicians trying to put in red flag laws through the trials because they can't do it through the legal, the politic process.
Right.
And they always end up making a monster they didn't want to have.
Right.
And a lot of bridges have to be burned before they change it again, because they're just helping.
Yeah. So, Julia, real quick background. So, the kid's kind of loner. Excuse me. During COVID, his friend moved away. His dog died of natural causes. There's nothing significant about that. And his grandfather died. Kind of put him into some depression. Didn't really have any friends. His parents were finding some hobbies for him, finding out what he could do and things like that. And he showed some interest in wanting to shoot. So they got him a gun. Took him to the range a few times. Then one day in school on November 10th, I believe, 2021, he was looking up ammunition on his phone. Counselor called and left a message for the parents. Oh, no big deal. He was looking this up. We told him not to, that sort of thing. Then the next day, he was drawing on his math worksheet, like guns and shooting people and things like that. So they called the parents in, had a meeting. The school did not require the parents take him home. They also did not look in the backpack. In the backpack was the journal and all the notes that they've been going through about him wanting to shoot up a school and the gun. Parents, or not parents, the teacher and counselors and hall monitors were like carrying around the backpack with the gun in it. When the parents left and he stayed in school, they handed him back the backpack. And then a couple hours later, he went on a shooting spree. So that is sort of the timeline of events.
That Ethan's parents acknowledged that Ethan was more sad lately.
I'm sorry, I don't specifically recall it.
That's all right. Nothing in any of the discovery that any counselor or staff that you've reviewed, did any counselor or staff member ask if he was suicidal? Specifically ask that question.
So repeat that again.
Sure.
Nothing in my investigation, or
Correct. In all of your investigations, speaking to all of the individuals that were in that counseling session with the parents or in that meeting with the parents, you are not aware that someone actually performed some sort of assessment to see if he was suicidal.
I see. I don't believe there was an assessment.
They believed he was suicidal, not homicidal, too. At
I
the
believe
time.
Mr. Hopkins said that he
The school officials
thought
did,
there
but
was
they
potential for suicidal ideation.
It's your understanding that both parents were resistive to taking Ethan home with them, correct?
Yes,
Both parents indicated that they had to go back to work.
that's correct.
To the best of your knowledge, James and Jennifer did not disclose that they had purchased the very weapon that was in his backpack for him as an early Christmas gift, correct?
did they
to
know
school?
it was
Yes,
in his
correct.
backpack?
To the best of your knowledge, neither Sean Hopkins or Nick Ejak asked James and Jennifer specifically if there were guns in the home or if Ethan had access to weapons.
I agree. Yes.
Ethan's backpack was never searched, correct?
To my knowledge, it was not.
Ethan's locker was never searched, correct?
I don't think they were even using lockers during COVID, but no, I don't believe it was.
So now, even though we have a child who on day 2 of being in trouble for looking up bullets, shooting videos, and drawing weapons with graphic scenes and actually writing the words, "help me," he was not sent home, correct?
Correct.
CPS was not called, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
You're not aware that 911 was called for a welfare check or a proper evaluation to see how Ethan was doing, correct?
I'm not aware. Correct.
During direct, Mr. Keast asked you about what was in that backpack, and you had mentioned
Understanding
that
the
there
current
were
state of the
a
law,
number of pages. What was the number? I think you
parents-
actually remember the number specifically.
Of
basis
the-
charge the
the
parents
assignment
with
school assignment.
Yeah, I
involuntary
think it was
manslaughter.
96, I believe.
They're trying to change.
And how
the
many
law,
did you
essentially.
say had drawings of either weapons or bullets on them?
I'm not sure. I can't recall how many. I know there was, because I specifically counted, there was 52 guns drawn in that stack of papers, but I don't know how many pages actually were drawn on.
Understood.
Child was removed from the classroom and brought down to the office. Parents were brought in. Then a hall monitor or a teacher took the backpack from the classroom and brought it down to the office where the parents and the students and the child was, with the principal and counselor and all that stuff. So, and then it was given back to him and he went back to class. Parents left.
And
All right. I want to talk about
he's been
parents.
drawing 50 guns in a notebook.
Yeah.
We can't have guns in Denmark. I believe through all of my school time, I draw tanks, guns, planes, explosions, because I grew up in a family where we took it very serious that some of us had to go and join the military.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I've always been fascinated by it. So I'm a potential like this guy because most guys did that.
Yeah, and the other thing is that it wasn't like the parents said, no, absolutely not, we're not taking him. They said, would you be willing to take him? And, you know, we think you need some counseling. Can you go take him and maybe get some counseling? And they said, we have to go back to work. Does he have to go home? And the school said, no, he doesn't have to go. We're not forcing him out of school. And the parents said, okay, we'll set up some counseling, but we have to get back to work. And then they left. That's the exact conversation that happened. So it's not like they were resistant or refusing to take him. They just said, hey, we have to work. Does he have to come with us? We'll set up counseling and stuff, but we got to get back to work. So.
As part of your investigation, you looked into the current employment and past employment of James and Jennifer, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that in reviewing their text messages with each other, money troubles was something that they were dealing with pretty frequently.
Yes, I would agree.
Do you agree with me that James had a spotty employment record, and at the time of the offense, he was working for DoorDash?
Yes.
You also spent a good amount of time investigating Jennifer's employment and speaking to her boss and coworkers, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer did have steady employment, correct?
Appeared so, yes.
In your investigation, did you become aware if Jennifer could have purchased health insurance for Ethan?
I don't recall.
In your investigation into Jennifer's employer, you came to understand that the work had a family-first attitude. Would you agree?
That's what they testified to, yes.
Yes. So in fact, if Jennifer was unable to return to work on November 30th because Ethan had to go home, it wouldn't have been a problem. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
It's also your understanding that right after meeting in the principal's office, James went and I believe he delivered an order of food, correct?
Yeah, the
That's my
father
understanding,
did.
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the messages between James and Jennifer, and there are a lot of them. Would you agree with me that the messages are replete with discussions on who was picking up alcohol to drink, who was buying cigarettes, conversations about marijuana, and Xanax pills?
I'm embarrassed to ask, what is replete? Replete?
Oh, but there are a lot of.
Yes, there was several.
Yes.
So the
Now let's talk
morning
about the
session
crime
is almost
itself.
done. We got like
As we saw in the
3
video, when the
hours.
police
Oh my
arrived
God,
at the
this could be
school,
forever.
Ethan was out in the hallway with his hands up, correct?
Yes.
Well,
He had
you've
already put down the gun,
only been
correct?
doing
Correct.
He followed all the commands of the
trials
deputies.
today, and you did
Yes.
our girl Sarah yesterday.
He was placed into handcuffs without issue, correct?
Yeah, I know, right?
You're
Gave
doing
the
the rounds.
officers his name.
Yes.
I was on
In the backpack that we
Ricada,
described, he did not have any bombs
Vices,
or Molotov cocktails, correct?
No, he did not.
Lux,
Did not have a knife,
Lux
correct?
twice.
He went willingly into the police car.
Yes.
He answered questions that he was acting alone, correct?
Yes.
He answered questions about there being no bombs.
That's true. Yes.
Was there unused ammunition found?
Probably for the
Yes, there was.
mental
Do you know
health,
approximately how many rounds?
like
I
getting him into
believe it was
counseling.
18.
After being taken to the substation, at some point in time, Ethan was then taken to Children's Village, correct?
Yes.
You weren't made aware of any issues that arose during transport, correct?
I was not made aware of any issues. No.
You were not made aware that there was any issues at Children's Village, correct?
Correct.
He was then transported to the Oakland County Jail. You were not made aware of any issues with his behavior during that transport, were you?
Correct.
Now, following the crime, after learning of the shooting, is it your understanding that James went home immediately to go and look to see if his gun was missing?
Yes, that's my understanding.
He then called what I believe was an off-duty police officer first before 911. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point in time, he called 911 to report that he believed that his son took the gun and could be the shooter.
Yes, that's correct.
And in your investigation, you observed a text around the same time as I'm sure 911 started being called. Jennifer texted Ethan, "Don't do it." Is that correct?
Her text was after the influx of 911 calls.
You also found a text message, James texting Ethan, "Call me now."
Yes, that's correct.
You would agree with me that in reviewing hundreds of text messages between students and parents on that day when the shootings began, that the messages that Jennifer and James sent were unlike those of hundreds of other caring parents.
Yes, I would agree.
In your review of Jennifer's text messages with her coworkers, would you agree with me that Jennifer messages that Ethan isn't going to get out of this? We need to save ourselves.
Yes, that was written. Or texted, I should say.
You would agree with me that there are zero messages where either James or Jennifer thoughtfully discuss that they themselves have failed by not treating Ethan's mental illness.
So, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Of course. You would agree with me that in your review of all of the messages on James and Jennifer's phone, that there are no messages where they thoughtfully discuss that they themselves have failed by not treating Ethan's mental illness.
I don't
know
recall
if that
any.
matters.
We were shown footage of two different shooting ranges. And you had commented that Ethan had a familiarity with the weapons. Do you recall that?
It appeared to be yes.
Someone that is 15 years old, are they able to go into a shooting range and shoot themselves?
And shoot themselves?
Shoot by
By the-
themselves. I apologize.
It's okay. No, they're not.
So is
The
a
company-
parent's required?
Yes.
A 15-year-old individual is not able to go and purchase a weapon by themselves, correct?
That's correct.
And in all of the videos that you found from shooting ranges, Ethan was either there with mom or dad, correct?
Yes.
And were all the guns purchased by dad in his name?
To my knowledge, yes.
I now want to move to the search of the Crumbly home.
Okay.
That occurred following the incident at the high school, correct?
Yes.
And let's talk about what was in Ethan's room. Would you agree with me that there were two silhouette targets with bullet holes in them?
I would agree.
Miscellaneous shell casings in a dish next to the bed?
I would agree.
And an air rifle sitting on a chair?
I don't recall specifically, but I do recall there being an air rifle.
I want to talk about the other weapons that were found. I believe they were found in the shed. The report references that a Woodstock Red Ryder BB gun was found, a 760 Pump Master
It
BB
wasn't
gun was
before the
found,
shooting.
an SNR 350.
It wasn't before the shooting. I think Dad looking for the gun before the shooting. It wasn't before the shooting. They went back to work, and then they got notices from the school that there was an active shooter. And Mom had texted somebody saying that I think it's Ethan, and Dad went looking for the gun. So that's what happened. It was afterwards.
57 revolver style BB gun, 6 cartridges for the BB gun, and a Witness BB gun with a magazine. Would you agree with me that there was a number of weapons found in that shed?
Yes.
In a search of the basement, would you agree with me that there was a failed marijuana grow operation, which investigation led you to discover that was the work of James?
Did you say failed?
Yes.
It was legal.
Yeah, I'll agree.
In the search of the home, no documentation showing that, in fact, Ethan had an appointment with a counselor or a receipt from a doctor's visit was located. That's not part of the discovery, correct?
It's legal to smoke weed, right? Or
And
however
grow
you-
it. And it's been legal in this state for many, many, many years under the Medical Marijuana Act, and it's been legal for recreational purposes for 5 years or more. 5.
So we bring out the devil's letters every time we need it to prejudice a jury against people.
Right.
And every time we want to say, well,
Was he
it's
making his
cool,
own beer
man.
in the basement too? It's stupid.
It's just I hate politics, and I hate stupid attorneys using stupid tricks.
Yep, me too.
That's fair.
But they're going to use all of this against the parents as well.
But again, having Xanax,
Jennifer,
you know, as
Jennifer
long
was
as you're not
interviewed
abusing him,
at her home,
everyone
correct? Initially in
had
the
some
police
kind of Xanax at some point in their life. It's
Yeah.
legal medication, and
Take your time.
and if the kid has anxieties,
I believe they, yes, she was first spoken to.
they
at her
could be
home.
trying to help him.
Right, exactly. Yeah, having
And during that
medication is not a
interview,
bad thing. It
she
means
had
that
told the
the
police
issue's
that
been
Ethan had been upset
identified
because
and you're
his friend had
fixing it.
left and his dog had died.
That's my recollection of it, yes.
And you
But
were
it's
actually
like
able to
Branka
confirm that
said,
Ethan's
how many
closest friend,
shots are too
I
much
think
to
Mr.
be
Keith asked you
self-defense?
How many messages these two shared? It was a
Mhm.
lot. It was all day long, every day. You were able to confirm that
I don't think there's a
juvenile
limit.
actually had left at the end of October.
Well, he used
Without
7
much
shots.
notice,
He used 10
correct?
shots. He used
Correct.
5 shots. It's always too many shots and the wrong kind of ammunition. Oh, he used hollow
In
points.
the interview
Oh,
that
yeah,
was
yeah,
done
yeah,
with
yeah.
James at the home during the search, isn't it true that he told the police that he purchased a Sig Sauer 9mm handgun and he had it hidden in the armoire in the case?
Yeah, that's why I
and the
really
bullets
wanted
were
to
hidden
watch
in a
this.
separate
I
area.
really haven't been
That's my
following Ethan's case
And
because
after
it's
he
fairly
saw
cut
all
and
of the
dry.
cops, he raced home,
But
and that's
I
when-
want to follow this
Yeah.
because they're going to be using all of this against the parents.
At some point after your investigation, it was announced publicly that the parents were going to be charged, correct?
Yes.
And instead of walking into a police station or walking into the Rochester District Court, isn't it true that James and Jennifer bought burner phones, ditched their car, left Oxford, and left their son sitting in jail?
Repeat that. I
Okay,
just
I'll
want to
break
make
it
sure I
down.
get them.
Okay. Ditched their phones, bought burner phones, left Oxford, and left their son in jail. Shall we put that into context? There were people literally camped outside their house, not only news media, but other people, family members of the victims and things like that. Their phones were blowing up with people calling and texting them. They got new phones. People tracked down those new numbers. So then they bought burner phones. They left their house because there's, literally people all over the place. And they were charged waiting for their attorney to get back from Florida to walk in on a warrant. That's the context. That's the proper context here.
But again, it's always the way you see it, anything. They did too much, they didn't do enough.
Yep.
They got him a gun because they thought it could help him get out of his depression. They bought him a gun because they were feeding his desire to kill someone. It's always, everything can be put in a different light. And
Yep. See, what, this is not the state. This is Ethan's defense counsel because she wants to put the blame on the parents to minimize the child's actions. So this isn't even the state. But the state is going to be making this exact same argument when it comes to the parents.
Correct. Go ahead.
After it was made publicly announced that the parents were going to be charged, they didn't turn themselves into the police station or the court,
No,
correct?
they did not.
And isn't it true that they bought burner phones?
It's my understanding I have the advice of their counsel, but yes.
They ditched their car.
No, they drove their car. They had one car. They didn't drive, but they drove the other.
Okay,
other
so
two.
they left one
They
car,
left one car.
and I believe, was that at a hotel parking lot?
It was.
Yes. And they left Oxford, correct?
Yes.
In fact, when they were arrested, they were hiding out in Detroit, correct?
Yes.
Hiding out.
You also found proof that the parents went
They're
to the
staying at
bank
a
and
friend's
drained
house.
Ethan Crumbly's bank account, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the questions you were asked about the jail and the tablet.
Okay.
I think you phrased it, or Mr. Keys phrased it, that he bypassed security. Is it your
Yes.
understanding that the password was saved but was visible?
Okay, so remember this officer's testimony, right? Remember this, because he's not going to testify to this when he's called to the stand as a state's witness against the parents. He's gonna be like, oh yeah, they ditched the car, they bought burner phones, they were hiding, he's not going to clarify it. We see this in about 3 months from now.
I think I don't know computers and tablets all that well, but I think on the tablet, it was, you had to go into the settings, search for the password, and then, but yeah, it allegedly, or from what I understand, it was saved.
And isn't it true that when Ethan was questioned by someone there at the jail, he explained exactly what happened?
It sounds like that, yes.
And isn't it true that he stated he had the tablet unlocked for roughly 2 weeks, for a lengthy period of time before they were
Yeah,
actually
they
caught.
had counseling set up that day, or they were calling counselors
That
and
sounds
setting
about
up
right, yes.
appointments.
And in that body camera footage, isn't it true that Ethan explained exactly how he got the password? And that he said multiple times, I tried not to look at that website. I tried really hard.
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, the defense strategy is to throw the parents under the bus and minimize the impact to the child
no further
because this is
questions.
the
Thank you very much.
sentencing for
Thank
the
you.
child.
Read Rick. Thank you. Starting with the last question, kind of, so if I'm understanding this correctly, then the defendant couldn't help himself. Now,
That's the way I understood it. Yes.
I'm going to go back through a few things the counsel asked you regarding the journal.
Rosie,
You were
I think
asked
this is
about
a
passage where
actually
he
new member and not just
wrote, "We
renewing.
wish
So
that
thank
he
you.
would be sent down to the office. so
Welcome
he would
aboard.
be caught and prevent from the shooting."
Correct.
He actually was sent down to the office twice. Is that right?
That's right.
So he was sent to the office November 29th. He was sent to the office again November 30th.
Yes.
He sat in the counselor's office for 90 minutes.
The parents' attorneys are really
Parents were
good.
there.
They will
He's
be all
never
over
once
this.
stopped himself from the shooting.
That's all correct.
And in fact, November the 30th, before he ever even went down the office, before he was caught by the teacher, he sent a text message indicating his intent to do something, quote, really bad.
Yes.
Now, you were asked about a journal entry where the defendant expressed not being happy. in
These are
months.
the
I
exact
don't
same
remember
two
last time happy words
prosecutors
said. Do you
prosecuting
recall
the
that?
parents.
Yes, I do.
Okay. You watched the video of the defendant torturing that bird.
I did.
You watched the video of the defendant shooting the Oxford High School students. You watched the video of the defendant in the back of the police car after he was arrested. Now, tell me, did the defendant appear happy or sad when he was torturing that baby bird?
Happy.
Okay. And why do you tell me? Why do you say that?
There's
If you watch
nothing
the
that they
video,
could have
you'll-
done to
again, we talked about it
intervene.
earlier. The inflection in his voice. Also, he writes about how literally how happy it makes him to do these awful things.
Now, what about the defendant's demeanor when you observe him after he's arrested in the back of the police car? Is he coherent
Yes.
when he speaks with officers? Okay. Is he crumbling, crying
No.
at any point on November the 30th when he gave up, when he was arrested in the back of that patrol car? Did he appear that he was crying?
No, it doesn't appear that way at all.
Okay. What about his demeanor when he exited the bathroom adjacent to room 258 and he began the shooting? What about his demeanor there?
Well, I mean, obviously, I've had the opportunity to analyze this video 1,000 times, and when you follow
Welcome, Chandler.
the
Hi guys.
How are you? Have you been following along this trial or this hearing, anyways?
I haven't, and when you sent me the link, I thought this was supposed to be for tomorrow. I didn't realize you were streaming now, but
Yeah, no,
I'm
I'm streaming
here.
now. So
Yeah.
this happened earlier Thursday morning, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. And so because it's continued Friday morning, I wanted to get this stream out of the way and go through it, and then I'll be streaming again Friday morning at 8:30 Eastern. But this is the sentencing hearing for Ethan, the Oxford school shooting, whose parents are also being charged,
Right,
even
I
though they
remember.
didn't do anything.
I heard you talking
Yeah.
about this earlier, so I don't know very much about the case, but thanks for inviting me to be here. I'll catch up.
Okay,
Yeah,
sounds good.
and if you don't know it, for me as a foreigner, I think it's really interesting the way they want to put the cart before the horse with punishing the parents of the child's crimes.
Yeah, it's really bad.
It's so much politics involved in this, and it's really interesting to see. But again, this is not the most interesting part of it. It's the parents' case, but you can see where they're going to go with the parents' case through this.
And just for clarification, there is no juror here. This is a judge decision, and so basically, the state is trying to put Ethan away for life without the possibility of parole. There's a presumption that that is not in the best interest of a juvenile that's being charged even as an adult, and so they have to overcome that presumption by showing by clear and convincing evidence that he's not redeemable, that safety to society. Punishing the wrongdoer and deterring others. And so all of this goes to those four factors to overcome that presumption and try to put him away for life without parole. So that's what we're doing here today, because he's already pled guilty to it. So, and it's interesting because the defense strategy is to put all the blame on the parents, and the state strategy is to put all the blame on the child. And you know that the state is going to switch their arguments in about 3 months' time.
How old is
So
he?
he's
Or
16.
how old was he when he committed the offense?
He had just turned 15. I think his birthday's in October. This happened in November of 2021. So he's just about to turn 17, but he's 16 right now. He was 15 at the time, just turned 15.
Got it.
Defendants days prior, whatever, he slouches a lot. But you'll
Thanks.
on the shooting video, as soon as he comes out of the
Not
bathroom,
necessarily. I mean, I
standing
don't
as
blame
tall
him
as
for it. I just want
I've
to
ever
make
seen
it a
him stand and
point
walk around
that
that school.
what the state's doing, right? That's
So
kind of my
he
point.
acted with purpose when he exited the bathroom. Remember the 30th.
Yeah, and again with confidence, it looked like.
I'm going to grab some
You were asked
oatmeal
about some of the
and some
teacher interviews,
breakfast.
and obviously this is a
Okay.
massive investigation, and I think in total we're at 5 or 6
Trying to move
terabytes.
this around.
That'd be right,
Ah,
yes. Okay.
hang
Some of
on.
the teacher interviews that you were asked about,
There we go.
they talk about that the defendant didn't have any other problems with students.
Yes.
So I want to confirm that he was not bullied.
No,
He was not thrown in the locker.
there's no evidence to suggest any of that. No.
Nobody beat him up. Nobody messed with him.
No.
Thank you, Judge. I'm not.
Thank you. With that being said, any reason why this witness should not be excused?
I think we're going to go into a
No,
break.
He was the OIC, so he asked that he remain throughout the hearing.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may also stay in the courtroom if you wish.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I got to take a break here.
Now, the courtroom. Deputies, you may take the defendant. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll fast forward. But yeah, so this was the first witness, the lead investigator, and he went through a lot of graphic details about some stuff that was in the journal and about the shooting itself. They played some videos, surveillance videos of the shooting, but we didn't see those, thankfully. And they're just trying to say like how planned and detailed this was and how devious this child is. And basically, he's not going to be able to be redeemed. Is kind of what they're going for.
How many
my opinion.
casualties were there in this case? I actually
There were
don't know anything
4
about it.
deaths and I think 15 injured total.
Okay,
Students or students and faculty.
got it.
Yeah. Wait, why can't I hear anything?
This evidence, I would again ask the court.
All right, so now we're past the break.
Judge, thank you. In this presentation, we do have crime scene photographs. So
The judge was appointed in 2021. I have never practiced in front of him. This is the county I live in, by the way, Chandler. And practice in front of. But I don't know this judge. He's new. I had a chance to practice in front of him.
Oh, so you're familiar with this court?
Yeah, this is the whole reason I started streaming on YouTube was this case, or the parents'
Really?
case, in fact. Yeah. So, but I haven't really followed Ethan's case because it's kind of cut and dry. He pled guilty, it's straightforward. But I wanted to cover this because I have a feeling a lot of this evidence is going to be used against the parents. And
I've
for
heard a
example,
lot.
the last witness was questioned about, wasn't it true that the parents bought burner phones and ditched Oxford and all this stuff? And he's like, well, they got burner phones, to my understanding, based on their attorney, and they didn't, they went to a hotel and they didn't ditch their car. They had 2 cars. They took one, but that same officer is going to testify to the same facts, the exact opposite way, when it comes time to, for the parents' trial. So it's just interesting how they're approaching it now.
It's always fascinating when 2 trials, are kind of intersecting in that way. Like
Right.
the Vallow and the Daybell trials, like Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, their trials were kind of interconnected. But the way that it affects the strategy is
Mhm.
fascinating. I've heard sentiment like, oh, it's great that the parents were charged. They should be held responsible. I don't know how I personally feel about it yet, but I would like to see different opinions, and I'm
Yeah,
curious.
well, you can. You're going to see some more testimony here. I'm sure they're going to implicate the parents more. That's the defense strategy. So the defense is going hard on the parents because
with
it
the
minimized
minors.
the impact for the child, right? And
Yeah.
this is the child's defense. So
Mhm.
evidence, I would again ask the court to instruct me not to broadcast anything that we display on the screen.
Thank
there
you.
was
As previously
no
stated, please do not
motive
show anything on
mentioned
the
by the
screen that's
child.
sensitive in nature.
I
If you
mean,
could
other
please turn
than
the cameras around when that's being
his
presented.
journal entries said a lot about like, I want to be famous. I'm going to shoot up the school and be famous because if I just killed myself, then no one would remember me. Things like that.
That's very sad.
You may
One
proceed.
of the victims' families aware that we'll have movies and graphic photographs.
Thank you. And at this time, if anyone wishes to leave the courtroom, you may leave the courtroom at this time, as sensitive information will be shown on the screen. That being said, people, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
By the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
I'm in my 17th year of employment there.
Okay. What do you do there?
My technical name is a forensic laboratory investigator leader, which is a vast array of supervision. I'm a latent print supervisor.
of 5 individuals. I also am the crime scene supervisor, which we have 7 people on that team. I'm also the crime scene response team supervisor, which I have 10 team members on that, along with an evidence technician program that I run that has over 100 technicians.
So you're a part of the crime scene investigation, would that be correct?
That is correct.
And sir, we're not going to go through all the qualifications because it is a Miller hearing, not a jury trial. But it's true that you've been qualified many times over in crime scene analysis.
That is correct.
How often do you conduct a crime scene analysis? How often is this part of your day-to-day?
Not every day. The teams that I run do a lot of crime scene investigations that are out of my realm, but I've been a crime scene investigator this is my 25th year, starting with Pontiac Police and with Oakland County Sheriff's Office, and I've done hundreds, if not thousands, of crime scenes throughout my career.
I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Were you working?
I was working in the office, yes.
Okay. And were you the on-call crime scene supervisor that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember being called to the Oxford High School that day?
Yes, I do.
Tell me where you were when you received that phone call.
I was sitting in my office at 38 East of the Sheriff's Office, and my
Hey, Joe.
Captain Quisenberry informed me that I needed to respond.
How we doing?
Hey, I'm good. I just finished my stream, and I saw this DM you sent me.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to join. Do you know anything about this case?
Do I know anything about this case? You and I had a whole conversation on my channel about this case.
I didn't know if you've actually been following it or if you're like cursory looking at it.
I have not been following the updates on this. This was this is about Ethan or his parents this year.
This is Ethan. This is his sentencing sort of kind of hearing. This started Thursday morning at 8:30. It's going to continue Friday morning at 8:30. So I wanted to get Thursdays out of the way.
Oh my gosh.
So I'm going to stream until we're done.
What's the objective of this hearing?
Yeah, so there's a presumption that it's not good for a child to be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. And the state is trying to sentence him to that. So they need to overcome that presumption by showing clear and convincing evidence that essentially he's irredeemable, safety to society, deterring others, and things like that. So the nature of this is basically saying this kid is like devious and bad, and there's no redeemable value to him. So sentence him to life without possibility of parole.
Wait a second. I thought that was unconstitutional.
Well, and so
yeah,
so we have we have the Supreme Court case from 2012, and then since then Michigan has enacted a statute which allows for it in very, very rare circumstances. And there's been some Michigan Supreme Court cases that have kind of defined those very tight parameters on which you could sentence a child to life without the possibility of parole. And to be quite frank, I don't even know if this case will get there. Everyone's like, oh, well, obviously this is like the worst sort of situation, but it's a really narrow, it's a really hard burden for the state. So even in this circumstance, I don't know if they're going to get there, but that's why they're bringing up, if you watched the stream earlier, they're talking about how he would like torture a baby bird and videoed it, and all these writings in his diary that he had on him and all this stuff, because they're trying to show that he's so devious that there's no way that you could, redeem this child.
It sounds like there was an entire community that was aware that there were problems with him and there was no interference, and there were a lot of people who screwed up, which, that kind of negligence led to this occurrence. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. I don't know anything about this case.
Yeah, but it's like, can you and so one of the other things is in the parents' case, what happened?
The other way. Yep.
I don't know what happened there. In the parents' case, they brought in a expert to try to show that there was a pathway of violence, and the court shot that down and said, no, we can't predict this. Even your own experiments weren't able to predict any sort of like mass shooter complex in a child and stuff like that. And so at the end of the day, I don't think there was a way to predict this. And what Baker was saying before he disappeared was like, well, everyone feels this way. They're talking about a kid, the kid's depressed, his crush doesn't like him back, his parents are mean. Or like, well, what 14-year-old doesn't think that, So I don't know if there's a way to actually prevent this at the end of the day. But they're trying to make him out to be really evil and irredeemable so that he'll get at the end. I think he's going to get the possibility of parole after some time, most likely 25 years, but we'll see. But that's what we're here for. So welcome, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm a little tired, so I don't know how long I'm going to be here.
No worries. I'm going to be here till the end of this. But you're welcome to stay as
Look,
long as you
you're
want.
going to be another 3 hours watching this right now?
I don't know if no, because I
2.5
have it on
hours.
1.25 speed, and there's some breaks that I'm going to be skipping over. So
Okay.
Yeah, I'll stay as long as I can, but I'm also I have like
I'm
someone-
thinking like 15 minutes max is
No worries.
Yeah, I'm pretty
like,
tired. I thought this was going to be tomorrow. You sent me this link, and I was like, I didn't know this was.
there's
today,
going to be one
so-
for tomorrow too. But I want to. So my original thought was I was going to stream this tomorrow, and then I realized it didn't end, and it's going to be live tomorrow again. I'm like, I got to do it tonight.
Well, are you doing? Is anybody doing layback news tomorrow? Or
yeah.
I am at noon. Yeah.
okay.
So I'll
Well,
pause.
Say,
this
me
and go
too.
there.
Well, I'll see you guys there.
All right.
Oh, cat.
Who's the broken baker?
The Broken Baker is a Danish layman. And in Denmark, they have professional jurors, which they call laymen. And so that's what he is. And he's got a YouTube channel. He used to, well, he still does cover some Danish cases, some really interesting ones, but he's started to cover some US cases. And he's a fun guy. He's pretty good. And he's been with Nick, and he's been with me, or, various people.
I don't think I've streamed with him before.
Nick Starov. But he's a lot of fun. There he
It
is.
seems like.
Ladies, Joe can go for 15 minutes. See, that's the kind of quality entertainment you get from the Broken Baker there.
Let me tell you, that's not bad.
All right.
Is that supposed to be a knock? No,
No. No, because there's
No,
an
that's a
inside
compliment.
joke about there's a case we covered where a guy could lasted 5 seconds, and then another guy that went only 5 minutes. And so you're a stud.
There you go.
Liking
OnlyFans
that.
stalker, that guy.
The OnlyFans stalker, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So let's get this going. I want to go to bed. All right.
Yeah.
Along with an evidence technician program that I run that has over 100 technicians.
So you're a part of the crime scene investigation, is that correct?
That is correct.
And sir,
What's
we're not going
that?
to go through all the qualifications because it is a Miller hearing, not a jury trial. But it's true that you've been qualified many times over in crime scene analysis.
That is correct.
How often do you conduct a crime scene analysis? How often is this part of your day-to-day?
Not every day. The teams that I run do a lot of crime scene investigations that are out of my realm, but I've been a crime scene investigator this is my 25th year, starting with Pontiac Police and with Oakland County Sheriff's Office, and I've done hundreds, if not thousands, of crime scenes throughout my career.
I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Were you working?
I was working in the office, yes.
Okay. And were you the on-call crime scene supervisor that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember being called to the Oxford High School that day?
Yes, I do.
Tell me where you were when you received that phone call.
I was sitting in my office at 38 East of the Sheriff's Office, and my Captain Quisenberry informed me that I needed to respond to the Oxford High School.
And you responded there?
Yes, I did.
Tell us what you do, please.
Yeah.
What
No,
are
the
some
camera
steps
reviews
taken
are
in
not
the
good. That's why I'm getting my own cameras.
The
in this
initial thing
courtroom
is
for the trial
an
of
assessment, a
parents.
crime scene assessment, to see what we actually are looking at as far as the actual crime scene. So
That's such a
to get an
weird
idea
angle.
of what
Yeah, I know it's
what
really
resources
bad.
I may need, or
Like
what,
shoved them in the
processes
corner
we have to
in the
actually
jury
perform,
box.
before we actually start photography.
I only
or
have one
anything else.
camera. I don't know why.
I've never seen a witness testify from the side like this, where you can
That
see
is
the
correct.
judge and everything's weird.
Before you
Yeah. So the way the courtroom is laid out,
Yes, I did.
to the left,
There were several individuals.
or
that
the
were
opposite of
involved.
that wall
It
is
was my
the hallway.
entire team, which I had 18
You know,
members,
there's a door over
along with
there.
our special investigations
And
unit. There were
then
several.
The camera's
sergeants and
literally in the
lieutenants
jury
that,
box
walked
right
through
now.
the scene because there was different intelligence.
room is
that
much
we were
bigger than
receiving
it
at
looks
different
in
times. We want to
camera,
make sure
right?
that we were all on the same page.
Yes. It's not a
Courtrooms tend to
terribly
be much
large.
bigger than.
I'm going to
yeah.
approach the witness. This is,
It's not a terribly
46.
large
I mean,
courtroom though,
yes.
but it
This
is
has already
bigger
been
than it
submitted to the
looks.
commission. I just want you to have that and refer to it if necessary. That's your report that you offered regarding the crime scene analysis in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Now, that's obviously a lengthy report. We're not going to go all the way through it, but I am going to show you some photographs. It's also been stipulated to they're already admitted in evidence.
This is Fox 2.
I just want to confirm with you.
Local
You've
Fox
seen our
affiliate
exhibits. These were all
is
taken
the camera operator right now.
on November the 30th, 2021 at the Oxford High School.
That is correct.
So, directing you now.
Law
to-
and Seaward
this is
had
a map
the
of
horrible
Oxford High
like
School.
security cameras from the court and audio. It was really
That is
bad.
correct.
Okay.
This
Did
is
you
much better than
make
that.
these markings?
Actually, one of my team members had actually placed the numbers on the schematic of where the evidence pieces were collected from within the school.
Okay. Now, can you tell me please what these numbers signify?
They're item numbers that coincide to a specific piece of evidence that was given a specific number and then collected from the crime scene.
When we're talking about evidence, are we talking about shell casings?
Yes.
Can you tell us please what exactly?
Joe, meet the baker.
Hey, Joe, big fan.
Oh wow, thank you very much.
You're normally my morning show before Rackets goes on because I live in
sweet.
the real world, so
Right.
I get up when you get to bed.
And I gotta tell you something. You know, I know you're European, but you don't look gay.
Well, I'm Scandinavian, so we're not really Europeans.
Okay.
We went and made all the other people's gay back in the Viking ages.
Yeah. It's,
So
it's
what
my,
we-
it's
the
my
technical-
privilege meeting you,
technical
brother.
term will be a
Thank you.
fired cartridge case. It is a portion of a cartridge that ejects out of a semi-automatic weapon when the firearm is fired. So the bullet goes out the end of the barrel, and the fired cartridge case will eject out the side of the weapon, typically out the right-hand side of the weapon.
Oxford High School is a single-story building. Is that true?
That is
I don't
correct.
know when Brooks and
Your
Rittenhouse and all
investigation
that
was
was,
contained to the 200
but
hallway?
the
Yes, it
shooting
was.
took
For a little
place
bit of background, the
November
hallways
11th,
contained 4 number
2021.
classrooms in our hallway. Is that right?
That is correct.
I think Brooks
So-
was a couple
Part of
months
your
later,
investigation,
right?
we were able to determine the path that the
Yeah,
shooter
I
took.
don't know.
I think it was Christmas
Yes,
that
it
year.
appeared to
Oh,
be
yeah,
on the
it
south
was.
side of
You're
the,
right.
the school.
So it was like a
and
month
then
later.
headed a little bit east and then to the north.
And this is directly to laser pointer with the map here. Now, this is a bathroom that's directly adjacent to room 258. Did you come to learn the defendant was in the bathroom directly before he opened fire?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if you could tell us the path that he walked, please.
Then he would go directly east, which is down, and then
We're watching
go into
security
the
video and they
north,
won't
which
show
is a
the
little
camera,
bit to
or
the
the
right, and
camera
then
won't
follows
show
that
the
hallway
security
there.
video.
Okay. And where did
Sounds like it's being covered by
evidence
lawn
of the
cuts.
shooting scene stop?
In front of room 213, which is right there on the right-hand side of the screen.
And of course, you're aware that at that point.
Long
he
Cucks
turned
is
around
showing the
to
security
walk
video.
in reverse
No,
direction
they're
to
saying
the
that they do
hallway.
terrible
That is
camera work
correct.
also.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to take you through some crime
Well,
scene
no, the
photographs
judge told them not to
following
cover,
the path of the
not to show the screen.
So this is previously admitted as Exhibit 2.
And those are not jurors; those are all reporters sitting in the jury box.
This is a bathroom stall in the bathroom that is just outside of room 258 in the 200 wing of the school. And there's some personal effects that you can see in the picture.
There
there,
are no
backpack,
jurors here, right?
some electronics, a journal.
Just to
Yeah,
along
no
with the
jurors.
Gatorade
This is a
bottles and other
judge's
miscellaneous
decision.
items.
Now, next picture is
Did he say jump out of the side of the firearm? I don't know. The casing that they found, it was ejected. I don't know if he said jumped.
It was redacted, but also yellow evidence placards. So tell us what we're looking at here.
Yes, this is a photograph taken just outside of that bathroom that we saw the inside of in the previous exhibit. This is a photograph taken to the east on that hallway outside of 258 and 256. And the yellow placards
Jerry,
are
where you
items that
been?
were marked as evidence pieces within that crime scene.
Now, I want to ask you specifically about what I call shell casings, or fired cartridge cases. That's the official term of that, right?
That is correct.
Okay. How many of those did you uncover? Did you recover rather in this portion of the 200 hallway?
In front of, outside of 258 and 256, there were 14 fire cartridge cases located.
Okay.
He
So you
killed
told us
4
that every time
students,
semi-automatic
injured,
handgun
I
is
think, a total of
fired, ejects
15
that cartridge.
others.
That is correct.
Okay, so that means he fired 14 times
That is correct.
in this area. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it judge's discretion, or is there like a yardstick he has to follow?
This is
So there's a series of cases that basically say that he has to the state has to convince him by
You start
clear
to
and convincing
see where
evidence
The hallway turns to the left, which would be to the north. Outside
to
of
overcome the
249,
presumption
and you see a
that
couple more evidence
no
placards there that are
parole
marked, with
is
evidence.
the best for or
turn that corner. You're looking down
the standard. The presumption is that the child should have the
Once
opportunity
again,
to
it's
get
just,
paroled
it's the
at some
hallway,
point in the
you
future.
start to see at the top of the
And
photograph that this
yeah,
hallway
the state
is
has
a
to
curved
overcome
hallway.
that by clear and
It's not a straight
convincing
hallway.
evidence, looking at
Once
4
again,
factors.
the evidence placards were
Is the
placed
child
next to
redeemable?
pieces of evidence that were located
What
in
is
the
the
crime.
safety issue for society? Do we want to punish the child because the act is particularly reprehensible or something like that? And do we want to deter others? So those are the 4 factors that he's analyzing. The
I'm not
clear
sure I
and
understand
convincing,
the difference between 3 and 4. That sounds very
Yes, I do.
similar.
deterring others and punishing the wrongdoer.
That is correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So actually, it's right there on the banner. This is going by. So B is
Oh.
protecting to society, disciplining the wrongdoer, and deterring others.
So it,
Mhm.
Can I ask you something? Because we have this, when there's things about mental health in Denmark, we get a panel of professionals to evaluate a defendant and say, well, we can punish him normally, he can stand trial, or we can find any way to treat him. So he goes into these custody sentencing where you then get evaluated every 3 years. Like, the Danish Elon Musk, as you call him, the submarine guy, he's in this custody because they can't put him in normal prison because in Denmark it's all about rehabilitation and getting out again.
Right.
So they have to be in the padded cell prison. But
Yeah, but
they
you guys have a different standard. You're right. I mean, first degree murder, premeditated stuff gets you like what, 10 years in Denmark? I mean,
no, that would be somewhere between 12 and 16.
12 and
The-
16 years. Okay. It's not
Yeah.
life though. That's the kind of like the idea.
Nope.
or
But
the
you know the
difference.
231 pieces girl.
Yeah.
He ended up because it was in the step above where I am. So there's three judges and 6 laymen in that one, and they voted for 4 of them. They each judge has 2 votes, and the layman has 1 vote. And 4 votes went for 16 years. 2 votes went for life, and 6 votes went for custody. So he has to be in a mental institution, a secure mental institution. So that's probably life, but life in Denmark would be with parole. And I only remember one guy who was finally let out because he got sick. I believe some cancer or something, but he shot 5 cops. But and for those of you who are not in law, a normal murder in Denmark is around 10 to 12 years.
But see, but we have a completely different idea of the justice system, right, Joe? I mean, ours is like punish, put them away,
Yeah.
lock them up, kill them,
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
Yeah, but
There's
you don't
no-
get them.
But you
get
also
an
can get a
evaluation.
gun here, and you can't get one in Europe.
Yeah, right.
Well,
So
you can, but as you Americans should know, only criminals have guns.
yeah.
So it's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem really short, 12 to 16 years. I'm looking at these 4 factors, and I'm thinking to myself, first of all, how are you able to tell if a kid is reformable? I mean, as psychotic as a kid might seem at 16, and he's clearly psychotic, and for the next 15, 20 years, I agree with you that there's no way I would ever want to hear of this kid being out on the street. As far as whether he's reformable,
Well, his brain isn't fully developed yet. I mean,
Yeah, he's only 16.
he has the potential with the right kind of treatment to be rehabilitated. But if anybody cares about that, that's really the question.
I mean, I hate the deterrence factor because I don't think any criminal ever is thinking, oh, since it's only 20 years, 25 years, but not life without parole, now I'm going to go do it. Like, I can't even imagine a single person has ever said, it's only 25 years, it's not life without parole, therefore I'm going to do it. If it was life without parole, no way am I pulling the trigger.
I know, no one's thinking of that. Although, interesting enough, they pulled up some of this kid's searches from his phone, and some of them were, what's the maximum penalty for a 15-year-old? What's
really?
Does Michigan have the death penalty and things like that? Yeah, those are actually in his searches.
Wow.
But wasn't it very famous in New York that the 3 strikes and you're out, which was supposed to be a deterrent? A guy got the 3rd strike on stealing a piece of pizza and got life for that because I think I'm old. It's back in the 90s, I believe.
I remember that, yeah.
Well, his Google searches seem to indicate that he is more forward-thinking than most adult criminals who, shoot somebody over a chicken nugget or whatever they do.
Yeah, he definitely thought about this for a while and like what the possible consequences were, and he even had like a plan where he was going to turn himself in so he wasn't killed.
So
it
shows
and
intent,
things like
it shows foresight, it shows concept of the gravity of his actions, etc. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
it was interesting. But what he didn't search is, will my parents also be charged? That was not part of his search.
But I believe that all, even our lax judgments, it's still recidivative in between 87 to 93%, and that's all over the world. It's kind of like people who do crime are in some way not really they don't go back into society and say, well, I stopped being a meth dealer and I'm going to be a teacher because I spent 5 years in Leavenworth.
Whoa! You didn't see Gangster's Paradise? You didn't
All
see
right,
Michelle
come on.
Pfeiffer?
I'm sorry, I'm too harsh, but we have it all the time because they say if we just legalize weed, we have a lot of biker gangs and immigrant gangs fighting over the drug market, and they say we just legalize weed, we wouldn't have all the crime. No, because then all of those people are just going to be school teachers and nurses. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
If not for poverty, then they would all, like, every one of them would just be, they would all become engineers. It's a
Right,
shame.
exactly. See, this isn't a very big courtroom, but it is bigger than it looks on camera.
Yeah.
Which is prior to them being fired, and they're inserted into the bottom of a semi-automatic weapon to be able to be loaded into the chamber of a firearm to be expelled through the barrel.
Okay. And you're familiar with the murder weapon from November the 30th, 2021, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Tell us, what is the firing capacity of that particular handgun?
The magazines, there was 3 magazines covered from within the scene, and the capacity was 15 rounds per magazine.
Okay. So if we see an ejected magazine, that was empty when recovered, right?
That is correct.
That tells us that he went through the entire magazine and then he ejected that. He saw
Some leading objections.
Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
Now, was there evidence that the defendant turned and fired into classrooms with children and teachers as well?
Yes, there was.
The next slide here is room 247. Can you tell us please what we're looking at?
It's a photograph taken from the outside of room 247. You can see there's a pink trajectory rod that is to indicate where the bullet actually passed through the framework of the door.
It's not like kids have said
into the classroom.
Actually, hey, Sean, you
Rod,
want
we
a
talked
link?
a little bit about earlier with Lieutenant Willis.
You want to jump up on here?
Tell us what that rod means.
It's the direction that
He
the
kind
bullet
of did
actually
that.
traveled
This
into
particular
that classroom.
child.
Prior to my arrival during the crime scene.
Moving on to room 244, we see another one of these trajectory rods. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so again, it signifies that the defendant turned and fired into that classroom.
Yes, and this looks to be a small window that was on the left-hand side of the door to 244.
Oh, I don't do streams with Sean, so I'm going to go.
You see spider
Anyway.
You don't?
glass underneath the sign 244 prior to the bullet being fired in there. So you're understanding that.
I don't know.
Clear, you can see through.
That is correct.
And that's-
Let's start some more
other
drama on the
questions that
internet.
the panel brings to the door.
Correct.
This is
I don't even know his Twitter handle. I can't
224.
find
It's
him.
the office of Ms. Molly Darnell. What do we see here?
Once again, there are 3 trajectory rods that are inserted into the door of classroom 224, indicating the path of travel where the bullets went through the door into 224.
This is the same classroom. This is also 224.
Yeah, mind you too.
You can see
The hall monitor of the teacher carried this backpack around for a while, never looked inside of it, handed it back to the kid when the parents left.
That is correct. You can see the backside of the door of 224
That day.
with the trajectory rods on the inside of the door, and then the contents of that classroom at the time that I observed it.
So I want to direct you to where I have a laser pointer. At the back of this classroom is a file cabinet with an indentation here. Are you aware what that was?
John, I
Yes,
have
ma'am.
an email for you,
It
so
would
I'm
be
going
what
to
we
send
call
you that.
ricochet or
I sent
a
him the link.
defect. It
Oh,
was
you
in that
did? Okay.
filing cabinet, most likely caused by a fired bullet.
Right. And this hole here in the window, that was also likely caused by a fired bullet.
That's
That's
it.
correct. We
Law
call that a
2 Sean.
perforation
I'm
where
gonna-
the bullet actually traveled out, and we were never able to recover it.
And in this file cabinet right here with books, a fired bullet was actually recovered there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now I'm moving to classroom 223. This is a side-by-side view of that classroom. What do we see here?
This is it's the side-by-side
I do
photograph
need
of
sleep, brother,
223,
though.
and you
So-
can see
Yeah.
the
Me too.
Great
the
seeing you.
picture on-
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Broken Baker, phenomenal meeting you. Thank you so much. And I'll pop back another time.
All right. Take care, Joe.
Oh,
Have a good
uh,
evening.
Like,
Can I just-
subscribe. Like, subscribe. This guy's awesome. Great
Yes.
panels. It's great. And really wish I could have seen Sean, but oh well.
Just when we talked about sentencing, Singapore just deleted a person for smuggling at least 30 grams of heroin.
Yes.
Hey, Sean.
For how
Hello.
mu-
How's it going?
Would they
You
sentence him to?
Deletion. It's a female. She got deleted for 30 grams.
Yeah, you don't smuggle drugs in Southeast Asia.
Oh,
No.
I've heard about that. I've heard that's bad.
A lot of countries will do you up.
Well, what's her name? The man on the women's basketball team.
Brittany Griner.
Yeah.
Brittany Grant.
Yeah, she learned that.
Yeah, it's
Well,
kind of
right.
like Americans. You don't have the Pax Romanis where you can just do everything you want and go back to Rome and get their treatment. Nope.
I am also going to bed, so it was nice seeing you briefly, Sean. and
Damn,
I
I'm
will
driving
see you-
everybody off.
No, it's
Apparently.
just late. It's just late. That's all. And I have stuff tomorrow. But
8
I'll,
a.m.
Bye,
I'll s-
Chandler.
I'll see you on the thing. Good night.
Good
Lay
night.
back. All right.
But
Good night.
on Eric Hunley's Layback News.
Yes.
And lovely to stream with you, Broken
And go
Bear. I will
subscribe
see
to
you again.
Chandler and give her some watch hours.
Yes,
Yeah.
please. That would be wonderful. All right. Good
Yep.
night, everybody, and have
Yep, good night.
All right. Good night.
Say,
Sean.
my dog found a skunk, so
Oh, fun. That's good
Yeah.
times. I'm up because I realized that this is going again Friday morning, so I wanted to get Thursday out of the way.
David, real quick, are you following the Christopher Schur case out in Grand Rapids at all?
I did a
He's-
little stream on it. I haven't followed much since.
Because I know he appealed he appealed some things up to the Court of Appeals, but I didn't know if they'd come back yet.
No, I haven't looked into it. But I
okay.
should though. Yeah.
But
But
yeah,
have you
that's
been
a-
following this at all?
The Ethan Crumbly thing or this?
Ethan Crumbly.
I never got the. I always meant to go back to do his parents' preliminary hearing. But
I'm gonna do it. I'll send you a link, or
Okay.
maybe we could schedule something because I did
Sure,
it
I'd
once,
love
but it
to.
was kind of chunky, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
do it again.
I mean, all you learn in that is that they were shitty parents.
Yeah, no,
But
that's
how
exactly
many
what you learn.
how many parents neglect their teenage child's mental health? Like that's
But I don't even think they did that because if you
Well,
look at the mom's messages, she was like, "We
Yeah.
need to get him a friend. We need to get him
well,
doing
yeah,
something."
but they were trying to
Mm,
make it look like she was worried about her horses and whatever. It's like, that alone is not a crime. And
Right.
like I said, he's carrying a fully loaded pistol in pistol magazines. Like, well, I don't have anything right now. I just have rifle magazines, but like, loaded pistol magazines are going to click and clack and bang around in there. Like, I don't know how nobody noticed a fully loaded pistol and fully loaded magazines in a backpack. Like, that's going to feel like you're carrying a rock.
Yes. Yeah, it's going to. And
Yeah.
I'm amazed that they didn't even look into it. They suspected potentially he was
Yeah, you think he's going
suicidal.
to kill everybody. It's like,
Yeah. But they specifically said we think he might be leaning
threat.
towards like self-harm
Yeah.
and stuff like that. You need to get him into counseling. Okay.
Yeah.
But do we have to take him home now because we got to go back to work? And like, no, just make the counseling appointment. We'll keep him. They still
Yeah.
don't search the bag or anything. Just here you go, take
Yeah.
it back. And like an hour later, he's shooting up the school.
yeah. And, yeah, it's just, this whole thing was so weird for that. But no, that reference I was making was when I was in high school, somebody had sat there in study hall and was like, oh, like he's like, because it had a map of the school on it, like in one of the little planners we got, and he was drawing like, oh, if you put like little bombs here, and you wait till like he got bored and was like putting it together, and like somebody found it and everybody panicked, and it was like, wasn't me, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, this kid did draw some stuff on his
Yeah.
school or on his math test, so that's
Well-
kind of what brought the parents in that day, anyways.
to be fair, I made back when I was a kid, there was a game called Counter-Strike, and it was you like, oh, do you know what it is? Okay, well,
Yeah.
not everybody does. Well, back then you could like make maps. I made a custom map, and part of it was my school, and we were running around in it. So I'm
Yeah,
just saying,
but
like,
that's what you did. Like,
yeah,
I mean, you could
like,
draw all this stuff and
yeah,
whatever.
Ethan Crumbly would have been one of a million edgy boys out there.
Yeah, and again, he's 14 years old and he's depressed. Yeah, every 14-year-old guy is depressed. His lady wouldn't love him ever. Well, every 14-year-old who fell in love for the first time, I'm sure she's the one, and she doesn't even notice me. He's drawing guns in his school papers. I did that.
Yeah.
But again, it's like Frank always says, how many bullets are too many in a self-defense case, and which kind of ammunition is the wrong kind? Because it's always, oh, he shot 7 times.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, so 6 is okay. But had he only shot 6 times, he shot 6 times. It just gets I don't like it, and like I said before you came on, it's when politics goes into the courtroom because they want to change some laws, and I don't like that.
Yeah. Well, I don't either. And David, I didn't mean to derail us so much. We can get back to this.
Yeah, no
You
worries.
got up for the morning.
Want to go through and see what's going on here.
Yeah.
Looks like
This
it
is
appears
interesting.
to
The
be
judge gets
what
to
we call a
decide it
tumbling
slowly.
bullet. It's not a circular in nature. The pattern is not circular in nature, so it looks like the bullet was actually tumbling at that time.
right.
So it had to come in contact with something prior to that hitting that door.
We have room 220, another rod in the door. What does that signify?
The trajectory route to show the path of travel of a bullet that went into room 220.
So
15.
Michigan
Rods
interpreted
in that glass
the
next to the door.
Yes, that is correct. They're
Supreme
orange
Court
in
ruling
this photograph.
to
The
basically
trajectory rod
say,
is
yes, in most
so this went
cases,
into
but there
15.
is a small window.
Fired 3 times.
And that's where we are right now.
And someone passed that glass pane and went through the glass.
That is correct.
Did you also process the men's bathroom in the 200 hallway across from room 233?
Yes, I did.
And that is the location where the defendant killed Justin Schilling, is that right?
That is correct.
And Judge, I'm going to show one photograph from that location.
They're not going to show any of the photos, but there might be some
Picture
graphic
taken
depictions.
From the exterior hallway looking into that bathroom. Can you tell us please what we see here?
You see a large amount of blood in the middle of this photograph that would be just inside of the bathroom before you turn to actually get into where the stalls and the sinks were. There's also a backpack that's indicated by number 50 in the photograph. And then you can't really see it in the photograph, but there is a some type of defect on the bathroom wall, most likely caused from a fired bullet.
So from your investigation, you learned that the gun was fired one time. We know that it struck Mr. Justin Schilling, and the bullet then struck the wall right about here. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, the defendant, you're aware the defendant surrendered, and before he did, he placed his gun on a trash can outside the bathroom. Is that what this picture depicts?
That is correct.
Based upon your crime scene investigation, how many times did the defendant fire that gun on November the 30th, 2021?
32 times.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further. Thank you. Cross-examination.
They're going to put all the blame on the parents to the extent that they can. The defense will, because it minimizes their impact.
Yeah,
And
and
so,
it's,
no, go ahead.
yeah, well, that and
Other
also none of
than the
this
crime
is
scene
usable
at the
against
high
them because
school, were
it's.
you involved in,
I would argue the standard of
search of the
proof,
house?
if clear and
No, I was
convincing,
not.
wouldn't be admissible against them too.
Were you
Right, no, but it's
involved
kind
with
of a good
processing
preview of what the
any
state's
the
going to do in the
evidence
parents.
Sure.
As far as
Sure.
testing any of it?
I guess you have to be more specific.
Okay, for example, if clothing was taken from Ethan, would you have processed that clothing for any type of trace evidence?
No, I did not. That's not my area of expertise.
Would you have done any trace evidence analysis on the firearm?
I did check the firearm
And when you checked it, what were you checking it for?
for blood.
And was there any blood on the firearm?
No, there was not.
As it relates to your process.
Yes, the parents are still in custody. Their bond is $250,000 each,
in
and
them
they cannot
are
afford it.
based on where things were found when you arrived, correct?
That is correct.
It's possible that that evidence could have been unintentionally moved by other people that were going through the hallway, correct?
That is a possibility.
Now, did you interview anyone in the in your investigation of this scene?
Did I interview anyone?
Correct.
I feel like I put it back down to normal
take any
speed.
statements from
I did
anybody?
not.
No, I did not.
Defense counsel just talks
And
really
you already
slow.
said you hadn't been to Ethan's house. Were you at all responsible for any of the photographs or any evidence collection there, even though you didn't do it personally?
I took all the photographs in this case,
Okay, so you took the photographs at the house then too?
just at the high school.
Okay, so you just said you took all the photographs. So if there were photographs from the house, it wouldn't be
Well, I
something
mean,
you did.
then I apologize if I misunderstood the question. I was never at the house, so I could not have taken any photographs there. I took all the photographs at the Oxford High School.
Would one of the team members that you testified you supervised taken those pictures?
Yes,
And would you have been supervising what was
Can you
collected
imagine
at
how
the house? or
slow
what
her
pictures
speech
were
would be
taken?
in
I was not at the
normal
house.
mode?
But were you telling your team member what to do or how to process that scene?
No, I did not.
Did you take any, and this may not be, it may be outside of what your responsibilities are, so let me know, any physical evidence from the person of Ethan, such as swabs?
No, I did not.
Would that have been outside of what your responsibilities were?
It would all have to depend on the circumstances and if I was needed or they requested it.
Have you ever met Jennifer and James Crumbly?
No, I have not.
Do you know anything about Ethan's life or his family?
Only by hearsay.
And by
Yeah,
hearsay,
right,
would
Jody?
that have been from your team members or other law enforcement officials, or are you talking from like press reports?
Just from my coworkers in law enforcement.
We know Ethan's been in the Oakland County Jail, correct?
That is correct.
Have you had any contact with him at the jail?
No, I have not.
And do you know anything about what he's been doing there regarding education?
No, I do not.
How about, do you know that he's been diagnosed as being mentally ill?
I do not know that.
How about if he's taking any sort of medication or in any sort of counseling or other treatment for mental illness?
I don't know that information.
Do you know what the Miller factors are?
Just a little bit.
Do you know any of the hallmark features of Ethan's chronological age?
No, I do not.
Do you have any sort of education, experience, or specialized knowledge to talk about hallmark features of a person's chronological age?
No, I do not.
And you didn't do any
I would expect some
investigation of your
experts
own
to be
as to
called
his
by the
family or home
defense.
environment, correct?
Maybe
is correct.
tomorrow.
Now, you
Or
also cannot
later
provide
today,
any
in
testimony
6
about
hours.
the
My
effect of
God.
any familial or peer pressure on Ethan related to this event. Would that
No.
be true?
I think he's already testified that he's a crime scene investigator who was only at the school.
Thank you. The court agrees, but I will allow some leeway, but please get to your point and stop, but you may continue.
Your Honor, my questions are toward Miller factors and whether he has any information for us about those.
Correct. His statement has been he's vaguely familiar with the Miller factors, and he's pretty much established that he doesn't have anything to offer directly as it relates to the Miller factors. And so you may continue. I am allowing some leeway.
You don't know anything about the incompetencies of youth or Ethan's incompetencies related to his age, correct?
That is correct.
Don't know anything about brain development, correct?
Good night, Josie.
And you don't
Thanks
know
for
whether
keeping
Ethan
me
can be
company a little
rehabilitated,
bit.
can you?
Good
No, I
rest of
not.
the chat.
And do you know what it means to be rehabilitated in the context of criminal law or corrections?
No, I do not.
And you don't have any experience, education, or specialized knowledge about whether people can be rehabilitated at all, correct?
That is correct.
How about what it means to be irreparably corrupt? Do you know what that means?
No, I do not.
And you don't know any sort of standard for that phrase?
No.
And you don't know how to determine if anybody's irreparably corrupt, correct?
Correct.
You haven't met Ethan before, correct?
That is correct.
So you can't provide us any testimony about what changes he's undergone as a person between November 30th of 2021 and today, correct?
No, I cannot.
No further questions.
Thank you, redirect.
Briefly. You're a crime scene investigator?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you went to the crime scene November the 30th, process the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
There's no need
You
for
can tell us
redirect on
that
this.
the defendant fired the weapon, the 9mm weapon that he used to murder 4 children. He fired that gun 32 times in that shooting event.
That is correct.
Outside
Each
the
time he
scope.
fired it, aiming at a person. Is that right?
One would assume.
How do we know nobody else picked
With
up the
that being
gun?
said, any reason why this witness should not be excused?
Right?
Not for the people, thank you.
None from
Just that
Thank
that
you.
gun
That
was
being said,
fired.
sir,
Well,
you may
they,
step
I
down
think
and
they have
allow for
security
the courthouse.
camera,
Please don't
actually.
discuss your testimony with
They did play a lot of
You're
security camera that we weren't allowed to see, but they did play that.
I know the
Yeah,
evidence.
Ralphie,
I don't like it when we
let me
don't
call
get
your
to
next
see the
witness.
evidence.
What's that?
I hate these times where we don't get to see the evidence because yes, you hear me okay?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I can.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't like it because I mean we know it's there, but it's I don't trust the government enough that I just trust me it's there, it's bad. I just
Right.
I can't is with them.
Yeah, no, and like there was some videos that we didn't really want to see. They ended up not showing them, so that was fine. But if they show them, we should see them.
Dave, I'm going to jump off.
Sir,
I
when
have
you're
to
ready,
hit the
tell us
gym
how your
because
vote.
Farrell needs me
With your
all swole when I stream later in the day. Sean, nice to meet you again, and hopefully the next time we can talk a bit more. You're a really interesting guy. I like
Even
to
though he's
see
from
you.
Ohio.
Yeah. Hey, I'm a Michigan fan, so that should give me some points.
All right, you get a few points for that. Take care, Baker.
Take care.
Have a nice stream, and all of you in chat behave while I'm not here. No, I'm the grown up.
Right. Take care.
All right,
Bye.
bye.
All right.
Okay, what do you do with the sheriff's office?
I'm a detective in the computer crimes unit.
How long have you been with the computer crimes unit?
9 years.
Tell us, please, what a detective in the computer crimes unit does on a day-to-day basis.
We do everything. Cell phone forensics. We're looking for evidence of crimes on phones, computers, call detail records, stuff like that.
Okay. So is it fair to say that someone from the computer crimes unit would be responsible for the forensic examination of any cell phone seized?
Yes, sir.
Would that, with the task of reviewing search warrant returns from social media outlets, would that follow computer crimes, generally speaking?
Yes, sir.
And do you also have expertise in working certain surveillance systems, DVR systems, things of the like?
Yes, sir.
I want to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2020. Sir, do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall getting a call about a shooting at the Oxford High School?
I remember a captain coming in.
Should we trust you,
So were in the
Sean,
office
even
and
if you were
the captain
president?
notified you?
Yeah, we were sitting down, getting ready to listen to a webinar on forensics, cell phone forensic stuff. And he came in, and the phrase he used is, he said, there's been a shooting at the Oxford High School, and he said, all hands on deck.
What's going through your head at that point?
This isn't real.
What'd you do?
I'll be honest, in my job, we're people call us the computer nerds, and I thought, this isn't real. It's going to be over by the time I get there. And so we always take our laptop wherever we go, and I grabbed my stuff and walked out to my car. I remember as I was pulling out of the parking lot, it became very real. I looked to my left out of the sheriff's office, 38 East, and the animal control and the medical examiners down at the far end. And there's two marked patrol units from another agency. They come around the corner and their lights and sirens are going. They're going very fast. And I remember thinking, they weren't from my agency. And I remember thinking, I knew where they were going. And I thought to myself, like, there's no way they're going to beat me to a place in my town that I work for.
Do you remember the drive?
Every minute of it, yeah.
Tell me what you remember.
I remember there was a lot of chatter on the radio, a lot. I was at 24 in Walton. I went up to Walton, turned right, and started heading north on 24. And it must have been 1 p.m. because I remember hearing say there's something in custody. But I kept driving, of course, license siren, and I remember coming up to the overpass where 75 comes off onto 24, and everything just seemed so, again, not real, but very real. And I saw one of our SWAT vehicles going across the bridge, and I thought, oh, wow, and then the light was red right there, but nobody was moving. There was cars at the ramp supposed to be coming off, and nobody was moving. I couldn't figure out why. I should be slowing down because there should be cross traffic. And as I go through the red light, I look to my right, and there's some agency patrol car. I don't know who it was. And then I kept going up 24, Lapeer Road. Everybody was filing in behind me. And my county vehicle, my detective vehicle is a white minivan, and it's not like a patrol car. It handles different. It handles like a minivan does, not like a patrol car does. And I remember going the next traffic light past where the old palace used to be. I think it's Brown Road. And I remember there was cars in both lanes, and the light was red. And I remember thinking to myself, like, I gotta be safe, of course, and I gotta get around these cars, and the shoulders gravel. Like I picture it like it happened yesterday. And I went off onto the shoulder of the road to get around the cars. And I felt down to the tires pulling towards the ditch. I felt it. And I go around the cars and keep going north on 24, and there's cars behind me, patrol cars. I look up at one time, there's maybe 6 cars. I look up another time, there's 10. Like, they just kept stacking behind me. And then we got to an intersection. We were into Orion Township. I can't remember what road it was, but the light had just changed red. And I know everybody heard us coming. We were driving, everybody, their sirens going. So the intersection, nobody moved. But I thought the safest thing to do was to stop in the middle of the intersection so everybody behind me can just go through quicker. So I held the intersection. And then I remember I counted 18 vehicles go past me. And then as we got closer into town and that, traffic was really bad on northbound. I remember going against traffic. I remember cars coming at us. Of course, we're slowing down at this point. And all I could hear on the radio was the staging point, staging area. It was the Meyer. And so I'm like, I'm just going to keep driving north until I see a Meyer, because I don't know Oxford Township at all. And I follow just past the Meyer. There's a road there. And I remember hearing Ray Road also on the radio. And so I turn onto that road.
You think this is what he
Out
wanted?
of my car, and another deputy was just getting out his car. And we look at each other like, what do we do now? I don't know. They said something about staging area.
What do you
Ray
mean?
Road. I go, where's that at? And
Half
everyone's
Irish says
standing
this
on
is what Ethan
Oh,
wanted.
oh, response? Yeah.
Then we just,
Yes.
I could see
I mean,
kids
according to
coming
his
down from
diary,
where the high school was. I know where the high school was.
or his
There's a
journal,
tree line just behind
he
the
kinda
Meyer. The high school
did.
on the other side of the tree line.
Tell me a little bit about as you arrived on scene there on Ray Road. You said there was kids.
Yeah.
Okay. What was your impression of them? What was their demeanor like?
At that, I don't know if I paid attention to their demeanor at that point, but I remember thinking how unprepared they were. I was freezing.
Yes,
It was
they
cold out
are
there.
to some
When I got out of my
extent,
car, I put
and I
t-shirts on.
think
I
the
was so
judge
shivering
even
afterwards,
kind of
and
calls them
there
out
were
on it
kids
a
with
little
just
bit,
t-shirts on.
but says that I'm a judge and
remember
I can
seeing one
decipher
girl, she didn't have any shoes
which
on.
is part of
Just
the
walking along the side of the road in the
Miller
gravel, and
factors and
they cut
which
across
aren't, and
they didn't come down to the driveway
give the
where they cut
appropriate
across the
weight.
snow. the hill and
to the
started
right
walking towards the mire.
pieces of
Yeah,
evidence.
like I'm
And it
surprised
looked
the
like
judge
everybody
didn't like. Look, I
heading
get it.
down
It was
towards
a
the
big
garden
deal
center
for
at the far
everybody.
end of the mire from
Yeah.
where I was.
Moving on.
So where'd you go?
Yeah. Well, no one's objecting. That's the
Not-
thing.
I went to the garden center because that's what I remember hearing on the radio.
Yeah, which
We get the, I,
I
get there,
honestly
walk
would have
down, I
done
left
this if
my
I
car
were
up on
like.
Ray Road. And I
Yeah,
get
it's
there,
not a cool thing
and
to
they were
do,
just,
but this
I remember
where you
somebody
these
said we
guys
got to
stand
start
up and say,
collecting
"Look,
names, like
this
get people's
is
names and phone numbers. So
nonsense."
Meyer gave us like just opened up boxes of pens and gave us pens. And
Well, if you
tablets,
fade
papers,
out,
and,
you can
know,
just
handed out
listen
house
to
people
me in
and
your
get
sleep,
names.
and I will maybe catch you in the
And they
morning.
started telling us to get everybody into the store. Meyer got on the PA system and basically told if you're not from Ashford High School, get out of the store, leave your cards where they are. I remember hearing that. And so then I remember seeing kids just standing around like they looked like zombies almost, like they didn't know. And they were telling us to get everybody inside. And I remember putting my hand on a couple kids, like trying to direct them, like, come on in, trying to be sensitive to the traumatic event they just went through. I didn't want to force anybody. And I put my hand on a couple people and they just stood there. They didn't move. Nobody, a couple went into the school, or into the store, I'm sorry. But a lot of them just stood there, just staring.
At some point, where you see buses being dropped off, like they're driven there.
Yeah. I remember all of a sudden some school buses started coming around the corner and like in moments like that, like you know, everything was just.
You can come right back here at 8:30 tomorrow
like,
Eastern
like really weird, like
for
why
the
are school
continuation
buses-
of this
how did they
hearing.
get this buses that close to the school and just stuff I was thinking about. And I remember seeing parents just standing there talking, hoping their kid.
Parents were looking for their children.
Yes, excuse me. Yeah, hoping that their kid got off the school buses that pulled up.
Oh my God.
I remember seeing a couple deputies. Their vans were empty, but that was another thing that struck me. Just
none of this is
absolutely crazy.
relevant.
Deputies who's
No, it
assigned to
was
court
so
services
bad.
that
We
showed
get
up
it.
and
It was
transport vans
bad.
to check because they have kids
Mm-hmm.
at
The
school.
Peter guy, it was rough.
I mean,
This is the second officer that broke down on the
friend of the court
stand,
unit
but
were there.
the first officer
everybody-
was talking
everybody.
about how the kids were actually killed, like where they were shot and stuff.
You were on.
So that's a
the
little more
Myers hearing
relevant.
For how long?
Yes,
Probably
somewhat.
that long.
And at some point where you.
It was like when they get to work
Yeah,
and they
Detective Jeff Enger
already.
works in
It
computer
was
times
so
unit,
bad.
had responded right to the school. We didn't
Yeah,
follow
he's
each
the
other up to
computer
school or anything
nerd.
like that, so we got separated.
That's-
And I was a little bit better on at that time with video systems, DVRs, that sort of thing. And he didn't want anything to get messed up, wanted another brain up there to help. And so he asked me to come up to the school to help him.
So then you went right to the high school in the main office area.
Yes.
Bye, Lefty.
Through
Have
what
fun
happened,
dealing your
walk to
cards.
school, walk inside.
Yep. Good. Have a
Um,
nice day.
As I pulled up, there were cars everywhere. I remember having to drive over sidewalks to just get my car close to the school. One of our sergeants was standing at the door.
Yes.
Um,
So you had to bring your laptop
looking at
too.
the school. The door one is on your right side, door two, and the officer's behind the glass wall there. And I walk in the door two, and the sergeant's standing there. He's just man in the door, I suppose. And I started asking.
This is
people
the
where
IT
security
nerd
office is,
from the
and
Oakland County
somebody
Sheriff's
eventually
Department.
walked
Yeah,
up to the
he's like,
security office. I don't remember
he's
what
man in the
it
door, and I asked him, "Can I come in?"
was. Their school security guy, Jim Rourke, was there. Jeff Enger was there. Lieutenant Marsban, a guy from the DEA, was there. I don't know his name. And
Of course, there was a Fed
Deputy
involved.
Lewis was in there as well.
What were you asked to do when you were at?
We weren't asked to do anything when I got there. What we knew we had to do is to secure.
Yes, the
field.
Supreme Court said that for juveniles,
What
but
happened
Michigan has
is
interpreted that to be there is a small
bosses
opening
are gonna
for the
want
rarest of
information,
cases.
formally
And so
planned
now
and
we
all that
have
stuff,
these
so I knew they
hearings.
were asking for it.
So.
And basically, they're going to try their luck until the Supreme Court stomps on them.
Yep, pretty much.
Yes. If they do.
If they do, I don't know if they will. We really narrowly curtailed it to the point where I don't even know if this case would justify it. So we'll see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, there's
yeah,
also the issue of just,
I
mean, who gets cert anymore?
Right?
Show me, tell me what the security office like. I imagine this is.
Well, I mean,
No, it's really.
there's
I mean,
like
it's no
4
bigger than the
cases in
maybe
Michigan
four-sided
that
to see
really
where you
sort of
are.
curtailed this into a
we're
really
looking at
small
it.
little box.
Jim Rourke, school security, had 2 monitors on his desk. We're using that to look at, one set of cameras up on one screen and one set of cameras.
We had
on
a
the other
case
screen.
in
It wasn't like
Michigan a number of
bank
years
or
ago in
TVs
the
and stuff like that.
90s
We
where
remember
a
having to go in and
kid
program and launch it and all that stuff.
would sit in a car trunk with a hole cut out, and his dad
We
would
knew where
drive
shooting
around
started.
and he would just
Jim knew
randomly
where the
shoot
shooting
people.
started,
The
so
kid
we
would.
went to that camera
And the dad and the kid both got
to
convicted.
try to
The kid's
figure out
out.
Like
who the
DC
person
sniper
was
stuff
and
there. That's
what time
pretty.
they got in the back.
Yeah, no, and the kid. I mean, they would just randomly drive down the road and shoot people and kill them. And the kid's out. You know,
wow.
he got his parole, and he's fine to the best of my knowledge. He's, whatever. Not in trouble, because I'm sure that would have made the news. But
58, which is right here.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So
I mean,
with
even in that case, the
information,
kid
tell
got
us what you
parole,
did to
right?
attempt to find the perpetrator.
We at the point where it started, when the shooting started, we saw what the person was wearing, and then me and Jim just started backtracking. We were trying to find out what time he went into the bathroom, and I think we spent it was 20 minutes trying to find
I'd ask
him
the
going into the
officer,
bathroom. and we
what,
could
what
never
gender
find
bathroom was
a
it?
black coat, black Nick hat going into the bathroom.
Did you find out why?
Yeah, we knew who the shooter was. Someone told us his name. And so we knew there was a time when he would have been on camera because he was leaving the school counseling office. So after realizing he was in the counseling office, we went all the way back to that time and just waited for him to come out of the school counseling office to see what he was wearing.
So you're the individual responsible for putting together the shooting surveillance footage. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So could you put a number on how much time you've spent?
I didn't know this, that he tried to get like lost in the mix.
Lord, I
didn't either.
That's pretty impressive. It's hard to do.
I can't put hours on it, but I can tell you the only phrase the video lives in my head.
So you have a innate knowledge of what you've seen in there. You were there on scene that day too, is that right?
Yes.
Did you actually walk through the school, follow the path of the shooter at some point?
Yeah, the second day, I had to go back up there because at first you didn't get enough video. We need to know this, you know. And there's something that I think the undersheriff at the time wanted me to figure out from the video. So I go back up there, and I remember I asked Jim if we could go to where the shooting started, and I want my eyes to see what the cameras are seeing, to really just like put myself in that moment, in that time, in that space to better understand everything.
So if I could think of an analogy, it'd be sort of like an officer with a in-car recording system on the patrol car. You capture some of what that officer sees, but you don't catch the peripheral.
Exactly, yeah.
So with this knowledge that you have, tell me what you see when you that day, November the 30th, you're looking through the surveillance video, you're putting together when it started, where it came out of, and victims are still being treated at this point, right?
Yeah, I remember it was shortly after 1 p.m. I got there, and I left. It was well after dark, so I don't know what time that was, how long I was there for.
So tell us what you saw. Put that together.
When we were reviewing the video at first, pulling the video.
Sure.
I remember at first I didn't know all the people that were involved in it, all the victims. But you see the shooter come out of the bathroom, and I've watched the video so many times. He had a sense about him, like, I don't know, I call it like the proud chest. Like he walked out of there like his head was held high, like he was in charge. And I remember his finger was outside the trigger guard.
Why is that significant?
Oh, it's gun safety 101. You don't put your finger on the trigger unless you're ready.
Yeah, so the kid knew how to handle the gun.
Right there.
And
was that?
They need to object to
he
that
steps
part.
out
It's
and
editorializing.
immediately
Yeah.
there's
No, they've already had one
your
officer
boyfriend
testify to
Elijah,
that. Oh, look, he knows how to hold a
he
gun.
immediately
Therefore,
levels the
he's
gun at them.
something.
and then
I don't
shoots
know.
them, and you see
Yes.
Elijah's hair from the blast of the bullet. Like his hair he's got real curly hair, and his hair just poofs up. He then turns the gun to there's Hannah and Kylie and Riley on the right side of the hallway, and he immediately turns the gun at them and fires some rounds in their direction. Then directly in front of him was John Asciutto. And I learned all these names after. And he shoots at John. And then as John runs further down the hallway, the shooter stops. And
Him
he
trying to
shoots
name
again
all these kids
Hannah.
is highly prejudicial.
At this point, she just completely.
Right. But
He doesn't know who these kids
part
are.
of it is
false
whether or not he's
And then he runs down the hallway.
like the depravity of the acts itself.
I don't know,
I guess.
I don't know.
Oh,
I can't
yeah,
remember
no,
how to
I get
describe
that,
it,
but him trying to
he
throw the
sprints down
kids'
the hallway
names in, that's
puts
just,
the gun to.
he doesn't need to ham it up.
It shoots Madison Baldwin.
No,
He puts the gun to
that's-
Madison Baldwin's head. And you see as he turns to walk away,
Yeah, in about
Her body
4
just
hours, it's been
slumps to the
up.
ground.
I've been up for 24 hours.
he rounds the corner by door 7, where some deputies had come in after. The sun on coming through the window, the doors are so bright you don't see him at first, and then he starts coming in the focus a little bit more, and when the sun dies down or whatever. And there were 2 girls, I don't know their names, but the one girl reaches. She,
Cool,
she's
man
a
doesn't
smaller
wanna know
girl,
about
shorter
these
girl, and she
women, so
reaches. She goes
sexist.
towards the classroom. She tries pulling the door open, and I would imagine at this time they had engaged the locks on the doors to prevent anybody from coming in. And the other girl, she had a backpack on.
Oh, David, it's
And she
2:30
easily
for
could
me.
just
I'm
ran
gonna
past that
have
other
to
girl. But she
I
slowed
need to hit the
herself
road
down and
myself.
grabbed
I
that
think my
girl.
dog's finally dried off.
That would save her life,
Okay.
I would say.
All right. Well, you have fun with your nice
Hey.
smelly dog.
Yeah, but you know what? He's like 15 pounds, so you can wash that one. The 100-pound dog is really hard to wash.
All right.
So,
Yeah. You can. Yeah. Okay. Easier to get in the bathtub.
yes. Oh no! We washed him outside tonight.
Well, yeah, I guess with the smell.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
nice
that'd
enough.
probably be a better idea.
All right.
But
Well,
thanks for joining.
yeah. You guys all have a nice night. Thanks for having me on, David. I'll see you around.
All right. Take care. Bye.
And pulled her with her. As they're running away, you see the shooter level his gun and fire off a few rounds. In the upper corner of the video, you see like appears to be drywall.
I didn't realize this thing went on like another day, so I was going to stream this tomorrow
down
at a normal hour.
the
Here we
200
are.
hallway. Gets to the area right about a little bit further where a little bit more to the right. Yep. Gets about that area. Just then, on another camera in the area.
You're showing the surveillance
They
video.
refer to as the cubby.
Sounds
Jim
like
Work referred to as the cubby. You see
they're
two
showing
students,
a
one
map.
of them being Tate Mirror, and you see the shooter level the gun and fires around, and just as Tate
We have about
rounds
30
the corner,
minutes
just
and then another
unbeknownst
break.
to- he didn't know what was going on. He turns the corner, and he just immediately falls to the ground. The shooter
And then we have like another 45 minutes. So maybe we have like an
continues
hour
walking,
and a
and
half
then before
left,
he
guys.
gets to where Tate is, he stops again and levels a gun just to shoot Tate one more time. And he leveled the gun, and you see Tate's body flinch. After
I
he pulled the
mean,
trigger.
it's an argument, right?
He walks past, so
Smaller
Tate's laying in the
schools,
doorway
less kids.
to go past and further into the 200 hallway to the right of the picture. And he walks past Tate without a care, didn't look at him or nothing. And as he's walking further down the hallway, he sees towards the top of the frame, you
Not
see him
happening.
stop, and he turns to his left and fires a couple rounds into an office, I believe it was. And then just continues down the hallway, gets almost all the way to the end, and he had passed the classroom. And the way the classroom is probably, right about there. The way the classroom is, the door is to the far right of the classroom, and there's a small window next to that door. So as he would have been walking to his right, or to our right, I'm sorry, he wouldn't have seen probably students hiding back in the corner of the classroom. And he turns around because he just walks right past as he looks into that area. And after he turns around, he comes back and he must have seen students hiding in the back corner, and he just fired more rounds into the classroom. And then he keeps on walking. At this time, the assistant principal, Gibson Marshall, had seen what was happening, and she was coming up another hallway, and she's standing at the corner right where Tate was laying.
Doesn't that call for speculation?
I remember her trying to get his attention. She just used her foot and lightly tapped him, sort of, are you okay? I don't know what she would have said to him. And Tate didn't move. And the shooter had come back towards the cubby. And as he approaches where Tate is now laying, and the assistant principal is standing there, she wasn't armed. She didn't have anything in her hand. She had a walkie-talkie. That's all she had. And you see the shooter walk past her, and almost in a sense of, shame, maybe, I don't know, but he turns his head away from where she is, turns and looks away from her. And he continues back towards the left of the screen to right about there. And then there's a bathroom. And that's where Justin was shot. But there was no indication, unknown why he would have, but he just made a hard right into that bathroom.
Did somebody fled the bathroom after Justin was killed?
Yeah. Keegan just came absolutely tearing out of that bathroom.
I'm going to bring
I
up
remember watching. He was running so
8:30
fast.
a.m. Eastern.
He was running so fast.
We continue
The cameras
live.
that recorded him.
So that's why we got to get
All it
through
was on the
this.
camera was a blur. He was moving so fast.
I'm so sorry, but I have to ask you about Madison again. When he got to her, she was already on the ground in the crouch position. Is that right?
That's my position.
She was on like if she was on her feet.
I mean,
and her
just
butt
because you
was
have
on
the
ground, she was like in
possibility
a
for
fetal
a parole
position,
doesn't mean you're going to
laying
get
up
it
against the-
either, right?
like,
So at least
trying
give
to
him the
hide as
opportunity
she could.
because he is only 16. He was barely 15 when this happened.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Detective, thank you. You have a perspective.
I don't know. It sounds worse.
I want to talk to you now a little bit about your regular job as a computer crimes examiner, a computer forensics examiner. You've had the opportunity to review the entire
No, they wasted our
extraction report
time.
data extracted from the defendant's cell phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
We do a lot of this with Lieutenant Willis. I'm just going to ask you about a few things. It's already admitted into evidence, excuse me. But Exhibit 55, you had a chance to look through. Internet searches, all right?
Yes.
Tell me, please, item 1, November 30th, 2021.
Yeah, don't identify him as a fellow student, right?
You search, what is the biggest high school in Michigan?
This is November 30th, the day of the shooting, 8:30 in the
We're
morning.
right back, guys.
Okay. Item 3, what did the defendant search? 8:11 in the morning.
Also on the day of the shooting, it's the biggest high school shooting.
8:11 and 18 seconds on the day of the shooting. What did the defendant search on his phone?
A search for a school shooting.
The night before the shooting, November 29th, 2021, 9 p.m. What did the defendant search?
What school shooting happened in 2021?
Everything in quotations. Those are the words he typed out. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Item 12, again, the night before the shooting, 8:49 p.m. What did he search?
What are signs to look out for a school shooter?
What about item 32, 2 days before the shooting?
Recent mass school shootings.
Item 37, this is 1 week before the shooting. What did he search?
Why was a Parkland High School shooting so popular?
Item 60, we have a name redacted. It's the name of a different school shooter from a different state. November 18th, 2021. What did he search?
What gun did someone use in STEM school shooting?
This is a week and a half before the shooting.
November 18th, yes.
Item 75, what did he search?
Again, on November 18th, he searched Colorado school shooting.
Item 79, on November the 12th, 2021. What did he search?
Which school shooter listened to Come and Get You?
November, that's 18 days.
18 days, yes.
November the 9th, 2021. Item 136. What did he search?
Have there been any school shootings in Michigan?
November the 9th, 2021. Item 151. What did he search?
He searches Florida school shooting.
What about November the 8th, 2021? Item 152.
He searched how old was,
That's the name of a different school shooter.
yes, when he shot the school.
What about item 156, November the 7th, 2021?
He searched Douglas High School shooting.
And this is weeks before the shooting.
This is 23 days.
Item 160. What did he search?
Again, on November 7th, how many school shootings in Michigan?
The last 3. Item 164 from November the 6th, 2021. What did he write?
What was the most deadly school shooting?
Item 172.
Sandy Hook school shooting movie.
Item 173.
Who was the youngest school shooter?
And those are all from November the 6th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
On your forensic examination of the defendant's cell phone, you also reviewed website history. You can see when you look through somebody's phone, you can see what websites they visit, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And we're not going to name this particular website, but did you uncover evidence the defendant visited one website in particular that depicts extremely graphic real-life videos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware of the incident in the Oakland County Jail with the courtroom tally?
Yes, sir.
Did you find evidence that he had visited that website before the school shooting, the same website that he visited while he was locked up in Oakland County Jail?
Yes, there was.
Can you give us a number on how many times he visited that website just in the month before the shooting?
I believe it was in the 20s.
Well, if I said 421 times.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant when he was in the jail.
No, that's all right.
I'm sorry.
Talking
Yes.
about his phone before he was.
Yes, there was many. Yes.
Detective, you have also reviewed recordings on the defendant's phone.
Yes, sir.
And did you uncover 2 recordings in particular that the defendant made of himself the night before the shooting?
Yes, sir.
When play exhibits 56 and 57. Exhibit 56 is a longer recording. We'll have to plug and replug that. Not an issue.
They already presented that, Tweety, with a prior witness. I doubt they'd be bringing it up again, but maybe. I think it would be duplicative, waste of a court's time, but who knows?
It's actually video, but it's audio, and the video is just the defendant. He's pointing the camera at the phone at his feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, you see the tops of his feet.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm just going to play the audio for you, okay? And after, just confirm that that's what you found. November 29th, 2021.
My name is Ethan Grumbley, aged 15,
This could be bad.
and I'm going to be the next school shooter.
This is recorded on his phone, right?
I thought about this a lot. I can't stop thinking about it. Like, it's constantly in my head. Every conversation I have with someone, no matter what, I'm thinking
No
about
spoilers,
it. I can't get it
Iris.
out. It's currently November 29th, 2021, 10:05 p.m.
So this was November 30th. What was I thinking? It was the 11th.
The school I'm shooting up is Oxford High School. I'm in 10th grade there. I've always been fascinated by guns when I was a kid. I always wanted to join the forces and SWAT when I was in 3rd grade. Navy SEALs when I was in 4th. Marines, 5th or 7th. Army, Rangers. And I've never thought of a career. I've never had motivation. I kept lying to myself that there was something out there for me. There was something that was going to make me happy. That was going to provide me a happy, loving, caring life. But it's bullshit. It's all a lie. I realized that. Oh, in 9th grade, I never thought of this. I thought I was going to make it through school and go into the army, but I realized, what's the fucking point?
Yeah.
Millions have done it.
I had the right month.
Thousands have regretted it. Thousands have killed themselves because of it. You know, many come back and not happy, not satisfied. And I'm thinking, it's the only thing I want to go into, but how will it make me happy? How will I love doing that? How will I love? How will I... And I realized that that's not going to work out. So I was thinking, what am I going to do? And I realized all the bullshit that was right in front of me, and I never realized it. I was always the kid who said, work hard in school and you'll get a career in life. But the career is bullshit. And it was right in front of my fucking eyes the whole time. I couldn't see it. The school system is... Their main goal is to put youth just born into this world to learn. And they actually learn fucking good. They learn. K through 5. They learn useful stuff. Stuff about the world that teaches them not how the world is, but how it should be and how they want it to be. The teachers brainwash them into what they think is right, and their minds are so underdeveloped that the adults just take advantage of it. And they say that's too good for humanity. And when you get into middle school, that's even more useless. It's just an excuse to wait till the kids grow up. They're wasting years of their life. They're not even knowledge. They're most likely never going to do unless they become a Nobel Prize scientist or mathematician or a fucking founder of a multi-million-dollar environment club. And they're brainwashing. They're teaching a working class into this world. There's no teaching of working class centuries ago. You know, they were either born into it or they weren't. You were born into a working class, you were forced to work. You weren't born, you helped develop the world. You created technology, you created advances in civilization. I mean, there was only two indifferences in the working class. rose up and made everyone a working class. And now, no matter what, you just have to work. To do what? You spent 15 years of your life just hard studying and trying your hardest to achieve the best out of anyone in any school. And then you get accepted into college. And you could be rich, so you don't have to worry about it, or it could put you into thousands of debt. And you get a useless job that other people have gotten, and you think that it is doing something for this planet. You think that all those years of working and you get a job is doing something for the good of humanity. It's fucking not. It's useless.
I want to put this back up.
The education system, the government, is just brainwashing people to be a working class. They're all brainwashing them just to fucking work and keep society how it is, but people want to go in a different direction. They want to work, but see, that's what I'm not fucking understanding. I'm not dumb enough to fully understand their capabilities. I'm not as dumb as them, so I can't understand, but they want to revolt and become a new class education system that just weakens everything. They want to fucking keep the innocence of everyone. They want to make sure that monsters are a thing. They're offended of a horror movie. They want to take away what this world is.
They're
This
most
world-
definitely going to play this during the parents'
It's not
trial,
heaven.
I
There is no
imagine.
heaven. There is no God. There is no Satan. There is no hell. But the world is hell in its own way. People think if
Into the
anything
dark
is
side.
hell is the bottom, earth is the middle, and heaven is the top. But in reality, the earth is just hell. It's always been that, and people want to just forget it. They want to just take away what already is. It's stupid. I'm taking action. People go and protest, fucking take away guns or make. What I'm doing, I believe I am one of the first people to do this.
Yes, I'm going to let them go longer than me. He's doing
I'm
a
not only shooting up the
24-hour
school
stream.
because I'm mentally depressed or mentally ill and have anxiety that struggles me every day. But I'm doing it. Teach a word. And all the simplicities. I don't fucking know how to say that. All the fucking dunces out there. The brains are too.
Compared him to Rittenhouse.
Skulls are too fucking low to understand everything. Unfortunately, the people I kill are the people that are killed. And I'm sorry that their families have to go through this, but it's for the right of humanity. And the course we're going, we're fucked. In 50 years, we're fucked. Nothing's going to happen. Democrats and the Republicans are just going to fight, and people are keep going to taking sides and sides and sides. And some people are going to stick out and say they're the big bears who don't think of it, but really they're the main problems. And it's just leading to a collapse. The world worked so hard for thousands and thousands of years. Yeah. The war happened. The peace was a thing. People understood everything. People understood the logistics of human civilization. The time from 1920 to 1980 was the golden ages of humanity. Some countries may not have been that way. But for the big ones, it was. It was the golden age. They really understood the world but knew how to keep it in order. They knew the differences between war and peace. They knew that they could cooperate and live together.
I see.
You know, people are just taking that away. And what I'm doing is an act to show that people are taking it away. I'm trying to preserve it. To show that no one is safe, no matter how hard they work. Your protests aren't going to do anything. They're just words. They're not actions. No one would care if I go up to the school and shout a sign, "We're too innocent. Bring back to equality between violence and peace." They would think I'm fucking delusional. But to take action is what you have to do. Action is the only thing out of humanity that has made us this far, has brought us this far into civilization. And society is collapsed. Civilization is no more. People don't see it, but we're on the brink of downfall. Like not just the brink, but the beginning.
I think he's gone a little further than that, Tweety.
Everyone is born, works hard, and thinks that everything's going to be the same for hundreds of years. The technology will advance and that's it. But that's not how it happens.
Yeah, but shooting up children in a school is not really the solution, right?
When the bell rings to end fifth hour, tomorrow, October 30th, November 30th, 2021, I'm going to walk to the dividend between the boys and the girls' bathroom. I will have my black jacket on, and I will walk behind someone, and I will shoot a bullet in their skull. Yeah, that's my first victim. I'm going to open fire on everyone in that hallway. The hallways are too jam-packed. I will try and hit as many people as I can. I will reload.
I've
understand that
never
going
seen
to
this
prison place.
child smart.
Michigan doesn't have a death penalty. I don't want to die. Somebody doesn't pay stand, I'm going to kill other people. I do not want to die. I realize how
Was he
valuable life
smart?
is. And I realized I broke the code of what's happening. I broke the code. I realized what is actually happening. And these people
Good night, Brett.
don't have the capabilities of understanding it. And so I'm going to teach the entire nation and the world of what's happening and how we're on the brink of downfall. I'm going to be using 6R SP2022. I brought it at Acme Firearms up from Michigan on Friday.
Hey, Dennis.
It is a 9mm pistol. It takes 15 plus 1 ammo capacity. I have 3 magazines for it. I've worn my mask for too long. I can't take it anymore. I've broke. I've fought it for years and for years, lying to myself
Capital
over
phones?
and over again.
Capital punishment penalty?
But
I don't know if Michigan was the first, but we've never
it's
had
taught
that
me the
state.
truth. There's no voices in my head. The voices are me. I am the voices. I am arguing with myself back and forth. I have 3 constant voices, and then there's me physically. And I'm doing whatever those 3 voices tell me to do. And one of them is always coming up on top. And that's the one that's taken over. That's what people call the demons. There are no demons. I am the demon. You are the demon. In turn, there is a demon in everyone that is a voice. The demon will take over. There's nothing I can do about it. My life is already on a downfall. If I don't do this, nothing will happen. The world will collapse. I will be in misery. I'll probably just end up in a useless career in the army and killing myself. What use is that? I have the chance to teach the world to become a better place. And I have to take that chance. I've missed many opportunities in my life, and I'm not missing this one. I'm going to try and flee the school for as long as I can.
Yeah, no, we've
That's
never
all
had the
I
death penalty. In the 1830s, before we became a state, someone was executed, hanged, and their head came off. And they said, nope, no more. We have had federal executions in the state, but no state ones.
Just the thought of
I
there's so
figured
many
this
people
much.
who think they're going to live a life, go to college, have a great career, get a family, grow old, die happily.
You and me both.
They don't
Dennis.
know. And in less than a day, I'm going to die. And their lives are going to be changed forever.
You know, I'm just
I
talking
understand the
about history,
consequences.
Farrell.
I understand that people put me in prison for this. I've already said goodbye to everything. I went through all the phases. I'm surprised I even do it today. I'm sorry for motivating you, Mom and Dad. You have trusted me. I made sure you had trusted me, and I just disowned you. But you should know it's for a cause, and I am ruining my life and not yours. Help me.
There's a much shorter video that was kind of filmed right after that. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Exhibit 57, November 29th, 2021.
Fuck that previous video I took. That was bullshit. What I said.
What was the date?
I'm gonna have so much fun tomorrow.
Okay, the day before.
I have a goal. And it's to kill everyone.
Yeah, so he'll generally serve about 25 years before he's eligible for parole, and then usually you don't get it the first go around. So that's fine. Okay, let's fast forward through this. Yeah, so generally you'll serve about 25 years, and then you're eligible for parole. But again, it doesn't mean he's going to get out. It just means that potentially, and then they'll start working on his therapy and things like that throughout. There you go, ladies. There's the judge. You guys get to see him up close. Oh, that was muted.
And good afternoon, ma'am. If you could please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Molly Darnell, Darnell.
Thank you. We are a video recorded courtroom, so if you could please keep your voice up for me so we can make sure that you're captured by our video recording. Please
Yeah.
speaking to someone at the very back of the courtroom, okay?
I got it.
Thank you.
Thank
People,
you.
Your witness.
That would be oddly early.
May I call you Molly?
You can.
All right. Molly, can you tell the court what you do for a living?
I'm an educator.
Yeah, I saw her earlier, and I wasn't really
I started with Oxford in the fall
A
of
fan.
'98.
So like since you become a teacher?
Since I became a teacher.
Okay. You've spent your whole career at Oxford.
We're going to power
Correct.
through at
And what is your
1.5 unless
current
it's too
title at Oxford
fast.
schools?
I am a middle school mentor for Oxford Virtual Academy.
Okay. So you are not in the physical classroom, you're teaching virtual school.
Correct.
Okay. Is that the position you held on November 30th?
Yes, it is.
That is not the position I held. On November
Yes, it is the
30th.
Can you
expert.
tell the court what position you were in on that day?
Yeah. So on November 30th, I was the International Baccalaureate Coordinator.
I know. I think they should
So
have.
you weren't teaching a
No, I
curriculum to
was
students.
per the contract. I was a teacher, but I worked with teachers on curriculum and instruction.
Okay. And for the bulk of your career, were you a classroom teacher?
Yes.
And can you tell the court why you became a teacher?
I find joy in helping kids find their passion. Or, that's why
Safe to say you love kids.
I do.
Okay. You always taught high school?
I started off with middle school, and then I moved to high school, and I was high school most of my career, and I'm back to middle school again.
Molly, I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the screen to the right. That is a map of Oxford High School, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have you had a classroom, but it was really an office, correct?
Yeah, it was an office space that I shared with two other individuals who we did our jobs together. We were like a team.
And was that intended to be for the whole 2021-22 school year?
Correct.
Okay. And what was your room number?
I was in, so you see where 222 is? I was just to the left.
So just where the pointer is?
Yep, it was 224.
Okay. And what is a typical day in November of 2021 for you?
So on that particular morning, we were planning some professional development for teachers. I had a meeting with admin, and I was working with a media specialist on getting a few things in order for our PD the next day.
Okay, so safe to say you weren't operating on a regular class schedule with
Correct.
passing time, and
Correct.
you didn't necessarily have to recognize the time a class starts or ends.
Correct.
Okay. And so were you typically in the hallway during passing time?
I might go outside to just, check things out or have a chat with a teacher if I needed to. But I never used the restroom because that was teacher's times during that 8 minutes to ensure that they were using the restroom.
All right. Around 1:50 that afternoon, do you know or can you remember what hour or what was going on in the school for kids that day? I'm sorry, 12:50.
12:50. That would have been, I believe, during the lunches. And we're talking about specifically on November 30th.
Yes.
Okay. So specifically on November 30th, it would have been in between the lunches.
So it was passing time.
Correct.
Okay. Did you remember what you were doing? Were you in the hall for passing time or were you in your classroom?
No, I had a student who I had in the fall of 2020 come in and have a little chat with me. She had left, and I moved to my computer to check an email.
Okay. I want to
and-
stop you because you're going to talk about the layout of your office,
Okay.
correct?
I don't
I'm gonna show
know,
you a
Julia.
picture Of that layout. Is that your classroom?
That is my classroom.
Okay.
Or my office. Yes, the
I'm
office.
sorry, your
yes.
office that was housed in a classroom.
Yes.
When you said you were checking your email, where in this picture would you be doing that?
My desk was straight ahead. Yep, right there where the go over one. Sorry.
The other way.
The other way. You can see my little laptop sitting right there.
Okay. And when you went to check your email, was your door open or closed?
It was open.
Okay. And at some point, did you notice anything unusual?
Yeah. Suddenly, I noticed a
And we
rush of
have like
students
20
running,
minutes.
past my door, almost like they
And
were.
we're playing it on
like arms extended. There seemed to
1.5,
be,
so
like a
not
hype
that long.
about it.
Actually,
or,
I'm going to slow it down a touch.
a
so I
tone
can
about
hear
it
it
that left
better
me concerned.
because we only have
Did
20
you ever
minutes
see that
left.
before?
Not like that. That quick movement, no. Not like that, no.
Okay. What did you suspect might be happening?
My
33.
assumption was there might have been a fight or like somewhere they all wanted, there was something
Judge is
going on.
33. I forget his
and,
name.
And so
He's a newer judge.
got
I
up
don't
from my-
remember his name.
excuse me, I grabbed the phone to call the office. It was immediately went to voicemail, and I ran out my door.
So
Rowe.
you ran to the
Kwame
to the
Rowe.
door.
Yeah, I ran outside of the door
Okay,
at
so
that point in
now
time.
you're in the hallway.
Correct.
And what do you see?
So I'm probably the hallway is a little bit of a like a U shape almost, right? So see how it comes out. So I run out. I'm about midway through 222, and I can see probably right there, and I can see students exiting out of door 4.
all the way down the hall.
Correct.
Okay. Were there still a lot of kids in the hallway?
There was no one else in the hallway that I saw at the time.
Did you find that strange?
Yeah, I couldn't really wrap my head around what was happening.
Okay. At some point, did you become alarmed?
I head back into my classroom immediately, or back into the office immediately. And I'm like, okay, could it be a prank? Is there something happening in the parking lot? And that's when an announcement came on that we were headed into lockdown, that it was not a drill. And there was doors slamming and the sound of pops.
So the announcement, who was on the loudspeaker?
Steve Wolf.
And who's that?
The principal. At the time, he was the principal of Oxford High School.
And did you know him well at the time?
I did.
And did you notice anything about his voice?
There was an urgency to his voice, but there was also an intention to remain calm.
Okay. And after you heard it was a lockdown, what did you
So
hear?
far, he seems like a good judge.
So the announcement
I-
and the pops and the doors slamming were really close together. I get them a little bit confused in my head as to what happened first.
I haven't practiced in front of this judge,
Let's
but
stop for a moment.
he seems
When you say
decent so far.
There were pops. What did those sound like? What was that? Did it resemble any other sound?
It could have been a locker door slamming.
Okay.
Like several locker doors slamming in a row.
And what did you think?
We weren't using lockers at the time. Because of the announcement, I knew I had to go into lockdown.
Okay. And when you say go into lockdown, what does that mean that you're supposed to do?
So my classroom or the office door was closed at that moment. So I ran over to grab the door and shut it. I knew I'd have to shut it. And then I would have to put in the night lock, which was a security barrier that's intended to allow to kind of like, whether or not the door is locked, it also helps keep anyone else from getting in. So
Okay.
it's a second lock of a measure.
So where is the night lock? And it's kept in classrooms just for lockdowns, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where's the night lock located?
So it was right over where kind of like by that, right in that area.
And where is it kept?
It's kept in a little plastic
But he also
box on the
attended
side of the wall.
Thomas M. Cooley Law School, which is my law
Anyone can
school.
open it.
And is this in every classroom in Oxford High School?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do all the kids know what a night lock is? Are they taught what a night lock is?
I know that we have done multiple drills before. I assume that kids know how to use it. I was not in the classroom when those were installed.
Okay. Who taught you how to use it?
We had a staff professional development when we, like on a Wednesday morning, and we all learned how to do it.
Okay. How close in time did you learn how to use the night lock to November 30th, 2021? Was it over a year? Was it 6
It was
months?
before COVID.
Okay. So your door is now shut, but you need to install the night lock, which prevents anybody from getting into the door without the master key, correct?
Yeah, I think there's some way to get
Some
in.
device.
Yes.
Other than that, you'd have to take the casing pretty much off the door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me what you did.
So I reached for the night lock.
I know the
and
defense counsel.
The
I know
position
the
that I held,
prosecutor.
I also had an
and I know
office space
the
at the middle
assistant
school.
prosecutor.
Those doors open differently, and so
Um,
you have to put the night lock in. There's two separate
I'm
ways.
not
to
friends
put
with
the night
them. I
lock in.
know them professionally.
So I looked down at the night lock for a second
And
to see what type it was.
I like the defense
Did you hear
counsel.
anything during this time?
We'll leave it
Was
at that.
Was it quiet?
It was quiet.
Okay.
The one with the long black hair.
That was
don't
when I
know the other
noticed in my peripheral vision some movement from up above. Right, I'm looking down from up
Because
above.
if you look at that picture, you're saying through that window.
Yes, through that glass side right there.
Is there one side that has glass or two?
Just one side.
Okay.
So I noticed some movement, and I look.
Tell the court what you saw.
I locked eyes with someone dressed in baggy, oversized clothes. They were wearing a mask and
Was clothing dark or light?
dark clothing.
Okay.
Yep, dark clothing.
Could you tell if it's a male or female?
At the time, I thought it was a male.
That's right.
And what did you
So
see?
yep. So I've locked eyes, and then I noticed some movement down below, and I looked to see a gun raising up towards me.
Were you looking at this person's eyes directly?
Prior to looking at the gun, yes,
Okay.
I was looking directly at that
And-
person's eyes.
Is there anything or any words you could use to describe that?
Yes,
Or anything you remember?
that one.
I
don't
remember
remember her
thinking
name
in my
because I'm
head, no
horrible
orange
with
tip.
names, but I've met her a few
Um,
times.
I had
and I've
heard
seen her in
previously
practice, and she does
that
good
BB
work.
guns have an orange tip on them. So my thought was no orange tip. And that's when I jumped to the side, to my right,
So you're facing the door.
and I jumped to the right.
Did you recognize this person at all?
I had never seen this person before.
Okay. And why did you move to the right?
I believed he was going to shoot me.
And did he shoot?
He did.
Okay. What did he do? You moved to the right, and then did you hear a shot?
I
Have a
heard
good night,
3
expert.
very
Sorry, I wasn't able to
loud-
jump on tonight, but or
They
yesterday,
were physically
I guess.
loud. Like I could feel them coming through that door.
But yeah, thanks for having me. We'll do
I
stuff
like the
together.
power of it.
I like you streaming
Um,
trials. It's fun.
But they were, it sounded almost like a cap gun.
Okay. When you moved to the right, did you just move aside or did you get down?
I kind of jumped to the right and I felt my left shoulder move back. And it felt like someone had burned me with hot water.
Okay. Did you stop to see what that was, or?
I looked at my shoulder. At that point, I noticed my cardigan that I was wearing was ripped. I looked behind and I noticed a bullet hole in the glass of the office, like leading out one of the windows.
Okay, so if we can go back.
Yep.
You moved to your right, so
So
you're
I'm
over here.
Yep.
Okay, and you're facing the classroom, correct?
Yeah, I'm still facing the wall,
Okay.
right? So if there was no wall there, I would be looking at the hallway.
Okay.
Can't believe
And
there's
at some
still
point you turn around
69
and
of you
explore.
guys watching me.
I mean, I
imagine
just turn around, I
most of
see,
you
you
are
see that bullet
sleeping
hole in the window up there? I noticed that, and I remembered thinking in my head, a BB gun couldn't do that. So
Okay. What's through that window?
that's the courtyard.
Okay. What did you do next, Molly? Were you standing or were you sitting?
I was standing.
I have to ask you something. Was the night lock in your door at this point?
No.
Where was it?
It was in my hand. At that point in time, I knew I needed to barricade my door. I was afraid to go back towards the door. So I grabbed one of those long filing cabinets and tried to pull it back and realized it was too heavy for me.
Where was the filing cabinet?
So right next to that door, there was a mini
I'm not
fridge.
sure I can make it
Then
the
there was a
next
filing
20
cabinet,
minutes.
and then there was a cart.
Now, there is something barricading the door partially.
So
what is that and how did it get there?
Yeah, so what happened was after I realized I couldn't move that filing cabinet back, I got down on my hands and knees and I crawled back and I dropped the night lock in. And then I grabbed the rolling cabinet and I shoved it against the door on the wall.
So you crawled over and then finally put the
night lock in.
Okay. And what did you do after you put that in front of the door and you put the night lock in?
At that point in time, I continued to move that filing cabinet out a little bit more so I could crawl behind it. My concern was that he would come back through that window and be able to see me.
The courtyard.
Correct.
Okay. Now, were you using both of your arms to move these?
I was.
Yes,
Were you
I know.
holding-
My mods are
I was not.
awesome.
Okay. Once you got behind the filing cabinet,
But I think
Is
most
that
of them
someone's
are over
correct?
on,
were you crouching,
was it
sitting,
me and
standing?
I was
Konami?
crouching down. At that point, I had sent my husband a text message that just said, "I love you, active shooter."
Okay. Did he respond?
He did.
What did he say if you remember?
He said, "Just get safe."
What did you say?
I didn't respond to
Okay.
that. That was about the time that I realized.
I will
that I was bleeding
stipulate
and feel blood
with the
on my
state's
arm.
position that Ethan,
And I knew we have a blood
he's
bag.
a
You can
bad
see on the
kid.
wall. It's in red.
I still don't think he should
I
get
was,
life without
I knew
parole.
I couldn't get back to the door.
And I
the
still
door
don't
was
think
kind
his
of
parents are to
back
blame.
here on the back of my arm, so it was very difficult for me to see.
So you saw blood, and is that when you realized you had been shot?
I suppose, yes. I think I was still in disbelief that I had been shot. But what I knew was I was bleeding.
Okay. So what did you do?
I removed my cardigan and I used it to tie a tourniquet above the wound.
And who taught you how to do that?
We've had training videos on how to pack a wound and treat a wound.
Could you see the wound at this point?
No, it was, I still had on another shirt underneath my cardigan. It was just bloodstained.
Okay. After you made the tourniquet, Molly, what did you do next?
So that was when I started receiving text messages.
Do you remember who you received a text message from?
So the first one was the ELA department who I work with said, "I'm hearing active shooter." And I responded, "I saw one," and left it at that. And then moments later, I received a text message from my daughter.
How old was your daughter at the time?
16.
And where was she in high school somewhere else?
She was at a high school in a neighboring district.
And what did her text say, Mom?
She asked if I was okay, that they were hearing things.
And what did you respond?
I said, "I'm safe. I've sheltered in place, and I love you."
You did not tell her you'd been shot.
I did not.
And why not?
I was trying to protect her.
Did you text anyone and tell them that you had been shot?
I did not.
Okay.
Well, not yet.
Okay. What did you do after you sent that text to your daughter?
I had a moment where I thought, do I need to contact my other daughter who lives out of state?
Just listen to
do
the
that.
sound
Tell me
quality
why.
of this
I didn't
court.
do that because I thought she won't hear about this yet.
This is going to be good quality for the trial.
I thought by not saying anything, I could keep her safe a little bit longer.
And I know this is important to you, so that's why I'm going to ask. You regret
I do.
Okay. Tell the court why.
Because she found out anyway. She made the decision to contact my husband because she knew if she
There you go, C-Swept. Now you know what the
and he
box
could
is
hear the
for.
phone, then he would know where I was.
The shooter.
Correct.
What did you do?
At that point, I called my husband.
So you actually made a call.
I did.
Okay. And at this point, did you know where the shooter was? Were you hearing anything? Did you have any idea what was going on?
No, it was complete silence. Like I could not hear anything. It was complete silence.
And what did you say to your husband?
I called my husband. I told him I had been shot. He asked me if I had a tourniquet on, and I said yes. And then I kept wanting to tell him what was happening, like what I was hearing and what I was thinking. And he kept begging me to stop talking.
Why?
He was just said, please.
Yeah, right.
Like, shh, I don't want him to hear you.
I will say the microphones
We did.
in
we
the
felt like it
Michigan
was,
courts have
the
been
best thing to
really
do.
good.
I just wanted to talk.
So now you're not on the phone.
I'm not on the phone.
Why are we zooming in on her hands?
And
another announcement comes on. This time it was Pam Fine, and she said we are still in lockdown.
Yeah, I agree.
At that point, I received a text message.
So
from a
many
media
different
specialist
things they
that
could charge
said-
him with,
I
but
didn't hear that
not
clearly.
involuntary manslaughter.
And I said, we're still in lockdown. Stay in lockdown. I am starting to
I don't
uncontrollably
even
shake
know
at
if
that
they
point
would
in time.
get convictions on the other things.
And I hear I hear something different in the hallway. I'm hearing footsteps. So
before that, though,
Yep.
had you told anyone else that you had been shot?
only my husband knew.
Okay. So you're hearing a different noise, and you say it's footsteps.
Footsteps. I was waiting for a shift. I didn't believe that this was life-threatening. And so I was waiting for a shift to say, I've been injured. Like once everything was taken care of.
What do you mean when you say everything was taken care of?
The shooter was taken into custody. And anyone who needed help got help.
But you did need help.
I didn't think that I needed help, no.
Okay. At some point,
He does have a nice little
Right.
fan there, doesn't he?
So
you know how long it was?
20 minutes, I would say. After the shift with the footsteps, I texted the teacher next door to me and said, I've been shot. She called 911, and there was another teacher in that room who texted our administration. Or Kurt Noose arrived at my door, who was an administrator, assistant principal at the time, still is. He arrives at the door and he says, Molly, are you in there? Or Molly, are you okay? Something to that effect.
And what did you do?
I said, I'm here. But I was afraid to open the door.
Why?
I've known Kurt for 20 years. I know the sound of his voice, but I did not trust anything in that moment.
So you weren't sure it was him?
I wasn't.
Okay.
Within a few seconds, or 10 seconds, 20 seconds maybe, there were officers at my door. And I think that's when they
Yes,
asked,
if you become
are
a
you injured?
member,
And I
you
said,
get access
yes.
to my Discord with all
They,
kinds of depravity.
I said, do you want me to take out
It's a lot of fun.
the
Most
night
of
lock?
my,
And they said, yes.
actually, all of my member stuff is in the
And
Discord.
I said, do
Pretty
you want me to
much.
open the door? And they said, yes.
Did they say what? That you were safe?
Become a member and check it out.
I don't recall that. I opened the door, and I was still really crouched down, and they kind of like scooped me up, and started exiting me out door 4. So they take me
You
out.
walked all the way down the hall.
Yep, out of door 4.
Do you remember what you saw when you walked out? What did the hallway look like? Was there anyone there?
The hallway was completely vacant. They had me under the arms. There was 2 men with guns both in front of me and behind us.
So they walked you out the door, and what did you do? Where did they take you?
They walked me out, and we just stood beside door 4 for a second. One of the officers went right back in. And the one that stayed with me said, I'm going to radio for an ambulance. We just need to make sure that nobody else has a higher need than you.
Okay. So how long did you stand there?
It might have been 3 or so minutes.
Okay. And eventually an ambulance came.
There was one, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so they get you in the ambulance, and where
Yes.
did they take you?
To the hospital up here.
Were you feeling any pain at this point?
I could not feel physical pain, no.
At some point you found out what your wound was and where it was, correct?
So I knew I had sustained an injury to my arm.
Does anyone like
Can you
this
tell what that
witness?
injury was and-
I know
Yeah,
she's we're playing
I
her
was shot
fast, but
through the fatty part of my arm, through and through.
So I want the record to reflect, Your Honor, that she is pointing to her left shoulder, and she is pointing to the portion of her bicep area that is in how many inches away from
the record so
About 6.
reflects.
The record so reflect.
You were treated there and released, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You said you were in shock. At some
You
point,
have 4
did
Discord thingies.
were you told or did you see the door of your classroom?
Yes, I agree. Turn off the sound notifications.
Last week.
Go in there and check every once in a while.
Okay. And when was that? Why did you see that picture? or
I had met with you to talk about testimony, about testifying, and that's when I saw the door.
And when you look at that door, what do you think?
He was aiming to kill me. The top shot was intended for my head.
Have a good
And the 2 shots
night.
were
Thanks
intended
for
for my
joining
chest.
us. I will get a few hours of sleep
Point
before
did you realize how
the
close
stream that starts in
that
5
bullet came
hours.
to your heart?
It would have been weeks later. I realized, it is right in line with my heart.
Okay.
It was like a sudden realization. It was definitely after the new year.
So if you hadn't moved to the right,
Where's
what would
Nick?
it do?
In my head or in my chest, yes.
Lady Rackets.
Molly,
Nick is probably
back?
sleeping
to visit the school.
because he's smart.
I went back to visit my office at the end of January.
And why did you do that?
It was my hope to go back to the high school.
You wanted to go back to do the job that you were doing before.
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't end up doing that, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Can you tell the court what that
Yep,
was like?
she's still going. We got a few more
I
minutes with her, maybe 10 minutes.
couldn't, I wanted to go back. I loved the work that I was doing. And I wanted to kind of prove that I could go back. But it was just too hard to be there. It's like I couldn't access things that I knew when I was in that space.
What do you do now?
I work at
I know it, yeah.
Oxford
When nobody's
Virtual Academy
streaming,
as a
everyone
mentor.
jumps in Discord. You hear ding, ding,
Was there any
ding.
lasting scar or pain from that injury?
There was some numbness for a while. There's still a visible scar.
Okay. And I viewed the scar, and I certainly wouldn't ask you to show anyone else, but can you describe where your scar is?
So it's on the back side. It's about right here. I can feel the 2. That's where the bullet entered.
I would bend
and
over
exited.
like Forrest
There's
Gump for a
a
second.
red. It's still red. In between where the bullet hole cauterized my arm.
But you can still visibly see where it
Entered and
where it
exited.
Okay. Molly, I asked you when you sat down why you wanted to be a teacher, and you answered that you love teaching. And
The prosecutor's name is Karen.
That is true.
is that still true today?
That is still true today.
And the last thing I want to ask you is, you said that when you looked into the shooter's eyes, you did not recognize that person.
Correct.
Okay. Do you see that person anywhere in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe something he's wearing?
He's wearing glasses and an orange top.
May the record reflect just identify the defendant.
So reflected.
Nothing.
Thank you. Cross.
This is Darnell. In order to become a teacher, you went to college, correct?
I did.
You had a major?
I did.
What was it?
English.
Which would make sense that you're part of the ELA program, correct?
Correct.
And did you teach English at the middle school?
I did not. No.
What did you teach at the middle school?
When I years prior when I first started teaching.
Correct.
It was one of the subjects that I taught. I had I worked at Crossroads for Youth, which was an adjudicated youth facility, and I had all middle school boys at the time, and so it would have been more specific, like a reading or a writing course.
And in that position, you were still a teacher, correct?
Correct.
You weren't part of the counseling staff?
I was not part of the counseling staff.
As part of your education, do you have or did you have any sort of classes in childhood development?
I did have classes in basic childhood development my sophomore year.
Now, as a teacher, you're licensed as such to the state of Michigan, correct?
I'm a licensed teacher for the state of Michigan.
And that has some things to do with why you have some experience in first aid type classes. You're required to do that as a teacher, correct?
I don't know if that's a requirement by the state of Michigan or if that's just something we're required to do, but it is part of something that we have to do. I mean, it's part of training that I've been given through professional development.
And as a teacher, you're also something called a mandatory reporter, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe a little bit about what that means?
Yeah, so if something's concerning, like a student says that she has been attacked, that is something that I would have to report.
And who do you report that to?
I would report that to, oh my gosh, who do I report that to? I would probably go down to the office and say, who do I report this to?
Maybe Child Protective Services?
I don't believe it could be Child Protective Services, but I know I would go down to the office and ask, this is what happened and I need to report this.
So you mentioned having children and your concern for them and your role to protect them, correct?
Correct.
And you would think that would be consistent with any
Well, she's a
parent, correct?
victim,
I would
so
think.
this is kind of like a victim
So,
impact statement sort of thing.
From a
But again,
perspective
because
of
it's a
parent,
juvenile, it's not
if you
a
saw a
typical
child struggling
sentencing
with
kind
mental
of
health
hearing.
issues, would you get that child some sort of treatment or support or counseling?
I would.
And if that child reported delusions, hallucinations, hearing voices,
Your Honor, this is a witness that testified about being shot, and she's a victim. I don't know, I'm not sure where counsel's going, but she's not qualified as a child development expert, and I would ask that counsel refrain from asking these kinds of questions.
You're trying to put the blame
Your
on
Honor,
the
this is
school.
a Miller hearing. There are Miller factors. One of those factors is the history, family history of Mr. Ethan Crumbly. I'm asking her from a parent perspective, not necessarily her personally, and even as a teacher, questions that get toward his family history, her knowledge of it, as well as the issues that should be raised in a Miller hearing.
It may be a Miller hearing, but this is a victim of a crime. And if she wants to call somebody to talk about those things, they have witness lists and they're going to do that. But this witness is not and should not be subject to those questions. And she's not a lawyer and she doesn't know what the Miller factors are, unless there's some independent knowledge I don't know about.
Thank you. Let's get to the point.
Don't
You can
need
ask
to
her
know.
specifically if she's ever interviewed your client. I think that's more appropriate. But to ask her general questions, I don't believe that's appropriate here, as you haven't laid the appropriate foundation for this witness to answer those questions. So the objection is sustained. You may continue.
So if, as a mandatory reporter, you learned that there was a student having hallucinations, mental health issues, delusions,
Yeah, they're trying to
or
put the
hearing
blame on the
voices,
school.
would that be something that you would report to someone?
I would take it down to the office. Yes.
And if you knew that a student had been left alone as an elementary student or a middle school student for hours during the evening and nighttime hours, night after night after night, would that also be something that, as a mandatory reporter, you would
Well,
bring to
between
the office?
5 and 7 p.m.
I have never had that happen in my career. I don't know what I would do.
That would be something that would concern you enough that you would have to think about whether you would be required to report it then. Would that be fair to say?
Your Honor, she's answered the question. She said she doesn't know what she would do.
Thank you. Respectfully overruled. You may answer the question, ma'am.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. As a mandatory reporter, if you had learned that a student in an elementary school age or middle school age bracket have been left alone for hours by themselves at night and in the evening, night after night after night, would that be something that you would have to think about reporting to someone?
The
I would be
mandatory
concerned.
reporting question
Absolutely.
is referring to Child Protective Services.
I don't know.
School teachers are mandatory reporters,
circumstances
and if they believe that there is
I would have to hear.
abuse
I
or
would have to
neglect
hear what
going
what
on,
the circum-
they
like,
have
what
to
is- what are
report
the
it
circumstances
to
exactly
that
are happening
agency.
for me to know whether or not I'm reporting. I don't right. What like you're talking middle school, elementary age. There is what's the age limit for kids to stay home alone?
Your Honor, she said she doesn't know, please.
Sure. And she's answered the question. You may ask your next question.
That's fine. I was waiting for her to finish her response.
Yeah, I don't like
What
this
age
prosecutor at all.
group is in
But
middle school?
the one asking questions right now is the defense counsel.
Well,
They're
they
trying to
start
put
in
the blame
sixth
on
grade,
anyone but
right?
the
So
child.
you're looking at 11, 12, 13.
In Oxford is middle school 6th, 7th, and 8th grade,
That's correct.
but not 9th grade. That would be high school, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you know what the Miller factors are?
I have no idea.
Do you know Ethan?
Other than the moment that I saw him raise the gun to me, I have never seen him before.
So you've never had a conversation with him, never had him in class, even in middle school, I'm sorry.
No.
You've never seen him at lunch?
No.
Now, as you sit here today and testify on your own personal knowledge, you can't tell us anything about Ethan's
family life, correct? Do you know how hard it is to heal from something like this? I avoid everything I can to heal. This is learning
Yeah,
about
that ship has
what
sailed.
happened is
I've
not
gone
part
after
of my
her
healing process.
on
Do you
stream
know
many times.
anything
I do
about
not
whether
like
he's
her.
been diagnosed with
Your
a
Honor,
mental health disorder?
she has answered this question
The
at this
objection
point.
is sustained. Let's move on. She's already indicated she doesn't know anything about your client. She's never met your client. She has never met him in lunch, etc. Has met him in middle school, and so she wouldn't know any or have any personal knowledge about your client. In fact, the witnesses just said she's tried to avoid everything as a part of her healing. The objection is sustained. I'm going to ask respectfully that you move on. Thank you.
Do you know what it means to be
Hmm.
rehabilitated in the
Not a-
sense of the criminal justice system?
Your Honor,
I do not.
Your Honor.
And
Your
she's
Honor.
I don't-
answered the question. I understand your objection.
But for the record,
I don't
it's
like the
bordered
way the
on
judge is ruling on this.
harassment for the sake of harassment. This counsel knows full well she has no idea, and she's also
She's a
visibly
school
shaken and
official.
asked her-
She's not just a victim. She's a school official, right? And the school officials kind of dropped the ball on this too. So I believe this cross-examination is appropriate.
just to say I don't know anything about it, and I don't want to.
The court agrees, and that's why I'm asking counsel to move on away from this because, again, unless you're going to lay your
I don't care for
if you know
either.
something specific about it.
Let me tell you why. So I don't like the prosecutor because she brought charges against the parents. The guy sitting next to the prosecutor's in the white, by the way, is also the second chair on the parents' case. So I don't like them for that. I don't like the defense counsels in this case because they're trying to lay blame on everyone but the child, the shooter. So I don't like anyone in this situation.
Client, or that she has specific knowledge of childhood trauma, etc. That's a part of the Miller factors. She's already testified that she does not know. And so, with that being said, the court is sitting as the trier of fact here. And I've been listening throughout this entire hearing, and I will note that there are some things that have been relevant to the Miller factors. There's things that have not been relevant to the Miller factors. The court will place the
There's been a lot of things not relevant to the Miller factors.
The Miller factors. So I've been listening very patiently. But again, this witness has testified that she doesn't know what the Miller factors are, and the court is, again, based upon her testimony, is going to conclude that she has no direct testimony as it relates to the Miller factors. And so, again, counsel, respectfully, please move on.
Yeah, the one in the white is the elected. We don't have district attorneys. We have
How
we
many
call them
years did you
prosecutors, but
teach
she's the
at
elected official,
Crossroads
and the other one
2
is
years.
her like right hand
Your
man.
Honor, that was my last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hopp. Any redirect?
Yes. Thank you for being so strong and for having the courage to be there.
Oh, stop!
Yes.
Stop with the
And
comments.
you are excused. You may also leave the courthouse. Any need to have this witness called back?
None of that.
Did you catch that? Yes, I have redirect, and the only redirect was thank you for being so strong. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, ma'am. You're all set.
That is it
That
for
being
today,
said,
guys.
Time is approximately 4:05, as I indicated. Counsel off the record.
We are
in
done.
Our hearing before 4:30 because of security building issues. With that being said, we're going to conclude for today's date, and we're going to pick up tomorrow at 8:30.
All right, so there we go. 8:30 a.m. in like 5 hours from now, we will pick this up again. Thank you all for sticking with. Wow, there's so many people watching. All right, well, I am going to end the stream. I'm going to try to get some sleep, but first, I'm actually going to pop over to Meme Copium. Just say hi real quick. I'm actually going to redirect you guys over there. I know probably half of you are probably already over there anyways, but I'm going to do my little exit video and then redirect you guys over there. I'm going to pop in there for a quick second, try to stay awake for like 15-20 minutes, and then I will see you all. Hopefully subscribe, click the notification. If you go to the notifications and you click the black bell, you will get all the notifications. So you will know when we go live again, which will be in exactly 5 hours. Yeah, like you're not over there, Farrell. I see you in the chat right now. So thank you all. Have a good night. Julia, Chris, C-Swept, thank you all for joining me, and everyone else that is not in the chat that I can't see right now. No, oh, really, man?
What up, man?
Everyone else I was just leaving. Just done.
What are you doing?
You heard me, didn't you? You're like, oh, he's leaving. I'm gonna go jump in.
I was on my way to. I was leaving. I was shutting everything down, and you were like, "Oh, I'm gonna go over there real quick. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that." Nope.
Yeah.
You sent me a link. I'm here now, bro. I'm here now.
You're here now. I sent you a link. 5 hours ago I sent you a link.
Something like that, maybe,
Might
possibly.
be awake.
I don't know. I don't know.
Like everybody's left now. There's still 67 people here. We only lost 3 when Valhalla joined.
Hey, that's a win in my book. That's a win in my
You know,
book.
you know, I saw this hearing this morning, and I was like, "Oh, cool! I'll just grab it and finish up your business. I'll bounce around and do my thing, and then I can stream this like tomorrow morning." And then I like skip to the end, and I'm like, "Oh, we got another day of this. I got to get this. I got to get out ahead of this stream." So sitting
And
on the
now
couch,
it's-
relaxing with my wife at like 9:30, I'm like, "I'm gonna have to do a stream tonight."
And now it's 3:35 in the morning, and you're just trying to get off just now.
Just trying to get off. And I am going to pull an Eric Hunley and just go straight into